Indies 4-day championship. It's a gorgeous day here at the Annisville Cricket playing field, and action is about to resume between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, in an indomitable position in this match. Windward Islands yesterday won the toss, decided to have a bat first, and they were bowled out for 166. Trinidad and Tobago in reply, they're 137 for 1. A marvelous 132 runs partnership between that man Amir Jangu and Cephas Cooper. I am joined by Osnet Keto. Good afternoon to you, Osnet.
Good afternoon to you, Stacey. Good afternoon to all our viewers around the Caribbean, wherever you're looking at this broadcast from. Another wonderful day for cricket in terms of the weather. And Windward Islands will be hoping that the weather is favorable in their side of the corner in terms of getting some early wickets and trying to put some pressure on this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
Yeah, so very early the Windward Islands, they've turned to spin. Leg spin of Cyrus to start proceedings off here on this day 2. Yesterday they had some measure of control when they had the spin twins operating in tandem. But these two batters always looked like they were in firm control of what they were doing out there. So we are about to start on day 2. And Cyrus to Jangu. Pitched up delivery, played back to the bowler to start.
Well, they would have had the opportunity to assess things at the end of yesterday's play. So this is an obvious ploy by the Windward Islands in terms of starting with Cyrus, who bowled well from the opposite end yesterday. 7 overs, none for 20 so far. Actually, those are the figures of Lee John. Cyrus, 10 overs, none for 22. We'll definitely like to have something in that final column.
Yeah, 3 fielders out. Such has been the operation of Windward Islands. They are behind the game. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, yes, they are 29 runs behind, but they are in firm control of what is happening out there. This time he gets his first run on day 2. Jangu to start things off.
I think it's a matter of them starting again. The 2 Trinidad and Tobago batsmen just getting used to conditions once again and getting those singles just to get their adrenaline flowing. As we mentioned, this has been a very good partnership by these two. Something that we did not see with the Windward Islands, with their largest partnership being that 65 between Captain Ambrose and Kavim Hodge. This partnership has actually in a situation where they can actually double that amount.
A bit of an edge. It flies away to that vacant area. But they will just pick up 1. And just the mention of Kavim Hodge yesterday, he didn't take the field. He was struggling a bit, but good news from a Windward Islands perspective. He is on the field. He's there fielding in slip. So good to see him back after that wonderful century that he scored yesterday.
That was a very good effort from the West Indies middle order batsman. So showing his class already at this level.
So first over done here on day 2. 2 runs coming from it. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 139 for 1.
Steady start from Cyrus. Mentioned him bowling reasonably well yesterday in terms of not giving a lot away. But his captain will really need some sort of penetration from him and his partner in crime in the form of Lee John, the other spinner in this unit. Hodge as well can do a bit of left arm spin. I'm sure at some point the captain will utilize his services.
Yeah, certainly, and it really needs to be a unified effort from Windward Islands Volcanoes if they are to get into any sort of good position in this match. So far, Trinidad and Tobago, as we mentioned, they're on top. The bowlers, they have to back each other up. So you can't take the pressure off if it's being built from one end. So the backup bowler coming in, they either have to be extremely economical or find a way to pick up wickets. And so far, that hasn't been the case for Windward Islands. Yesterday, remember, after that good spell between Cyrus and Lee John, with the introduction of pace, 14 runs was taken off that over by Amir Jangu. So when a little bit of pressure is being built up, it's being released quite quickly. So not enough long periods of building pressure. So Tyson has the ball in hand now. Starts a bit short. It's tucked into the onside. He looks for 2, but it'll just be 1. Fielding being done there by Darius Martin.
Captain Ambrose opting for a pace spin combination this morning. Something our co-commentator Kenry Martin spoke of at length yesterday afternoon in terms of how the way in which Trinidad were able to just utilize this particular template to good success as well.
Yeah, that's what we saw from them. They rotated their seamers from one end, had their spinners from another. But really, Yannick Karaya, as he had the ball in hand and couldn't get it out of his hand, he was picking up wickets regularly. So I see Windward Islands, they are following a similar plan to that of Trinidad and Tobago. Question is if they can maintain the sort of consistency that the Trinidad and Tobago Pacers had on display yesterday.
Well, Captain Ambrose and the Windward Island camp will be hoping so. Gillan Tyson, I know you have seen quite a bit of him, comparing him last year to this year. He's really a shadow of his former self. Hasn't really gotten the type of wickets that the Windward Island team is looking for. It's been a bit inconsistent as well. But all of that can change pretty quickly in cricket, as this one is a quick single there, out to the man there at mid-off. Well taken in the end.
Yeah, well judged single there by Amir Django, who was running to the danger end. Realized that the fielder had to do a bit of work running around to his right. Got the throw in, but he was safe in the end.
It's just to continue with Tyson. You get the feeling that at times he's a bit impatient. Just doesn't find the consistency that you need really to be successful at this level. At times you see him going a bit too short, too quickly. Evidence of that so far in these 4 deliveries. At least 3 of them has been a bit short. So it's a matter of him just exerting a bit of patience and allowing the batsman to really make a mistake. You can't be give bowling both sides of the wicket, giving all these easy singles and easy runs to these batsmen, especially at this level.
Looking for a quick single, but sent back in the end there. And it all comes down to bowling with a plan. You have to have a plan in mind as to how you want to dismiss batters. And it seems like, as you mentioned, the lack of patience kicking in. Yes, you start with some fuller deliveries, and the moment he's driven, he goes to that shorter length. You saw yesterday the Trinidad and Tobago, they tried to bowl short to Kavim Hodge. At some certain times they had the field set for that short pitch bowling, but they still maintained the fuller length as much as possible. A foul shot, but a no ball signal by umpire Butler. So we spoke about the short delivery at lengths up here because we've seen a lot of it, particularly from the Windward Islands bowlers in that first match against Jamaica and a bit here as well. And we all have agreed that you don't mind seeing the short delivery, but it's the way you use it. And it should be threatening the batters at least, and it should be used a little bit more sparingly. As Tyson runs into Django. Fuller delivery, that's driven that time. Calls for a bat, it seems, from Amir Django. Not too comfortable with that one to end the over. It's 143 for 1.
A steady over from Tyson on that occasion. Trinidad and Tobago, as we mentioned, will be looking to start again. It's a new day, new opportunities for both the fielding team and the batting team. It's all about who gets settled first, who's able to inflict that first blow, as they would say. Captain Ambrose will be hoping that his spinner in the form of Cyrus can do that, along with his seamer, one of his premier seamer, in the form of Tyson. It's quite interesting as well, Stacey, in terms of looking at the way in which the seamers have operated on this particular track, both in this game and the previous game. they haven't had a lot of success, it must be said. In fact, counterintuitively, Blackwood, perhaps he has been the most successful seamer on this particular wicket. So it's not a wicket where the seamers have really managed to showcase their talent by way of getting a lot of wickets. What we saw from the Trinidad and Tobago seamers, they were quite economical and they assisted in exerting some pressure on the Windward Island players.
Short, they're running hard, looking for 2, but it'll just be 1 good fielding there from Tyson. And that's what I've seen from the Trinidad and Tobago batters so far, just 2 overs in really, and notice that they are really running hard, running that first one hard. It's a better length there from Cyrus. At first delivery was just a bit too short.
I think it's a good end for him to bowl from as well. If you look at the wind direction, spin from off to the leg to the left-hander. So we'll assist his leg break quite a bit. Just a matter of finding that right length. There's a man there at short leg, so he needs to bring the left-handed Django onto his front foot and perhaps hope for a back pad type of dismissal.
This one is pitched up and he's nailed that straight drive. And right away we see some explosion from Cephas Cooper as soon as it's pitched up in his half, and that's the first boundary on the second day's play here.
But it's a shot he has attempted on a couple of occasions. If you can recall yesterday, a couple of times while on commentary, especially with Martin, he attempted that shot but never really made the type of connection, perhaps looking to hit it a bit too square. But on this occasion, his aim was a bit straighter and he was able to just timed it well enough just to get it 1 bounce into the fence for his first boundary of the day.
See that man Salazano is being pushed back to the long on boundary. He goes short. He's not able to put that away. To end the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 149 for 1.
149 for 1. Resuming overnight on 137 for 1. So far they've been able to accumulate 12 runs without any sort of discomfort really. Quite comfortable in their approach, working the ball into gaps. And as you saw, a bit of aggression there from Cooper, who started out quite quick out of the blocks yesterday. There was a period of time between the 40s and the 50s that he was able to show a bit more fight. The Windward Island bowlers really made it a bit more difficult for him as well. That was in the middle of a very good spell between Lee John and Cyrus. So it's good to see from the young man different tempos throughout his innings, and that's what you really need, because at some points in time you really have to give the bowler the respect that they deserve.
Driven. What a beautifully executed shot off the bat of Amir Django.
It's an action replay of what we saw yesterday as well. Drove a couple through that region, really timed beautifully his foot to the pitch of the ball and just stroked it really. And I think the change of bat showing good reasoning for the change on that occasion.
And just over pitching on that occasion, Tyson hasn't been able to find the perfect length to trouble any of the batters consistently enough, been too short or too full. This one is short, wide, and cut with excellence through that third man area, and back-to-back boundaries now for Amir Django. He's on a roll.
Well, it's a tale of the two lengths, really. You mentioned being a bit too full. On this occasion, a bit too short and too wide, offering the opportunity to free his arms there, Django, and he's a good player through the offside. In fact, most left-handers are. And on that occasion, again, taking full advantage of that loose delivery from Tyson, once again struggling for that type of rhythm that perhaps Captain Ambrose is looking for this morning.
And I almost predicted that he was going to try and go short to the batter. That time, not too short. I apologize. Not that short, rather. Nice delicate touch to the offside to get a single. So really decisive in his footwork to both batters and both bowlers, seamers and spinners alike. Amir Django. And the way he bats, it's almost as if he knows exactly what the bowler is going to do next. And I think Tyson is making it quite easy for him to read what he's doing out there.
I think he has shown a level of control, and that's the key word there for Django in this innings.
Short, but a good hand there by Cyrus to cut that off. That was really traveling through the slip cordon.
Yes, a very good stop there from the young man, diving to his left. Not his strongest side. Ball was traveling as well. Cooper on that occasion looking to punch that one off the back foot, perhaps in front of square, but got the outer portion of the bat. And as you mentioned, a very good stop there. Certainly saved 4.
This one is driven, but just for a single. So runs are flowing for Trinidad and Tobago here in this first session on day 2.
I think that's going to be the challenge for the Windward Islands. It's something we spoke about earlier in terms of finding that balance between attacking the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen and having a degree of control. So far, Trinidad and Tobago, both of these players have scored quite freely. Haven't really been troubled to any extent, haven't been reckless in their approach. Just high percentage cricket really, and it has really paid off for them this morning.
Short delivery, looks a bit uncomfortable under that one. So that ends that over. 10 runs coming from it. Trinidad and Tobago 159 for 1.
That's a very good short delivery there from Tyson, bending his back a bit. Really surprising Django on that occasion. And that's what we've been calling for really, in terms of the use of the short ball as a bit of a surprise weapon. On that occasion, really taking him by surprise. Django really no position to play that delivery. But in the end, all's well that ends well for him and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as they responding to 166 made by the Windward Islands yesterday. They are 159 for the loss of 1.
Cyrus to continue. I think the Windward Islands, they'll want to see him just get the batters on their front foot a bit more. We've been comfortably playing him off the back foot in his spell of bowling so far for most of the deliveries.
I'm also thinking in terms of the change of field. The last delivery of the previous over, we saw that man at mid-on going all the way back to long on. That was in response to that powerful shot down the ground by Cooper. I just think that Cooper has the tendency to play that type of shot. And it's a way that the Windward Islands can actually prey on his impatience to some extent, because it's a shot that he has attempted on a few occasions now. He nailed it in the last over, but I would have liked to see that man Solazano remaining in the circle and tempting him again to go over the top.
Yeah, just a single. But so far, notice that he doesn't try to take on long on or long off per se. He tries to hit it as straight as possible. Usually a fielder isn't there. The 2 shots I've seen him play down the ground so far in that direction, they've been arrow straight from Cooper.
Just seems sizing up to some extent. Maybe just waiting for that flighted delivery. But so far, Cyrus has bowled a bit flatter this over.
Yeah, since that shot, he's really pulled his length back. Cyrus, 161 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Not a reasonably quiet over there from Cyrus. This morning mentioned that his captain will be looking to him to really make a breakthrough for them. Wickets really are the order of the day for the Windward Islands. Just get the sense that if they do not manage to really get a wicket in the first hour or so, you might really see the Trinidad and Tobago make more steady progress towards a bigger total here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex. That runway 3.81. Remember yesterday, Windward Islands managed to get it down to 3.2, 3.3. As we mentioned in the last session, that has been on the upward trajectory. This morning again, a very steady start from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Short delivery, ducks under that one comfortably. So I guess this is going to be the plan of attack to Amir Django. They're going to run in and bowl some short stuff to him.
There's a man back at deep square leg and a man down at fine leg. So it's definitely looking like a plan of action really from the Windward Island Volcanoes. Gilon Tyson perhaps their quickest bowler on show. He's looking to bend his back.
Fuller whips this one into the gap. Won't get to the boundary, but I think they'll pick up two quite comfortably. So going for that Fuller one after the short pitch delivery.
And in the previous over, we saw these two deliveries in the opposite order. It was a full delivery where he was driven through the offside, followed by a shorter delivery outside the off stump. In this over, we saw a short delivery, followed by that leg stump half volley, which was quite easy really for a player of Django's ability.
Yeah, he's wary of the plan now. Django is on 75 of 118 deliveries. So he sort of expects that short pitch delivery to come to him now. And he's prepared to leave it alone so far, not taking it on.
It's not the quickest pitch as well. So for you to really trouble a batsman or top order batsman on this wicket, you really have to bend your back, as they would say. Quite consistent bounce, but it's not a quick pitch by any means.
Go short, but too wide on that occasion. Just plays it into the outside for one. That one didn't get up as much as Tyson would have wanted it to.
Yes, another short delivery outside the off stump and quite easy pickings ready for Django. Just stood tall and punched it out to the man at deep point for another single. So that's something that they've been able to do so far in terms of getting the singles going and this right and left hand combination. It would be really frustrating for Captain Ambrose standing there at mid-off.
Yeah, even more frustrating when you look up at the scorecard and you see that they are 2 runs behind at the moment and batting quite comfortably in the middle, these two. Just 1 wicket down. That wicket of Jade Gooley yesterday, LBW to Darius Martin. Opting to leave alone for the last delivery of that over. 3 runs coming from it. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 164 for 1.
And 64 for 1, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force responding to 166. So they trail by 2 runs. I think that's just a milestone on their journey today in terms of just getting into the lead. I'm sure they'll be looking to really take the full advantage of the opportunity here offered by the Windward Islands with that paltry 4 innings total.
Yeah, and both of these batters as well, probably eyeing up on their milestones of getting to 100. See, for Cooper, we mentioned he got to 80 of 140 deliveries in that first game. He'll surely be looking to convert to 3 figures. So far in this tournament, we have had 8 centuries. Use of the feet. And use of the feet well to pick up another boundary here of the bat of Amir Django. He races into the 80s now.
Well, a couple of overs ago, we mentioned the word control, and on that occasion again, showing full control of that delivery. He had his plan where exactly he wanted to hit it, and got it in that area between that man at mid-wicket and long on. A quite safe shot as well, with the ball coming back into him. So very good use of the feet from Django.
Looks to sweep this time. There's a loud appeal. Umpire says no, they're looking for a run. They get it in the end. So there was a huge appeal there. We'll have a look at the replay to see what transpired there. The umpire said not out.
I tell you what, it's a close one. It was a quicker delivery as well. Going for the sweep shot there, Django a bit too full for that shot. But umpire Crawford not ruling in the affirmative for the Windward Island teams. Don't have the benefit of the Hawkeye or anything of that nature.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago as well. They're now in the lead by 3 runs. Yes, I was just mentioning 8 centuries so far, and we are just in the second match of this Cricket West Indies tournament. That is surely a good sign if you're a West Indies fan. Where batting is concerned, seeing more and more batters convert and get those big scores, and some names as well that you probably wouldn't associate with getting big scores. Usually think, the players at West Indies level, they come out, they show their class, and good to see some players who hasn't made it to that level as well, stepping up and scoring hundreds.
Agreed. So the likes of Jonathan Jakes, yesterday scoring 100 for Barbados. They're playing against combined colleges and campuses. Get some update from those other other games currently being played for you in a while.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago in the lead by 4 runs, 170 for 1.
Another good over there for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Just managing to score just around 4 runs per over. And that's always going to put pressure on the opposition. And opposition really struggling for answers here this morning. You can see not a lot of energy really in the field from the Windward Islands. Not hearing them support the bowlers as well as you would like to hear. So the longer this partnership goes on, the more frustrating it will be for these Windward Island players. We've spent a lot of time in the field. I know it's only round 2 of this tournament, but even against Jamaica, they would have spent some time in the sun, as they would say, in terms of the bowlers themselves. So it's always going to be a challenge on their fitness, their mental capacity, their motivation as well.
That's bowled in a good area there from Tyson to start to Cooper. He can just continue to be consistent in that area for the rest of the over, just to see if he can tempt Cooper into playing any sort of shot, but no sort of pressure has been heaped on him so far in this innings, not long enough anyway. We saw yesterday when Descarte was bowling to him and he faced a few dot deliveries. He tried to make a shot from nothing. That ball almost brushed his off stump. That delivery that I'm speaking about. But not enough of that type of pressure has been applied to Cooper throughout this innings. It's been quite free-flowing in terms of his scoring and bowling in the areas that he wants them to bowl. They've been extremely short to him, and that's where he really seems to like it. He's now on 80. That's the same score that he had in that first game.
Just get a feeling that both of these players, these Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, they're not really perturbed by the good length deliveries that they are facing once in a while from these Windward Island seamers especially. They somehow feel that at some point in time they'll be given a scoring opportunity. So if you look at this over, the first delivery left alone outside the off stump, but both deliveries following that has been reasonably full and has found the middle of the bat. So you call for more deliveries in that channel, that channel we saw on the first delivery. But in the following 3 deliveries, he has not really managed to hit that spot again. So such has been the inconsistent nature of Tyson in this particular spell, as well as in previous spells we saw in the previous game.
Well, he's managed to bowl 4 dot deliveries to Cooper. So let's see what happens on the 5th. That's an excellently bowled delivery. Perhaps his best ball so far of this match. Just narrowly missing the off stump. So more of that required from Tyson.
Well, he normally tends to get the ball to move away from the right-handers. On this occasion, this one just coming back in. Cooper choosing to leave that one alone outside the off stump. It's what you will call a very good leave.
And again, that one left more on length as he bowls a maiden over, the first of the day. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 170 for 1.
A good over there from Gil and Tyson. Just managing to challenge that area of the pitch that we were speaking about, especially to Cooper. But must be said, well played to Cooper as well. We saw that he has the temperament really to just bat as long as possible. Yes, he's been aggressive at times, but we've also seen periods of his innings where he has been forced to be a bit more circumspect, and he has come through that particular test with flying colours. And as we mentioned yesterday afternoon, I think the presence of a senior partner in the form of Django at the crease would really help him, seeing that he's still in the infancy stage of his professional career. As we welcome the talented Kenroy Martin to the Comanche box this morning. Good morning to you. Well, good afternoon to you, Kenroy.
Well, good afternoon to you, Mr. Cato. Good afternoon to the viewers of this lovely cricket game being held here at Arnisville as Django comes down the track using his feet as he's been doing since the beginning of this game. Picks up another single. Trinidad goes on to 170 for 1. Both batters are on 80, 81 and 80. And they continue to pile on the pressure here on the Windward Islands. Excellent start this evening in this day-night encounter between Trinidad and the Windwards.
A slight moral victory there for Cyrus. There was Django again using his feet. Perhaps not getting to the pitch of it as much as well as he would have liked. Getting the inner portion of the bat. But thankfully for him, evading the man there, Lee John, at a short mid-wicket area. And he follows it up with a very good delivery again. A bit of tone. Something that we saw from Carrier at this end. Spun past the outside edge of Hodge, who was a set batsman on a number of occasions. So definitely some assistance there for the spinners, especially the leg spinners from this end. We mentioned the wind direction as well will assist them. So just a matter of trying to make full use of those conditions that are in your favor.
I think this is a placid batting wicket, really. The ball is not bouncing from the spinners, is not moving sideways from the fast bowlers. It's a placid batted wicket, and it's been shown here by these two batters and also Hodge from the Windward Islands. It's a placid batting wicket, easy to bat, no devil in the wicket. So I expect a lot of runs from Trinidad here. They are batting very responsibly, these two, since they have gotten together, and they continue to do so. And as this is where you have bowlers in your side that you could call upon to really bring this game back into your hands. And the bowler that they are looking towards, I'm not too sure whether it's Martin, whether it's Cyrus, I'm not too sure, because none of the bowlers have caused the batters any problems so far in this innings.
As you mentioned, you need that sort of X factor in your bowling attack. So far, that is, we haven't seen such from the Windward Islands. They've really struggled to take wickets consistently, both in the previous game as well as in this game. Trinidad and Tobago really going along quite smoothly. As smooth as we can look to our left and see the Caribbean Sea.
Tell you.
Good sailing waters, and Trinidad and Tobago really sailing smoothly here at the Islands Way Sporting Complex.
They're taking advantage of our lovely sailing waters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's what they are doing. Lovely batting surface. They are doing that as well. And playing some lovely cricket, Django and Cooper for Trinidad and Tobago. This one is short. Again, he has reverted to that short delivery. Tyson. And he has bowled a few short deliveries to Cooper this evening.
Well, if you look at his last over, it was a very well constructed over. Bowled in that corridor of uncertainty. Really a maiden over actually to Cooper. So I'm thinking it's good pressure. 7 deliveries to him. Haven't scored. So it will be interesting to see how he's going to close out this over.
Now, in this period of the game, this is where it's so very important when you're selecting a side, that you look at your side, you look at the conditions that would come up, the things that would be needed and so on. So you pick horses for courses. And this is where you would have somebody now coming in like a Kenroy Peters to bowl a pretty long spell and nip 1 or 2 wickets out for you without giving away a lot of runs. Who is that individual you're depending on here from the Windward Islands to do that? There's no Kenneth Demba. So who do you turn to?
I think Joshua James, he bowled a very good spell yesterday for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He was just that bowler who came in and really shut up shop really for the Windward Islands. He was able to find a consistent line, a consistent length, and also got a wicket as well. So it's a type of bowler that you are alluding to. I think they've been looking to Descarte to do that sort of job for them. We saw him do it to some extent yesterday evening in that spell. So it's not the type of wicket that you're going to really blast good players out. It's the wicket that you have to build up pressure and hopefully induce some sort of foul shot from the batsman.
I do agree with you there. Need a bowler of that sort of caliber. So he bowls outside your stump again, left alone, and really, Windward Islands need to pull something out of the hat here. They're under pressure. And really, 172 for 1. This is the second day of this day-night encounter. 4 days we have to play this game. Trinidad and Tobago ahead. And really, they have hit, 36 fours and 2 sixes so far in the innings. Tells you how well they are batting. They have not really chanced their hands, these two batters. They have batted smartly. And really have to give them kudos for what they have done since they have entered the crease yesterday. Fine batting here by Cooper and Django. It's a little bit of slow period here for them. They have scored freely as the game started. So just a little slow period for them, and this is what you need from batters. Learning to adapt and adjust to situation and circumstances, knowing when to play your shots, and who to play them against and so on. And these two have demonstrated such so far. They have not given the Windward Islands fielders and bowlers a chance at all, really, to talk about. He's reverted to the fuller delivery. So you see where he is, in my opinion, a little bit up and down. Up and down. He bowls a full one, he bowls one back on a good length, he bowls a short one. So he's not really in an area where you could set a field and say, bowl to this for me. You're not seeing that sort of plan coming from the Windward Islanders. I seen it yesterday from Trinidad and Tobago, where they bowl spinners and the pacers in tandem. And then they bowl at one side of the wicket. When a particular individual came in, they switched, they put 2 mid-wickets and so on, they put a sweeper out, and that is what they call for cricket, the technicality of it. These are some little things that we have to adjust and get right in our games. I don't think the Windward Islands have done that very well in this game. Batted rather poorly, except Hodge, who played fantastic yesterday. Got that brilliant 100. But these two have bowled up a lot of dot deliveries so far, Cato, creating some pressure on these batters. That is good for the Windward Islands.
It's Tyson with 2 consecutive maidens. That's good from his part. Cyrus here will be looking to back that up. Django once again making an attempt to use his feet, and it's something that has gone out of the game to some extent, Kenroy.
Yeah.
If you look around the Caribbean or even on an international stage, you rarely see batsmen using their feet. I'm not sure what exactly would have contributed to such. It's a conversation we can have.
I think it's the lack of ability to dance. Batsmen these days don't dance much. You know, that finesse.
Did you use your feet a lot, Kenroy?
Of course, danced. Not push and prod. The first person told me that was Roy Marshall from Dominica. He said you have to get down to the spinners. You have to move out. Can't be prodding, pushing and prodding in the crease. But you'll get out rather easily. You have to learn to do that. Roy Marshall out of Dominica.
Because if you look at the West Indies team in the early 2000s, for example, you have players like Carl Hooper. You had Ramner Sarwan, Shivnarayan Chandapal, Marlon Summers, and last but not least, certainly BCL. These were players who used their feet quite well, got to the pitch of the deliveries, and were able to score at different parts of the ground.
Yeah,
what that does is put pressure on the spinner because he's not sure what lengths to really bowl.
Yeah, mastered it. Really, mastered it. You'll be bowling a very good line and length and think that you're safe. And the chip and the city over your head for 4. Into the gap for 4. That brings another over to an end. 166 was Volcanoes scores. Yesterday for 10, Pierre got 4 for 17. And Trinidad in reply 173 for 1. Django is on 83. And Cooper is on 81. Both looking to get to that 100 mark. Very important. They've seen a lot of centuries scored in these 2 games so far, 2 rounds of games. And that is very interesting, very encouraging for the cricket in the Caribbean. And I'm happy to see that players have gone back to scoring hundreds and not having a season with only 4, 5, 600 basically coming from 2 or 3 batters.
Just an update in terms of the other games being played. You have Guyana Happy Eagles versus the combined colleges and campuses. They are combined campuses and colleges, 358 for 8. And Leeward Island Hurricanes versus Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions 320. Leeward Islands they are 96 for 3. And Barbados Pride versus the West Indies Academy 398 for 3. Captain Craig Brathwaite still there on 168. I mentioned Jonathan Jakes earlier, scored 117. And of course, here at the Arnorsville playing field, we have this day-night encounter between the Windward Island Volcanoes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And Red Force in the lead now, lead by 7 runs. And any run that is made from now on is really going to add to the pressure on the Windward Island Volcanoes.
And the thing is that the amount of time that is left in that game, in this game, gives the Windward Islands a Herculean task of really batting through any period that this Trinidad and Tobago team gives them. Once they have a lead, the amount of time that is left in this game, I really see the pressure is always on the Windwards. If you don't bat well in the first innings, you're chasing the 8 ball, and that is what they're doing at present. Less than 1.5 days into the game, and they're chasing the 8 ball already. They have to blame themselves, really. But that's the way cricket goes at times. Again, this one, he just turned neatly off his legs. You can see the whole change in approach from these batsmen. They realize that these bowlers have hit a length. So you're just waiting for that ball on the leg stump. Down is over pitched and just cruising towards that target. They have now moved on to 174 for 1. Cooper on 81 and Django on 84. Trinidad lead by 8 runs.
Yes, that's the first run scored from Tyson in his last 3 overs or so. We mentioned him bowling 2 consecutive maidens to Cooper. So he has managed to get into a bit of rhythm, finding a bit more consistency. But he will need to do that over a long period of time. This one is driving Cooper out to the man there. Kotoy at a mid-on position to his right. Enabled him to get another single to add to his total. So Trinidad and Tobago team, as you mentioned, not in any rush really, because of the time left in this particular game. They can manage to just soak up whatever good deliveries are bowled at them and choose their moments. And I think that has been a key feature of this partnership in terms of choosing their moments. We saw that from Django late yesterday afternoon versus Darius Martin. A short delivery again. Got himself in an uncomfortable position, Django. So just as I was saying that Tyson has managed to get a bit of consistency, he gets a short delivery and not the best of attempts there from Django as we see the replay again. It wasn't a totally short delivery, but got himself in a bit of a tangle and really strangled himself down the leg side. So very good breakthrough this morning for Tyson and the Windward Island Volcanoes. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are now 175 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, good delivery by Tyson. Really caught Django in an uncomfortable position. He was looking so comfortable until he bowled that delivery. Until that delivery was bowled and a good take by the keeper down the leg side. And really, I was just going to mention the period of play that is happening for the Windwards. We have not seen that so far in the game, and they have created the pressure. And I was going to mention that once you create the pressure, is either you get the wickets or when you change the bowling, the runs start flowing. If the batsmen get through this period, they would go on and score runs. But once you have them under pressure, they would fail. They would get wickets. And exactly what I was thinking, it occurred just before I said it. But a good delivery. Django was caught in, basically, I would say, he took his eyes off the ball in no man's land, really. Played a blind shot, in my opinion. Just squinged and touched it and went to the keeper. So Windwards have picked up wicket number 2, 175 for 2. Django going caught, bowl, Tyson. So good results here for Tyson and some good consistent bowling from him, really. As you see it again, putting himself in a web there. And a good catch taken on the leg side by the small man.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kenora, we saw a similar delivery earlier on in Tyson's spell. It was a short delivery and it got Django in a bit of a bother as well. So it's something I think Tyson would have had at the back of his mind, really, in terms of a delivery, a secret weapon that he can actually use. And as you mentioned, it was a good period of play for the Windward Island bowlers. We saw 2 consecutive maidens being bowled by Tyson. And then in this over now, just bending his back a bit on that occasion. But as you mentioned, it was really not well played by Django. You expect something better from him being an international player, but kudos must be given to Tyson.
Yes, when you spot people's weakness, you should exploit it. And I think Tyson did that very well. Django was never comfortable with the short pitch delivery. He bowled a few at him pretty early. Wasn't too comfortable. Tried to pull a few, but didn't really latch on to them. And he went back to the short delivery to Django, and he fell victim to that. As Mohammed joins Cooper at the crease. So another delivery just on the off stump, and Mohammed just punches it out to the man at short extra cover. Trinidad and Tobago. So Tyson 12 overs, 1 for 51. Martin 7 for 44, 1. Descarte none for 17. Cyrus none for 41. And the other bowler had none for 21. So long spells for these bowlers in this game. Really looking down the barrel of a gun. 175 for 2. But things could change here. Things could change here with the fall of a couple more wickets. But you have to realize that they are behind the 8 ball. They are already behind by 9 runs or so. So Trinidad has taken that advantage. There's a set batsman Cooper on 82. And he's joined by somebody who have played a lot of cricket in the Caribbean, Mohammed. And he still does play very good cricket for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, he's actually coming off a very big 100 in his previous encounter. So he has a bit of form coming into this game as this one is cut out to the man there at a deepish cover by Cooper. He adds 1 to his total, up to 83, 176 for 2. So Mohammed, as you mentioned, has a bit of West Indies experience as well. And it's quite interesting that in reading some online articles, they were calls for him to not be part of this setup, quite surprisingly. But he has really delivered in the last couple of seasons for Trinidad and Tobago. He's a batsman. Once he gets set, it's very difficult to dislodge. So the Windward Lions here will need to get him as quickly as possible. And we mentioned the importance of this first hour of play. So far, 1 wicket down, that big wicket of Django. I'm sure they'll be looking to add the prized scalp of Jason Mohammed to that.
Well, he's on strike. Cyrus is bowling. Quicker delivery, flatter one as well. Trying to squeeze underneath that bat. Early days in Mohammed's innings. So and he's cutting one of his favorite shots, really. Getting off the mark. Tyson picks up on the sweeper boundary. Cricket is such a funny game, you know. This period where Trinidad is not scoring much runs, Windwards are bowling pretty good. It's where you test the mettle of the players, the bowlers and the batters, and see who comes out on top. This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat. Excellent feeling there by Kiran Katoy, known for that as well. At backward point, dive into his left, all in the return back to the wicket keeper. 177 for 2. This one is short and faster as tries to punch it. Had some bounce on it as well. I've not seen much of that from the wicket. It's good to see Cyrus again. That brings you over to an end. 177 for 2. Cooper on 83. Mohammed has just joined him. He's on 1. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 11 runs. Just to know, Kevin Hodge 126. Stephen Pascal 9. Sonny Lambris 9. Pierre, he picked up 4. And the other leg spinner, Carrier, picked up another 5 wickets. 4 wickets as well. So the spinners did the job for Trinidad and Tobago yesterday. And Windward Islands here trailing by 11 after being bowled out for 166. I went home last night and ponder as to what could have gone wrong. One batter scoring 126. The others couldn't pass 10. It has to be more than cricket, Kato. It has to be more than cricket.
Well, we have seen that sort of capitulation on a couple of occasions now from the Windward Islands in this tournament. Having finished second in last year's tournament, I'm sure they would have been looking forward to a better start, as a new over is starting from Gillon Tyson. A bit of in-swing there from him. It's a delivery he have tried on a couple of occasions, especially to Cooper, that full-length delivery. Yes, having finished second in the last couple of seasons, the Windward Islands, I'm sure they would have been hoping that they can push on and kick on this season. Hasn't made the best of starts, but it's still an opportunity for them to claw their way back into this encounter. It's still the 2. Mentioned cricket being a game of glorious uncertainties. It's difficult, but it's not impossible.
Well, after playing against Jamaica in the first game, really being outplayed by Jamaica, basically in all the sessions, all days. I don't think Windward's won actually a session in that game from my observation, really. Jamaica dominated that game into the second game, and Trinidad has done that as well. They are unable to win a session, really, in my opinion. They have always been behind the 8 ball. They are not really come up to scratch, as we normally say. We are not seeing that standard of cricket that we expect from the Windward Islands, that they have played for the past 2 seasons. We are not seeing that coming out from the players. A pretty young team, pretty young team it is. I'm thinking if it's the lack of experience, the Pascals and those other fellas. Sonny Lambris have been around for a while. Hodge has just returned to the team. And we have some young players. Kieran Katoy being given an opportunity up front. And we see some young players. So I'm thinking that could be an issue as well. This one is on the leg stump, just being tucked off. They are coming through for 1. Waiting on the signal from the umpire. Umpire Butler signals leg by. So 1 more to the total for Trinidad and Tobago. I was mentioning it before. I'm not too sure it's because of the makeup of the team. The young Benjamin wicketkeeper. Is he so young?
I think he has been around a while, to be honest. I'm looking around the field here. I think there's a good mixture of youth and experience on the Windward Island setup.
But
see the likes of Sonny Lambris, he's been there for a while. Solizano, these are players with international experience, a bit of, not necessarily international experience, but they've been at this level for a while. Hodge as well. But as you mentioned, a couple of youngsters coming through in the likes of Stefan Pascal, Lee John, making his debut here today. Descarte played a bit of white ball cricket, but still in his infancy stage as it relates to red ball cricket at the first class level.
Yeah, that's a word that we should really look at when it comes to the Windward Islands. Infancy stage compared to Trinidad and Tobago team that we have here. We have Mohammed batting at number 4. We have 3 test players coming back to play with them. So it's basically, if you compare both teams, Trinidad and Tobago, based on experience, has gone leap and bounds ahead of them. These players from the Windward Islands have not been exposed to this sort of cricket at the standard. So they are just probably getting used to this. It takes some time to get used to first class cricket. Pascal has played a lot of youth cricket. You have persons like Eugene, who's not playing today. Darius Martin coming in really for his first season as an opening bowler. And Tyson himself. So it's a very youthful team and lack of experience, as we mentioned before. So when you look at that, the performance yesterday could be weighed on that. I'm not too sure, but it's left to be seen, really. But it wasn't the best. As the senior statesman, he sat down, he batted well and scored 100, but really got no support from anyone else. But Trinidad and Tobago here today, 178 for 2. 50 overs they have batted so far. They lead by 12 runs. Cyrus has bowled that's about 17 overs for 43 runs. Cooper is on 83 from 153 deliveries. And Jason Mohammed has joined him. He's on 1 from 7. Cyrus continued to bowl the spell.
I think I want to go back to that Django's dismissal. Looking at it, as you mentioned, he was really in no position to play that particular delivery. I'm looking forward. I'm a West Indian fan. I'm looking forward to the series coming up. We have the likes of England. I think we tour in England. And we have a home series against the Aussies as well. So it's definitely something he will have to work on. And I'm sure in his second innings, if there is a second innings for the Windward Islands to bowl at him, I'm sure it's a tactic that we'll see them using as well.
You look at the folly on the field. 2 players watching the ball between both of them. Mohammed just called him for a single and took an easy single. So it's all in the game. It's all in the game. And as you said, with him, he just rather, as we normally say, he squinged under that one. Squinged under that one. It's not a fiery pitch. It's not a pacey wicket. And you could imagine him batting under the likes of the Australian fast bowlers. It would be a terrible time for him, really. So something that he has to look at and deal with as quick as possible. This one is cut to backward point. There's a sweeper, Tyson. Runs around pickup. Benjamin does the cleaning up. Another run to Trinidad and Tobago, 180 for 2 here at Annisville in this day-night encounter. So for those who are viewing this game, I know you would be disappointed in the Windward's performance, but it's good to come and look at some cricket after work. Really. It's a Thursday afternoon. Lots happening here. St. Vincent, Cyrus continues to bowl tight.
I think we had a very good crowd, comparatively speaking, that is. It was by no means a sold-out crowd. But I think we saw quite a few persons coming down after work and enjoying the cricket. We mentioned it's not something that we used to hear in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. These lights were recently installed just in time for the Cricket World Cup. Those games played in June. So as you mentioned, those persons who may not have the opportunity to come at this time, they can actually come down here and view some very good cricket here at the Annisville playing field, albeit the Windward Islands are not doing too well. But the players are going to take a break after the first hour's play here today. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 181 for 2. Cooper, he's there, the opening batsman on 84. Mohammed on 3. And I'm sure the Windward Islands will be looking to make further inroads into this batting lineup. So we'll take a break here in the commentary box as well. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time.
Well, welcome back to Annisville Playing Field, where we just had our first drinks break here, just about 2 o'clock, 10 past 2 as my watch says. Trinidad and Tobago 181 for 2. In reply to the Windward Islands Volcanoes 166, they lead by 15 runs. And first session, first hour have been played. Windows have picked up 1 wicket, and really a short delivery from Tyson, getting that wicket of Django. As we welcome back Stacey, and welcome back.
Yeah, good afternoon and hello to all the viewers out there. I must commend the bowling efforts this morning from the Windward Islands Volcanoes in that first hour of play. It's been a period of some incisive bowling from the Windward Islands. They managed to pick up that wicket of the scrupulous Amir Django. Tyson with that short pitch delivery. No surprises that that's the weapon that would have gotten that man Django, the way he's been playing those short deliveries so far.
Well, there has been a change in the bowling attack after the first hour. Darius Martin comes into the attack. He has 1 for 44 from 7. Rather expensive at this stage. He'll be bowling to Mohammed, who's on strike on 3. This one is on the line of the middle stump. Worked nicely to the mid wicket. Stacey and we were speaking of the spectators. My fellow commentator said a crowd. I was going to tell him I don't want to use the word crowd.
We're using the word crowd.
I want
loosely.
I want to say spectators. our faithful spectators. You know, they're always here, always looking at the cricket. We welcome you at Arnisville. And if I start calling names, some people might get vexed in the stands. Why you didn't mention my name? I'm always here. But welcome to them. They have always been here. Lovers of cricket. As Martin continues. Second delivery, this is first spell in the second day of this 4-day encounter between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Stacey had much to talk about in respect of the Windward Islands team and their performance yesterday at the crease. But that was really overshadowed and dealt with by Trinidad and Tobago's response of 182 for 2. But really can't forget that innings of Kevin Hodge is very outstanding in a total of 166. But yesterday is gone, today is here. Bright sunny day at Arnisville. Darius Martin. And then he presses that one nicely. It's gone for 1. Had that quiet period when that wicket falls, Stacey. As we said, cricket is played in sessions. Windwards had a very good session there when they got that wicket of Django. So they need to create the pressure and really cause the batsman to make the mistake.
Yes, certainly Trinidad in that first hour they managed to score 44 runs, but there was a bit of an attritional period at the back end of that hour. Some pressure exerted by Cyrus and Gillan Tyson, who bowled a determined spell this morning. Lots of criticism to how he's operated in the 2 games so far, but he found some flow and energy in his approach this afternoon. Sorry, I keep saying this morning. And it's brought him success. So it's important that Darius Martin backs him up from this end. First change bowler this afternoon. And he's operating in much of the same vein as Tyson has. So far, the Windward Islands Pacers, they're bowling to a plan. So it's good to see from a Windward Islands perspective.
Well, even the commentators are finding it difficult to acclimatize to this day-night encounter. You could imagine the pressure on the players. But they have to do it. It's their job. They are paid to do it. I'm not too sure if Stacey will be collecting on the end of this, but, you know, it's a different atmosphere, a different sort of cricket being played. Starts at 1 o'clock in the day. And everything starts to go a little bit slower. Body operates differently than in the morning. So, good initiative by the West Indies Cricket Board. That's one of them. The Kookaburra ball, as we mentioned yesterday, and also the first innings points. Those 3 things have been reintroduced into this cricket. Trinidad and Tobago seems to have really acclimatized themselves and got themselves ready for this tournament. In all aspects of the game. As this one is driven back past Martin, 2 full. Just push back past Martin. It goes close to the fence. They're gone for 2. They're back for 3. Good feeling by that man running from long on, saving at least a run. But 3 runs to Mohammed and 3 runs to Trinidad and Tobago, 183 for 2. That brings you over to an end. Mohammed, he's on 4 and Cooper continues to fight here for Trinidad. He's on 84 from 55 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force They lead by 20 runs. So every run here is critically important. Critically important here. Every run. Remember the Windwards were bowled out for 166. So every run that Trinidad makes here, the Windwards would have to make that and go past whatever Trinidad has to set a target for Trinidad. That would be a daunting task based on what we have seen so far in the first innings from the Windward Islands. We have not seen that sort of penetrative bowling from this team. We know Windwards over the years have always gotten a very good bowling team. Fast bowlers and spinners. That's one thing you could really bank on the Windward Islands for. An excellent bowling team. Normally bowls out their opponents, but always have an issue with the batting. You have not seen much of that this year. As Cyrus continued to be consistently tight. He has bowled 18 overs so far, 46 runs. Haven't gotten a wicket, but he's doing the job that he's asked to do.
Yeah, he's managed to control one end for his captain. He's bowling quite well. He's bowling to a man who scored 176 in his previous game. Saw a presentation at the start of yesterday's play to Jason Mohammed for 100 first-class games for Trinidad and Tobago. So a man with a wealth of experience as he cuts that one away to pick up 2.
I know how we would love to score 100 on his 100th game in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's a lot of games being played for Trinidad and Tobago at this level, knowing that we don't have a lot of games played in the Caribbean. We have just one season, basically, to play 100 first-class game for Trinidad and Tobago. That's a lot of time. A lot of seasons, really. This one is edging through the slips. Is going close to the fence. It wins the race. The ball does. So fortune there for Mohammed. A flatter, faster delivery, hitting the outer portion of the bat. Went to punch it, and it splits the keeper and the full slip, and went into the fence for 4. So 4 fortunate runs there for Mohammed, but it fell in no man's land. Fortunate for him, 192 for 2.
Yeah, first slip was kind of wide. Now see a bit of an adjustment, a slight adjustment by Kavim Hodge, probably standing closer to where that ball went.
Well, adjustment comes a little bit too late. It's gone already. This time he's tossing it. Walked out to the man at mid-on.
Yeah, difficult period as a captain. You want to save runs as much as possible, but you also want to be presenting wicket-taking opportunities. And the field needs to be set accordingly. So perhaps if he had had maybe 2 slips, it could have been a chance there. So over completed Trinidad and Tobago 192 for 2.
Yes, and really the loss of Kenneth Demba in this Windward Islands team says a lot. It has been shown here when it comes to the bowling attack for Windward Islands. He has been a chief wicket taker in the season so far, and last year, Kenneth Demba, he's missing in this game, and you could see that part of the game is missing for Windwards, where you need him now to be bowling at this top order for Trinidad and Tobago. I'm set a target of 166, they are now 192 for 2. Oh, how Sunday Lambert would love to have him bowling now to these experienced players.
Yeah, certainly they are missing a number of key players from this lineup, Windward Islands. They're also missing Ryan John. He played in that first game against Jamaica, but didn't take the field in the second innings. With a bit of an injury. He picked up 25 wickets last year. Also missing Shamar Springer with bat and ball in hand. So just 2 of the notable.
This one is pressed to backward point. There's a man on the sweeper boundary. Comes around and field, good arm, straight over the bails. Benjamin does his normal thing, catches it and tosses it to the man at short. Extra cover, another run, 193 for 2. Slow going here for Trinidad and Tobago for the past 45 minutes or so. We have not really seen anything other than that edge going down to the boundary for 4. I've not seen any flurry of boundaries from these players. Cooper has been very quiet. I think continues. I think it is 3rd over in this spell. Just on the line of off stump. He has a slip. A 4th slip and a 1st slip really. From my vantage point, a 3rd one. And a 1st slip. Short extra cover. Mid off. Mid wicket. Square leg. A man at fine leg. A man at mid on. Just to let you know the sun is out in all its glory. There's some white clouds around. But that doesn't stop it from opening up on this real playing field. Lovely day for cricket it is. This one is just driven to the man at mid-on. No run, so as I said, quiet times here for Trinidad and Tobago. Not looking to do anything out of the way, just playing each ball on its merit. You have seen that through the innings. A few attempts have been made by Cooper on a couple of occasions, but he got away with those. Fortune favor the brave. Left alone onto the keeper's glove. Really quiet time here for this game. Battle between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Red Forces are forcing the Windward Islanders into a position that they really have to fight to save this game. 27 runs ahead. On the second day of this 4-day encounter, it's a day-night encounter been played here at Arnesville between these two teams. And they are locked in battle here. This one is driving back to Martin, who does the fielding. Station just something just click on my mind, just pass across here. It's a sporting term. Are you supporting anyone this evening? Girls High School, Grammar School, having their thing this evening out on the tarmac.
Well,
the road relays.
None of those schools are my alma mater, so I'm not too sure about their sporting activities, but I know it seems to be a big deal in the country right now.
Yes, has a hype on it. It'll be right across from the playing field, starting to start at 2 or so. Sporting season here in St. Vincent and Grenadines, especially for the schools. It's a term where you have all the sporting activities being done. Cricket, football, athletics is really in the air. I have a son who goes to grammar school. So I have to support him in some way.
Right, I know. So what house is he in? I know that there's a big thing right now. Did you go and show your support on the tarmac today?
Of course, I have my t-shirt there. I have my cricket t-shirt.
Is that red? Yellow?
Yeah, it's red.
And you're sporting a red shirt as well in the commentary box, so representing
straight
for your son's house.
Repping cricket all day, man.
I know he has athletic ability. Played some cricket as well, and he's also a sprinter, I believe. So looking forward to seeing all the medals coming our way at the end of the sporting season.
Yes, man, that's a 100 and 400 champion in the schools, intermediate. Did that last year. Hoping that he repeats this year. As cricket continues here, change of bowling. John is taking up the attack here. It's the first delivery outside the off stump, and he just caress it through covers for 4. Fielder from cover just run across and picks it up over the rope. 4 runs to Mohammed. Lovely shot.
Yeah, easy does it for Mohammed. It was short, it was wide. All he had to do was pick the gap. And he did so with ease. Captain Sunil Ambre is having a word with his young spinner. Needs to be tighter from that end. The pressure that Daryl Cyrus had built up from the other end, he really cannot look to release it. Actually, it was Mohammed who played that shot there to the covers, and we know how prolific he is on anything short, and he moves into the 90s.
Well, it's something that we spoke about earlier, Stacey, and where Windward had a very good bowling session where they got that wicket of Django, and now they are faced with a issue where they have to change the bowlers, and they really have to maintain the pressure. These bowlers were coming into the attack. Look what Cyrus did. Look what the fast bowler did, and copy. Bowl tight, keep things tight, make sure the balls are in the right spots and so on. And keep things tight, keep the pressure on the batters. You cannot be loose. And his first delivery was outside the off. The field was set for the onside. But he missed his line and length. Better delivery now. He's coming around the wicket.
Yeah, and he was actually able to get some spin yesterday, Lee John. Just wasn't able to find his range in terms of the length that he wanted to bowl to the batters. But he certainly picked up some spin yesterday. It's just a case of him being more consistent in the right areas. A better comeback for him so far in this over after that forced ball boundary.
I still would love to see these spinners a little bit more flight on those deliveries. It's good. That's what I'm talking about. Cause the batters to search for that delivery. So after that first bad delivery being dispatched by Mohammed, he came back pretty well. He's 197 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force leads by 31 runs. Keep piling that pressure on. Hodge got 126 yesterday. Nobody else passed 10 for the Windwards. Best was 9. Keep harping on that. Can't understand it. Has to be something mental or what's going on in the camp. I'm not sure. Something is not too right there. But Cooper, from yesterday to today, he's on 90 from 164 balls. Mohammed, 13 from 26. The difference is the occupation of the crease for the batters, the time spent as well. We did not see that from the Windward Islands batters. Trinidad has demonstrated that.
Yeah, Cooper, he's gone down a gear, but that's because of the situation. It's been better bowling from Windward Islands, so he's been a little bit more watchful. But we see that once anything loose is served up, he's always in a position to put it away. It's now up to 90, but Mohammed is now on strike.
Martin, back on the money. Besides that full delivery that he bowled up front, I think it was his second delivery in his first spell today. I was driven back passing by Mohammed. He has hit that hard length outside the off stump. He has done well so far into his 4th over here in his second spell. First one for today, second spell of this game. He has bowled 9 overs so far for 50 runs. Needs to get that down a little bit more. As he can. Has to be a bit more tighter than that at this level. Trinidad and Tobago, 197 for 2. Red Force leads this game by 31 runs after coming off a big victory in the last one. Mohammed had a big 100 as well. This time he's cutting. There's a man on the sweeper boundary. Does the feeling, return comes in, another single. So he eases his way up to 90. 198 for 2. Just to remind you that yesterday, starting at 1 p.m., Windward's elected to bat, won the toss and elected to bat. They were bowled out for 166. Disappointed effort by them. And Hodge got 126 out of that total. Carried his bat right down to the last one. Another good delivery by Martin. Trinidad now in reply, 198. On the same wicket, same surface, same conditions. 198 for 2. Django, he got out for a short delivery this morning. From Tyson. Martin picked up the other wicket yesterday, LBW. We have not seen much more from the Windward Islanders. Spinners have bowled reasonably tight, but have not really troubled the batters. They need that match winning bowler to come to fore. And again, just on top of it, plays it nicely outside, runs it down to third man. Mohammed picks up 2 easy runs, so good run in between these two. That's Cooper, who gets 2 more. He goes up to 92.
Yeah, we keep mentioning how good the wicket is for batting. 200 now coming up for Trinidad and Tobago, just for 2 wickets. And Windward Islands will certainly look back and say that they've let themselves down with the bat. I was pitch side this afternoon before the start of play, and Gooley, who was dismissed very early, late yesterday, mentioned how good the wicket is for batting and expressed his disappointment that he wasn't really able to get a start and kick on. So it just goes to show it's not just us up here, but the players as well recognize that it's a very good batting surface here at the Annisville playing field.
This one is driven into the covers area. The man at sweeper boundary runs around, feels just inside of the ropes. 2 more runs to him. So his runs start flowing here. He moves up to 94. Trinidad and Tobago 202 for 2. Continue to press that lead of 36 ahead. The more the merrier, they say.
Yeah, no nervous 90s being shown here by Cephas Cooper. Still playing and batting quite effortlessly here.
This surface is really good for cricket, to be honest. We saw the bowlers from Trinidad doing very well yesterday. Hitting the lines, hitting the lengths, being patient, ball turn. Had some drift on it. The fast bowlers bowl very good line and lengths. And they got the results from a few indigenous shots. Bad shots from the Windward Islanders. Really was uncalled for. Other than that, they bowl well. Can't take that away from them. Good delivery by Martin. He's gone back to that bad habit of overstepping that front crease. So the umpire Butler hands us stretched out. No ball. So he adds 1 more to the Trinidad total. This is about his 4th or 5th no ball in this innings. Stays here.
Yeah, really about the 5th no ball bowl there, but a good line to Cooper. We saw a number of occasions in that spell against when Tyson was bowling, rather, that Tyson was able to nail him down in that area, and he wasn't really able to be free flowing in his scoring. So certainly a good area that Martin has found there. If he can keep his foot behind the line. Yeah, that area right there, I think the captain will be happy if he's able to plug away just there to Cooper. But he's leaving them quite well also. He's on 94, and I don't think he'll be looking to give his wicket away. He'll want to get to that magical 3 figures. He's worked really hard for it so far, and he wouldn't want to give it away. It's 203 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, he has batted over a period of a couple of hours well since yesterday. He's now into the 2nd hour in the 2nd day. He has faced 169 deliveries. He has 94. It's all up to him now to get this other 6 runs. That's a milestone that every batsman in the regional cricket or batsman who's playing a game would love to reach. That's a milestone that everybody wants to reach when you're playing cricket at this level. And just to go back to the comparison of the experience of the Trinidad and Tobago team and the Windward Islands team, it's vast. One man there have gotten 100 games already. I think if you count all the games on the Windward Islands side, the guys who are there probably may not get up to that of Mohammed's.
We'll probably have to do that math later on, but I wouldn't take that bet for sure.
Well, you have Sonello have played a few seasons. Hodge, a few seasons as well. Besides that, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that's a good area there by Lee John. It's a case now for him to be consistent in the good areas long enough. So that's a good start to Mohammed from him.
Yeah, that's a brilliant milestone to reach, really. Mohammed, 100 games with Trinidad and Tobago. He's on 14 from 29 deliveries. Season campaigner. If I could remember clearly, he captained the West Indies and Bangladesh. Was the Bangladesh series? Yes. 50 overs, yes. Mohammed. Played some cricket against him as well.
How was that? Did he take his wicket?
We had the fast bowlers to do that. Batsman.
So you were a batsman, and I know you was an all-rounder, Ken Roy.
I bowled when it was necessary. But the others were picked to bowl. When they couldn't get the job done, they call upon me to do so. And I always come through for them.
The reliable Ken Roy Martin.
Yes. So Trinidad and Tobago just cruising here at 204 for 2. John, stung the leg side, bad delivery, outside the leg stump, sweeps, goes close to the fence. Good feeling there by the man running from square leg. That's a long way to cover. Did a very good job.
Yeah, badly lined, got some bat onto it there, Cooper. Probably wish he could have gotten 4 there to take him closer to his 100, but good run in by Katoy to keep it down to 2.
Better line by John. So he bowls around the wicket to Mohammed and bowls over the wicket to Cooper. So 206 for 2 here at Arnesville in this day-night encounter. So next to bat is Joshua De Silva, Yannick Carrier. So a lot of batting still to come from Trinidad and Tobago. And they're ahead by 40 runs so far. Cooper is on 96 from 171 deliveries, and Mohammed has joined him. He has faced 32 deliveries and he has 15 runs. So plenty to think about here from the Windward Islands perspective. Plenty to think about, plenty to do. How do they approach this next hour or so? It's up to them. They will decide as to how they will do that. But Martin has the ball in his hands. First spell for today. Bowled 10 overs so far. Somewhat expensive. 10 for 56. This year, 10 for 56.
Yeah, I remember late last night, Amir Django took a liking to him. Took 14 runs off his over coming back in to his second spell. So really hurt his figures in that second spell. Did pick up that wicket of Gooley.
This one is driving sweetly. True covers. No one would get that one. It will go straight over the boundary, hit the ropes now. 4 runs to him, 4 runs to Mohammed, 4 runs to Trinidad and Tobago. Full of delivery, he's on his front foot and drove it sweetly across the carpet here at Arnesville into the fence of 4.
Yeah, delightful cover drive there from Mohammed. Just over pitching on that occasion. Martin and Mohammed was just waiting on it and placed it quite nicely.
Easy execution, easy execution.
Yeah,
easy like Sunday morning.
Showing his experience, really. Not bothered at all in the wicket. Looks quite calm.
Martin. This one is out caught. You see? No, bounced. Sorry. I thought that one was just steered to the man at gully who dove to his left. And really, I think Mohammed was disappointed in that, getting that to third man.
He played it very late, Mohammed. Watched it right onto his bat. Ball came underneath his eyes, made contact right there. So it was always going down. Probably wished, as you mentioned, that he got it into the gap. Sort of played it on the run as well. Hopeful, but good fielding by Pascal there to dive to his left and cut it off.
Yeah, excellent fielding by Pascal. Agile. This one is on the leg stump. So Mohammed looking really good here. 19 from 36. Cooper is on 96, looking for that 4 runs to get to that magical 100. Had a few hundreds already in this tournament. Second round. Stacey, have the figures? I think it's
yes,
about 6
so
or 7
far
hundreds.
I'm not sure if there's been another 100 the way the hundreds have been piling up in this tournament so far. I'll have to check that, but coming into today 800s have been scored in the tournament so far. So Cooper looking to get to his 9th. I'll have a check to see the other scorecards to see if there's been any more hundreds. It's been a highlight of this tournament so far. The amount of hundreds that's been scored, the amount of runs that's been scored.
Well, I'm hoping that we see some new names within those hundreds being scored. Some new talents coming through. We don't have a huge pool of players here in the Caribbean because of our diverseness. Small nation, West Indies. So a short lifting delivery, good one.
Yeah, really well directed shot delivery there from Martin. Sort of took him by surprise. Played it quite uncomfortably. Mohammed had his bat sticking up in the air for a moment there. Could have had the Windward Islands in business. But he's managed to evade that, and he's still there. Trinidad and Tobago, they are 210 for 2.
Well, as you mentioned, 210 for 2 here. After the first hour plus play here at Hardinsville, I would make way for Mr. Cato as he continues to bring coverage of this day-night game encounter between the Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago, the Volcanoes and the Red Force. So they are forcing their way on a lead here of 44 runs thus far.
Well,
really an excellent comeback, an excellent performance by Trinidad and so far as Mr. Cater comes into the commentator's booth. Sesian will continue with you.
Yeah, so Lee John, in the middle of a spell here, needs to be a bit more consistent. He's getting some turn as well. Osnet Cater, good afternoon to you. And as I welcome him back, we actually had the 900 in this tournament. Kyle Corbin, a new name as well. Heard Martin mentioning this one is short and pulled. But the field is well set on the onside. Protection there, so it's just a single. Yeah, so Kyle Corbin, another new name to add to the tally of hundreds. It's 102 in that game. Combined campuses scoring 375 all out. Guyana, in reply, they are 10 without loss in that game so far. It's one Fuller driven out to cover. They look for 2. But a bit of good fielding there by Tyson. Keep it to 1.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that Cooper can add his name to that list. You mentioned 8 centuries coming into today's play and Corbin adding to that tally. They'll be hoping also that Cooper can do the same. He's on 97. As you mentioned, he's manipulated his way quite easily through the 90s so far. I'm sure Lee John will have other ideas and the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yeah, and just to update you in the other games, in that game, Jamaica Scorpions, they were dismissed for 320, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes, in reply, they are 160 for 4. In that match, Barbados Pride versus West Indies Academy, they are 468 for 4. Craig Brathwaite eyeing up a double century in that match. He's currently 191 not out. Single down to the long on boundary to get him ever so closer to that 3 figures. The end of that over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 213 for 2.
Another steady over from Lee John. I think what we've seen from him so far is he has a bit of consistency about him. He mentioned that we'd like to see him flight the ball a bit more. Saw him last night getting a bit of turn. Haven't seen a lot of evidence of that this morning. But Windward Islands will be hoping that he can just grow from strength to strength, making his debut, the young man. But it's a very difficult situation to come into. Both players here quite comfortable. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force quite comfortable as well. Already in the lead by 47 runs. So there's a lot of pressure on the young man to deliver. But so far he has really held himself in good esteem, being reasonably economical.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, yes, the Windward Islands, they've come up with a plan of attack. They've used their pacers from one end so far. Tyson bowled that determined spell this morning, picked up the wicket of Amir Django. And we have Darius Martin continuing in his spell from this end. Surprised we haven't seen that man Descarte with the ball in hand. We mentioned it late last night. He troubled Cooper out of all of the batters. The bowler, sorry. He troubled Cooper the most. So surprised that they haven't gone to him for a quick spell so far. Maybe a burst of 2 or 3 overs.
Agreed. Mentioned he got the ball to move to some extent. His lines were good. His lengths also were very good. Especially to Cooper. Got him in a bit of a tangle really. Especially in the 40s.
So Cooper on 98, leaving quite well outside the off stump. It's good to see this from Cooper as well. When he started yesterday, he got the feeling that he was a bit of a dasher. You know, that type of batter with that will look for quick runs and try to press on the accelerator. But he has also showed that he has the ability to be composed as well out in the middle and play the situation quite well that is required of him. But certainly we know he packs power as a batter. It's good to see this measured approach from him in the middle.
Most certainly, Stacey. As we mentioned, got off to a very good start, but then there was a period, as I mentioned, where Windward Island spinners bowled well in tandem against him. But one thing for sure, whenever the opportunity presents itself, he's able to put those bad deliveries away.
It's a short delivery, an attacking short delivery. So that was a really good short one from Martin, directed to the body. And Cooper, he loves that shot. So of course he was going to go for it and misses it. Good take there by keeper Benjamin.
But straight away you see experienced Jason Mohammed coming down and having a word with him. I'm sure Mohammed would have been in this situation quite a few times before in terms of being in the 90s. It's a conversation we've had as well. How well some players are able to manipulate or take that journey through the 90s into that milestone. Cooper will be hoping that he can do that successfully this afternoon.
Driven to the covers. They'll look for 2, but it'll just be 1. It's a 99 now for Cephas Cooper.
Looking at the bowling figures of both seamers here, Stacey, they have not really been able to get any sort of control If you look at Martin, he's into his 12th over, has gone for 60. I think Tyson as well going at close to 5 runs per over. So it tells me that both of these options from the Windward Island perspective, they have not really given the captain any sort of leeway in terms of getting control of the scoring rate of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Stops that one into the offside to pick up a single. You look at Mohammed bat face, and I wish we had the technology so that we can examine it some more. His bat face seems to be very closed off before the delivery comes to him, and then he opens it up on impact. It's quite an interesting from Jason Mohammed. Partnership now up to 40 of 73 deliveries.
It's been a reasonable tempo all day from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Current run rate just around 3.6, which is in keeping what we've seen from them. At times yesterday, the rate was above 4 runs per over. But as we mentioned, there's so much time left in this encounter that they can afford to score at this rate for now. I'm sure as the lead continues to build, that you will see an uptick in the scoring rate.
Yeah, certainly. You're nearing a tea break as well. So they'll be watchful in this period before they launch an attack on these Windward Islands bowlers, and they'll also want to get themselves into a comfortable position. Yes, they're in the lead, but the lead by 49 runs. So they don't want to give it away, and give the Windward Islands a period where they pick up steady wickets. The second time he's running in and stopping Martin. It's one more ball to finish this over. Goes short, goes for the pull, misses it, but it's also a no ball. So another delivery to be bowled in this over. It's getting pretty low in his stance and on impact of those short deliveries. We weren't seeing that yesterday from Cooper. Perhaps why he missed those 2 short pitch deliveries.
Actually, 2 very good short deliveries there from Darius Martin. Unfortunately from him, there have been no balls as well. But that delivery, perfect length to Cooper, just around head height, and there's where you want your short delivery to be. It's also on the line of the off stump. So Cooper really not in a position where he'll really control that particular shot. And as we look to our left, we're seeing a man there at a deep square leg and a man at deep fine leg for any sort of top edge that may result from such a delivery.
Decides to leave it alone to finish the over. I think that's a better shot, and it's been applauded as well by a senior man, Jason Mohammed. Trinidad and Tobago, 216 for 2.
216 for 2. Another over completed there from Darius Martin, just showing a bit of fight to the back end of that over with a couple of short deliveries, really testing the patience and the technique of Cooper. He has managed to really tug it out, as they would say. Hasn't had it all his way in this particular innings, but I'm sure he'll be pleased with whatever outcome he has been able to effect so far, and that's in the form of being on 99 from 182 deliveries.
Yeah, he loves to go for his shots, especially when it's short. So once the line of the short delivery is well directed, it can present a wicket-taking opportunity for the Windward Islands, because it appears as if he's not willing to leave a lot of deliveries in that area. He left that last one though, as Lee John continues to Mohammed. He gets a single to get Cooper back on strike.
Mohammed just going about his business as usual, they would say. He's using the depth of the crease on that occasion. Quite easy on the eye, Jason Mohammed. Such a wealth of experience.
Yes, and I like this too from Sunil Ambris, just telling everybody to come up on the one, not allowing him to get that quick single to get to his 100. He gets it there. He gets it there, and the celebration as well from Cephas Cooper. Belligerent to start, watchful in the middle. A wonderfully crafted century by Cephas Cooper, his maiden at this level. So congratulations to Cephas Cooper, who is still overjoyed by getting that single to get to 100.
Well played from the young man, as you mentioned. Very aggressive at the start, but managed to settle down to some extent. And very selective and very assured at times. And he's really held this innings together for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. He's been able to develop partnerships, a very big partnership, 175 with Django. And so far again, building a partnership here with Jason Mohammed. So I think the experience of those two at the other end has really helped him, because at times he has been a bit erratic, but he has shown that sort of consistency that is needed to score big at this level.
Yeah, and that's the key word, consistency. He scored 80 in that first game versus combined campuses and colleges. In this match, he's taking it a step further. There's a matter for him to just continue to keep scoring runs. And maybe we'll see him going big as this one is turned away to the onside sometime in the future. He's up to 100 now. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches things after scoring his 100. He seems to be, as I mentioned, a type of batter that likes to get on with scoring. They're nearing a tea break as well, just 10 minutes out.
Red Force doing it quite simple here at the Annisville Sporting Complex, just knocking the ball into the gaps, not taking any undue risk really. As another over comes to an end from Lee John, he's bowled 11 overs, none for 34 so far, and Trinidad and Tobago, they're 220 for 2. They are in the lead by 54 runs.
Windward Island searching for answers at the moment. How to dismiss these batters. These two are well set. It's a good batting track. And Trinidad and Tobago taking full toll. 220 for 2. Second century in this match as well. Hodge scoring 126. Really stood alone in that innings. No other batter were able to get up to double figures. In fact, 37 runs which amongst the batters in the Windward Island setup, and 3 extras, accounting for the other 40 runs for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. After that 126 by Hodge.
2 different centuries, but just as important, both of these innings to their teams. You mentioned the percentage of runs that Hodge contributed to his overall team total. And on this occasion, Cooper just holding things together really. We mentioned developing a platform from which your other batsmen can come in and play quite freely. And that is what these innings have done for Trinidad and Tobago. See Jason Mohammed just playing in his normal way. Doesn't seem to bother with what is happening out there by way of what the Windward Island bowlers are offering to him. I'm sure those batsmen in the pavilion to come would feel quite comfortable coming in, knowing that the foundation have been laid by the likes of Django, Cooper, and of course, Jason Mohammed.
Certainly a comfortable dressing room over there for Trinidad and Tobago. Well relaxed looking dressing room. Partnerships have been key in this inning so far. 221 for 2. At that early wicket of Jade Gooley, they were 5 for 1. Then moved on to 175 for 2. And now another partnership being formed here, currently on 46 between these two batters. It's a bit of an edge, but it was always going down, dying on its way through the slip cordon. Just holds up in the boundary, and Kavim Hodge is able to pull it back, but they come back for 3.
Let's play that one with soft hands, Jason Mohammed. Got it down to that third man region. And as you mentioned, that would have been a test of Kavim Hodge fitness. We mentioned him not taking the field yesterday afternoon, but having given that trace, he seemed to be in good stead. Had a bit of cramp to the back end of that innings. 3 more runs to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Takes them up to 224 for 2.
So we see that fielder going back to square leg. It's a bit behind square. And we have deep fine as well. The short ball in play. This one is over pitching, full driven nicely. Didn't time it all that well, but they'll pick up 2. So a bit of a double bluff there from Darius Martin, but the execution was a bit off.
Continue to score freely, these two. Just getting the ball into the gaps. Making the fielders really work hard.
Yes, a 50 partnership as well between these two. 51 of 85 deliveries. So another partnership formed for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Can't reiterate enough the importance of these partnerships. We saw the Windward Island innings, they were not able to forge any sort of significant partnerships. Mentioned the highest being 65. But so far we have seen 170 between Django and Cooper. And as you mentioned, this current partnership going along quite nicely between Cooper and Mohammed. So it's just the basics really of cricket in terms of, from a batting perspective, you always hear your coach telling you you need to form partnerships. These are important in whatever aspect of whatever form of cricket you're playing. None more so than the longer version of the game.
Oh, short, really too short. Gets a hand to it there, Benjamin, to stop it from going to the boundary. It's called a no ball as well, so overstepping continues to be a problem for Darius Martin.
I think whenever we've seen him trying to put that extra effort, especially when bowling those short deliveries, he's just managing to overstep the front crease. So it's a bit frustrating from him, a bit frustrating for the skipper as well. That last delivery just evading wicketkeeper Jervin. Got hand to it, so limiting the batsman there to a single.
Yeah, 8 runs coming from that over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 228 for 2.
We must continue to toil away here at the Annesville Sporting Complex. The bowlers really giving it their all, but it must be said, very good batting conditions. We haven't emphasized that enough here at the Annesville Sporting Complex. We've seen 200s in this particular game. Two contrasting styles really. Hodge being a bit more attacking, a bit more fluent. We saw Cooper just taking his time and accumulating this 104 from 189 deliveries. But as I said to you before, both innings crucial to the outcome of the team's total.
Yeah, so the last over before tea, Sunil Lambris decides he's going to have a ball. We saw that he did that in that game against Jamaica as well.
We'll be hoping that he can provide somewhat of a golden arm. You know, how often have we seen part-timer just before a break getting the breakthrough? So we'll be hoping for that. But not with deliveries like those on the line of the leg stump. Walked out to the man there at fine leg for a single. 229 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, probably looking to tempt these batters into playing an injudicious shot just before tea. But Mohammed has a wealth of experience, as we've mentioned, and it looks as if he's set, looking for another big one. Scored 176 in that first game. Doesn't appear to be the type of batter that will get tempted by anything unless it's short and wide like that. But he misses out on that occasion.
Solin Ambrose, don't know if you can term him as a off spinner. I think we can use the term right arm slow bowler. Doesn't really turn it any great deal. Windward Islands here just perhaps going through the emotions. It's 1 wicket so far in this entire session. Not what they would have wanted at the start of the day. I'm sure they would have had their plans, have certain objectives they want to achieve in this first session. But unfortunately for them, they're coming up against a very determined and an informed batting lineup in the form of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So the last ball before tea. Quicker one tried there by Sunil Ambrose, but it was a bit of a drag down and Jason Mohammed was onto it. Played it to the onside to pick up a single. So that over bookended by singles to end the afternoon proceedings here. Trinidad and Tobago in a healthy position, 230 for 2 with a lead of 64 runs.
Yes, having resumed the day on 137 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago, they've really built on that particular start that they had, up now to 230, a lead of 64 runs. So it's safe to say that they won that session. The Windward Islands, they really have a lot to do if they are to get back into this contest. But while the players take a short break for some refreshments, we're going to do the same here in the commentary box. So we'll join you in just around 20 minutes' time. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnesville Sporting Complex. Very good weather for cricket here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex. We have action here in the second round of fixtures in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. A game being played here between the Windward Island Volcanoes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. If you can recall yesterday, Windward Island Volcanoes, they won the toss and they were skittled out for 166. And Trinidad and Tobago, in reply, mounting somewhat of a strong response to that first innings total by the Windward Islands. They're 230 for the loss of 2. Mohammed, he's there on 27. Cooper on 105. As I welcome back Kenroy Martin into the commentary box. Good afternoon, Kenroy. What will the Windward Islands have to do differently if they are to get some sort of leeway or get back into this contest?
Well, the only thing you could to get back into this contest is taking wickets, getting wickets, trying to remove Mohammed and Cooper, plus gone 100. Try and remove them as quick as possible to get themselves back into this game. At present, Trinidad and Tobago has taken charge of this game and really in control. They are leading now by 65 runs. So every run that is made, Windward Islands have to make that run.
Agreed. And on the other hand, what about the Trinidad and Tobago dugout? What do you think would have been said during that short tea break?
Well, I think that they would bat as long as possible, score as much runs as possible. I think batting out the second day would be their key role, and what is most important, getting through today's play onto the third day. Score as much runs as possible.
Descarte is. We haven't seen him for the day. We saw him yesterday bowl a very good spell under the lights. I thought perhaps they were saving him for the lights. I don't know if he's a light specialist. But we are seeing him now, just after the tea break. A good steady medium pace bowler. We saw a bit of movement from him yesterday. Actually operated from the opposite end in the form of the Beckway end. You're now seeing him from the old airport end. We know that I'll be looking to him just to bring a bit of control. Doesn't have a lot of pace, but what he does, he hits good areas and gets the ball to move either way. This one is shot outside the off stump, inducing somewhat of a false shot there from Cooper. Once again, just after a break, you have to start again. How often have we seen wickets falling just after a break?
Yeah, the horizontal shot. The horizontal shot. Yes, you're 105, but you had a break. Just about 20 minutes. You have to see that ball again, feel it on your bat. This is a new bowler. Get the pace of the wicket again. So that would be an ill-advised shot, really. It had some pace on it and the bounce as well. So a good delivery from Descarte to start proceedings here.
Just to alert our viewers, the music you're hearing in the background is something put on from the old boys teaming up with the old girls in the form of Girls High School and the St. Vincent Grammar School. Our co-commentator would have partaken in those activities during the tea break. As Descarte continues, just on and about the off stump, as we look at the field, there's a man at first slip, a wideish slip, it must be said. Man at gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off. There's also a man at deep point. So it's a well set offside field. There's a bias towards the offside. It tells me that Descarte, he's going to be concentrating just on about the off stump, with only one fielder really, that of Darius Martin on the leg side.
Well, that is definitely a plan. Hope he sticks to it. Something we have not really seen implemented by the Windward Islands team, the Volcanoes team so far. Seeing a plan here being thought out and being implemented, where you have an offside field and the bowler is bowling on that line just outside the off stump.
But it's more of a defensive ploy though. I asked you all about the importance of getting wickets. But this plan, it potentially can lead to wickets, but just on the outside, it's a plan where you're basically trying to limit the batsman. And this is a lovely shot for 4. So just as we were saying, there's such a huge bias towards the offside. It was a short delivery. We saw one attempted in the earlier part of this over, but on this occasion, Cooper getting very good contact and finding the gap most importantly. So that's the first boundary after the tea break. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they move on to 235 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, that was a loose wide delivery. bowled by Descarte and dealt with accordingly by Cooper. Cooper played it before, the ball before had a little bit more pace, a little bit more bounce, but this one was right in his arc, and he placed it between the third man and the backward point, and it flew to the boundary for 4. Forward looking runs, so he moves up to 109. Even though there's a defensive field set, you still have to put the ball in the right areas.
Correct. It's a very good shot, must be said. It's always good to see a batsman piercing the gap. You don't want to see him hitting good shots to fielders. That's something that we see ever too often, sometimes with our top order players. On that occasion, finding the gap. So the shot and finding the gap is just as important. As we're going to see a change in the bowling here from the backway end, we're going to see the century man in the form of Kavim Hodge with his slow left arm spinners. Not a big turn of the ball, must be said. What he does is very accurate. Once again, I think Captain Ambrose and the management of the Windward Island Volcanoes, they're looking for a bit of control, really, trying to limit the damage from the Windward Island team, as this one is short and cut out to a deepish point. Darius Martin comes in, limits the batsman to a single. So it's clear to me that they're trying to limit the scoring opportunities of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. How successful will it be? That it's left to be seen, really. This first hour after the tea break, once again, is going to be critical.
You can't allow the Trinidadian team to really just motor along. If they continue to bat the way they are, scoring as freely as they were scoring earlier in the day, then you would have a huge target to trace. The Windward Islands don't want that, to keep things in control, or they would lose total control of this game. Lose it. Good bowling by Hodge. I think this is a good move by Sonny Lambris as well. I think there was some discussion during the tea break as to how they approach it. And we see a different strategy being implemented here by the Volcanoes. Good stop there by Sonny Lambris. Short extra cover.
Another thing in the favor of the Windward Islands, we mentioned Hodge scoring at 100, so he's a man full of confidence. And sometimes just the way how cricket unfolds in terms of when you're having a good day, like he has had yesterday, it can actually move into his bowling as well. We saw that with Blackwood in the last games, having scored 100 in the first innings, then managed to blow away the Windward Island top order. So they're hoping for something of that nature, the Windward Island Volcanoes. But it's the end of the first over from Kavim Hodge, just a single coming from it, and it's 237 for the loss of 2.
I agree with you there. One aspect of the game complements each other. So if you bat it well, you have the confidence that you can come in and bowl well. It's the same how that the bowlers, when they are bowling, they want the fielders to complement them as well. When they're bowling, take the catches. So one aspect of the game have to complement each other. So that's not a bad ploy. A man full of confidence, give him the opportunity to bowl. He may be the man with the golden arm for Windwards.
Seen a slight adjustment to the offside field. We mentioned that man at deep point, as well as a deep third man as well. So they're just trying to get the positioning right. The last delivery of the previous over, Cooper was able to pierce that offside field quite easily. So once again, there's a man at slip, a wideish slip that is. Man at gully, backward point. As this one, he's looking to pull this one. Perhaps eyeing up that region, that vast space that we are seeing on the leg side. Not timing it as well though on that occasion. Just finding the lone fielder on the leg side in the form of Martin.
Yeah, looking for that pull shot again. Has not been very successful with that shot in this innings. Either he hit it to a fielder or it is mistimed. Seen that on several occasions during this innings.
So yes, there's a man at deep point, a man at deep third man, cover, extra cover, mid-off, and that lone fielder on the leg side in the form of Darius Martin there at mid-on. Descarte into his 8th over, figures of none for 22 so far. Still searching for that first wicket, as so many of our Windward Island players are in this encounter. This one is edging, but not going to Hodge there in the first slip region. dying before he got to him, really. Delivery on the line of the off stump. There was Cooper driving, but just not enough pace in the wicket. That's going to be the difficulty for the slip feeders in terms of assessing where exactly to stand. Descarte is not the quickest around. Haven't really seen any noticeable adjustment there from the slip cordon. Is it a case where the wicket keeper is the one who will orchestrate the sort of positioning?
Well, it depends on where he stands as well. The slipsmen normally take their guard out from the wicket keeper. Depends on the carry of the wicket as well. So he most of the time would set you in respect of where he's standing. But you as a slip fielder would have to adjust yourself in accordance to how the wicket is playing as well.
To be honest, we haven't seen a lot of slip catches being taken so far in the 2 round of fixtures here at the Annesville playing field. We saw a blinder by Kieran Couture in the last game. What we have seen most of the time, the edges seem to go down. So as the slip fielder, you really have to be close and you have to be brave really in terms of diving forward, which is what we saw from Couture in that previous game. So it's really somewhat of a mystery as to where exactly you want to stand, given the nature, docile nature of this particular wicket.
Placid batting wicket. There's consistency, need a good line and length, needs to be patient as you overcome sun end. 237 for 2. That is critically important in this game. Being patient, bowling in the right areas, and working. You need some workhorses here to bowl this team out.
7 bowlers utilized so far by the Windward Islands. A lot of different combinations, still fighting for that right combination. That combination will make some inroads into the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting order. So far, just 1 wicket today. That of Amir Django was caught off the bowling of Tyson. Partnership really was causing a lot of problems for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Really dented their confidence earlier today. Once again, this partnership again growing.
And it's important to notice that the word that you use, partnerships, they have done that very well, Trinidad and Tobago. They have bowled in tandem, bowled in partnerships. When the spinners and the pacers bowl together, they created problems. And every time 2 persons come together, they have a nice partnership between them thus far.
Partnership of 62 so far between these two. As this delivery is stroked down to long on. So Lozano comes in off the long on boundary. It's quite interesting. Kavim Hodge, throughout his innings, was searching for a partner, searching for some sort of partnership. And here it is now. He has the ball in hand. He's looking to break this partnership. Into the second session of this encounter. Just a reminder that it's a day-night encounter here at the Annesville Sporting Complex. Just see a few spectators to our left, just dotted into those stands. A couple up there in the double decker as well. Stark contrast to what we saw during those T20 internationals.
Very so, very much so, very much so. We do understand it's a working day as well. And persons are at work trying to earn their dollars. These cricketers are here earning their dollars.
It's the end of another over. The end of the 67th. Getting through his overs very quickly there. Hodge, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 239 for 2. Lead of 73 runs.
That lead is pretty much significant. Significant lead, that is. Trinidad and Tobago, I think they're looking to bat once in this game. trying to get as much runs as possible, take as much time out of the game as well. With the Windward Islands fielders down, then have a blast at them.
This one is short and it's cutting to the right of Solozano there. Once again, short, wide. It's the type of shot that we've seen Cooper seem to be favoring. Whenever he's given the opportunity outside the off stump, whether on the drive or on the cut, but more so his proficiency seemed to be with the cut shot. That one again finding the gap. Solozano well positioned there at deep point. Jason Mohammed mentioned all of his experience. Played quite a bit of ODIs for the West Indies. Coming into a very critical stage for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, that number 4 position. This one again taking the inner portion of the bat for a single. If you look at the Windward Island, the Trinidad and Tobago setup, Kenroy, you have Django there at number 3 and Jason Mohammed there at number 4. So a West Indies player in the form of Django and the experienced Jason Mohammed. So those are 2 critical positions in any batting order.
You would want your most senior batters to be batting at 3, 4, 5. You would want those people to set foundations for the others to come. So that is what Trinidad is doing. They have given Mohammed the responsibility of really batting as long as possible. He's the main man. He's the experienced man. He's batting at 4. Unlike the Windward Islands where we have Kieran Couture batting at 4, least experienced batter really in the lineup. He's batting at 4, Sunil Lambris at 5, Hodge bats at number 3. So there you see the vast difference.
Looking for that cut shot once again. Not timing it this time.
You make the comparisons in the teams, man to man. You'll be very much surprised as to what you get.
Well, you spoke about the makeup of both teams earlier, and just something to note in terms of Jason Mohammed. You mentioned before something that we've been seeing making the rounds on social media in terms of whether or not his place is really justified in the side. I mean, he's been scoring runs, but a lot of people seem to be looking at his age and thinking to themselves whether or not he's still in the reckoning really to return to the test side. Is it a case where we could blood a youngster in place of him, or is it a case where the Trinidad and Tobago, they're looking to win the tournament really, and they need a sort of experience, him to walk along with some of the younger players, the Coopers in the side?
Well, a lot of questions have been asked, but Jason, he has answered a lot of questions as well. He's still playing cricket at his maximum. He's doing well. Even now he's on 31 from 58. He got a big 100 in the last game. So that tells you that he still has what it takes to make the West Indies team. He has what it takes to play at this level. And I'm thinking, if a man shows you that, he is to be given the opportunity.
So Hodge it is to continue from this to Beckway end. 2 over so far, none for 2. He's been just thereabouts with his left arm spin. I'm sure he himself would have understood what is required on this particular wicket. Spent a lot of time in the middle as this one is punched down the ground quite easily by Jason Mohammed for another single.
Making things look rather easy here. Just trotting down the track. Jogging, 76 runs ahead. Trinidad and Tobago. Lead is getting bigger and bigger as the Windward Islands players are just rather comfortable in their position. Trinidadians keep pushing and take a quick single there. Tyson just laboring somewhat at mid-off. And a quick call there by Cooper gets Mohammed going. Easy single.
I think if you're not familiar with cricket, you might be thinking to yourself that the Trinidad and Tobago team, they're batting on a completely different wicket than the Windward Islands.
Seems that way. After what went on in the first innings, you wondering what was happening in the Windward Islands innings.
So using his feet there, Jason Mohammed. Not getting it past Solozano. It's quite deep there at mid-on. Driving again, but Sunil Ambrose fields that one, and it's the end of another over. Just 2 runs coming from it, and at the end of 69 overs completed by the Windward Island Volcanoes, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 243 for the loss of 2.
Yes, a massive lead of 77 runs so far. Trinidad and Tobago, they keep piling on the pressure here on the Volcanoes, keeping things going in nicely here, and really Windwards need to pull something out of their hats here. Can't allow Trinidad just to be batting, not creating any opportunities. You need wickets. You need wickets to pull yourself back into this game. Or if they go through this day still batting, Windwards would be in some serious trouble for day 3 and day 4.
Well, they only managed two wickets so far in 69 overs into his 70th over. So it says to me that it's been really difficult to come by wickets from a Windward Islands perspective, that is. The emergence of these partnerships, can't stress that enough, has really dented any sort of hopes that the Windward Islands may have had. Got a wicket quite early yesterday. But since then, the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have really shown the grit, the determination, the know-how really in terms of operating on a wicket like this. Captain Amber is searching for answers, hoping that Descarte will be able to provide such. One is outside the off stump once again, and not for the first time we are seeing the fielders in the slip cordon, hands on their heads. Must be said, well left by Cooper. He's on 113. Coming into this game, he mentioned his high score being 80. He's been able to surpass that, and he has a lot of time on his hands to even pile on more misery on the Windward Island team.
Tell me about it. I have another day and a half to go, 2 days and a half to go to do such.
Bit of a lull in proceedings. Mentioned Windward Island just sitting back, really hoping for something to happen, hoping for some sort of spark. Similar sentiments were expressed in the last game as well versus the Jamaicans. Really batted well.
Look, you have to look more proactive. You're just sitting there waiting in positions for something to happen. You have to want to win, want to take a wicket. Understand the field setting there for Descarte. He's bowling to his field, but you want wickets. You need somebody to come in and take some wickets in.
This should be a lesson as well for the Windward Islands batsmen in terms of looking at the way the top order of the Trinidad and Tobago team have gone about their proceedings today in terms of just soaking up those good deliveries, and whenever the bad deliveries have been presented, they've really grabbed them with both hands. It's a lesson to them in terms of how to go about their operations, keeping the opposition in the sun, as they would say. Afternoon sun here at the Arnesville playing field. There's a slight wind going across the ground, so conditions not really ideal in terms of your comfort level in the middle. For the fielding team, that is, seems to be very ideal for these batters as they continue to pile on the runs at 243 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, we normally say tanning the Windward Islands players. They're having a tan. It's going to be a long day on the job here today for the Windward Islanders. As Trinidad and Tobago has 243 for 2, piling on the pressure, 77 runs ahead. Mohammed, he's set on 32, and Cooper, he's 113 from 220 balls. He has spent a long time at the crease. Hodge continues.
Continues with his slow left arm spinners. So far into his 4th over. Figures of none for 6. As he's driving this one, Mohammed, to the right of Darius Martin. Should be able to come back for a second quite comfortably. That is what they did. 2 more runs added to the total. Just coming forward and stroking that one to the right of them. Also have the bowling option in the form of Katoy as well. Saw him picking up a wicket in the previous game. So I'm sure at some point we'll see him. Captain Ambrose, I'm sure, scratching his head at some point. Another of those old boys as well. I'm sure he would have loved to be taking part in those activities, but his job is here now in terms of leading his team. When a shot goes back and cut out to Martin again, who's been quite busy on that deep point boundary. He's got through quite a bit of work in the outfield. Just to give you an update at the end of this over in terms of the other games. It's a good delivery there, a bit of turn. So that one was actually a bit slow as well, something that we have spoken about at length. Just giving it a bit more air. Certainly some assistance out there for the slow bowlers. Not the biggest turn of the ball, Hodge, but on that occasion, getting it to spin past the outside edge of Mohammed.
Yeah, good delivery by Hodge. Just taking the pace off of it and causing the ball to hit the surface and deviate nicely. That is something you have not seen from the spinners so far. You're seeing them bowling flatter trajectory, but you need to give the ball some time in the air so that they could utilize whatever is in the pitch and utilize whatever footmarks are there as well to get more assistance.
Descarte it is to continue proceedings. This one is a bit wide outside the off stump. Jason Mohammed on that occasion not interested. In terms of the combined colleges and campuses versus the Guyana Happy Eagles, remember combined colleges, they made 375. And Kyle Corbin, mentioned earlier, 102 retired hurt. Johan Jeremiah, 84. Shakari Paris, 56 in that game. And the Guyana Happy Eagles, they are 53 for 4. So in a bit of bother there, the Guyana Eagles. This one is punched down the ground there by Jason Mohammed. Well timed. Darius Martin once again having to come across to his left in the end as well. In the other game, the Leeward Island Hurricanes versus the Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions batting first. They made 320 all out. John Campbell, captain, 126. Brad Barnes, 63 not out. Leeward Islands in their response, they are 207 for 5. Kareem Agor, 76. Joel Andrew, someone that we know quite well here in St. Vincent, 31. Jamal Hamilton, wicketkeeper, very consistent. He's on 32 not out.
Some good games on hand. Those are different parts of the islands. here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Trinidad and Tobago 247 for 2. Looking to hike this one over mid-wicket. Stifled appeal by Descarte into the keeper's glove. And that shot again, Cato, missing, not connecting over mid-wicket.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's the second time we've seen that. We saw that yesterday against the same bowler as well, Descarte. So I'm not sure if there's some sort of individual rivalry going on between these two. But somehow we have seen the sort of lapse in concentration from Cooper. Delivery on the line of the off stump, looking to hit that one somewhere in the vicinity where that music is coming from.
I'll probably want to join the action over there. There's a vibe. It's a really good vibe on the other side.
This one is short and he's cutting it. Diving there was Kieran Cutaway, but can't make any sort of contact. Piercing the offside field once again. Cooper with that favoured cut shot. 4 more to the total. 251 for the loss of 2.
A fantastic shot there by Cooper. Outside the off stump, in his area. Hit it very nicely. Back to the right of Kieran Cutaway, who is an excellent fielder. Couldn't stop that one. Raced off the face of the outfield into the fence of 4. Beautiful shot. Well executed.
It's a shot we have grown accustomed to in this particular innings. Whenever they've offered him that sort of opportunity outside the off stump, he's really smiled really and accepted with both hands. Kieran Cutaway on that occasion going with one hand to his right. Just evading him. As this one is bowled. My goodness, a beautiful delivery there from Descarte. A good response to that previous shot. And Cooper goes. A well-played 117. A very good breakthrough here for the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Well, after that lovely shot from Cooper, Descarte came back through bottom pad, hitting that off stump. The bail went flying, and he goes back to the pavilion. 117, well played, but kudos to Descarte for sticking to his guns, believing what he was doing, and he picks up wicket number 3 for Windward's 251 for 3.
Just playing outside of the line there on this occasion. Cooper, a bit of inward movement from Descarte. We mentioned this contest is something that we've been observing since last evening, where Descarte bowled a very good spell to Cooper. But that's not to take anything away from the young man. A well-played innings from him. His 4th century at this particular level. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 251 for 3.
Yes, excellent position to be in Trinidad and Tobago. Despite they have lost their century maker. Cooper 117 from 225 balls. Descarte picking up that wicket through the defense of Cooper, and really excellent delivery. Played right around it through the defense and into his stumps. Trinidad and Tobago have lost wicket number 3, 251 for 3. But the important thing here for Trinidad and Tobago, they are leading by 85 runs. Welcome back, Stacey.
Good afternoon, Ken Roy, and good evening to all the viewers out there as well. It's been a battle within this game that between Descarte and Cooper. It started late yesterday evening. I was wondering why Windward Islands didn't go to him earlier to see first Cooper. In the end, picking up his man there at a brilliant delivery, tailing back into the right-handed batter. Really how he operates, Descarte gets that delivery to come back in. He's been trying to get that delivery, been getting it too wide. He's been punished. He was punished for forward delivery prior and managed to pick up his wicket. So Hodge now to Jason Mohammed. Looks.
So the combination has worked for the Windward so far between Hodge and Descarte. Descarte getting the wicket of Cooper, 116. He was dismissed for. Hodge, number 22 on his back, scored 100 as well. He has bowled a good spell so far. He has bowled 4 overs so far for 10 runs, easily. As Joshua Da Silva joins Mohammed at the crease for Trinidad and Tobago. This one is a delivery that gets Da Silva coming on the back foot, looking to turn it to mid-on. First delivery, hitting the outer portion of the bat and going out to Ambrose. Has to be careful with that one. This one is bringing him on the front foot this time. Hodge gets through his overs rather quickly. 252 for 3, Stacey. So Windward's breather sign a breath of release there, getting rid of Cooper.
Yeah, certainly, and it's been a good partnership bowling partnership, I'll say, between these two so far. Hodge has been able to control things at one end while Descarte walked away at the other, ended up picking up that wicket in the end.
Yeah, it's important that you remain patient, and that is what they did. They stuck to their guns. It seems to me that they had a conversation during the tea break and they came back out with a different intention. They started with Descarte, bowled on the off stump. He made a mistake with the fields placing. They set it properly. He continued to bowl. Immediately, Hodge was brought into the attack, and really things worked for them. And they have picked up that beautiful wicket of Cooper. He scored 100. Well played 100 to him as well. Really played a nice innings for Trinidad and Tobago and for himself, most of all. But Trinidad and Tobago 252 for 3. Windward's trail by 86 runs. You have two batsmen at the crease. I could call him a veteran by now. 100 cricket games, 100 matches for Trinidad and Tobago. Today, Jason Mohammed, he's on 37 from 71. He's been joined here by Joshua De Silva, who have just returned from the tour of the West Indies in Pakistan. He did the wicket-keeping job. So, two experienced players here for Trinidad and Tobago again. But Descarte continues to bowl here for Windwards. Same operational mode operandi. This one is just on the onside. Played nicely by Mohammed. Good feeling by the man at mid-on. Has to be careful with his line and length. Descarte doesn't have any protection on that onside other than the man at mid-on. He's trying to get that a little bit straighter. I think he needs to be just a little bit on that off stump a little further.
Yeah, I agree with you. He does get that inward movement, but has to be spot on in terms of where he lands that delivery. Probably want to tempt the batters to play across the line, though with the field is set. Just that one man on the onside, that man at mid-on there, Darius Martin. So he has to be immaculate in terms of his line more so. His lengths has been good. His lines as well, but he needs to ensure that he keeps it in that area just outside the off stump or on the off stump.
Well, there are two slips. Third man, square, a sweep on the backward point boundary. There's a cover point, short extra cover, a mid off and a mid on. There's nobody at fine leg, nobody at square leg, nobody at mid wicket. So the whole onside is empty. But you have to give Descarte his credit. He's been bowling excellently so far. He's bowling to his field, and he has picked up that important wicket. Slow times here at Harnesville. This one is just whipped to the man at mid-on. Still Mohammed trying to find that gap, that huge gap on the onside. Still can't do it. Descarte keeps him on strike. 252 for 3.
Yeah, they're working with a plan here, Windward Islands, and so far Descarte is executing to perfection just what the skipper is required of him. He has 2 more balls in this over to close things out.
This one is cut to backward point. The man is on the sweeper boundary there. Only for 1.
Yeah, too much width offered on that occasion. The field is well packed on the offside, so it'll only just be 1 unless he pierces that cover area.
So that brings Mr. De Silva into strike, Joshua De Silva. He has faced 5 deliveries so far. Stint at the crease. Yes, 253, 253 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force leads by 87. Descarte. This one, he's bold. Is he bold?
It's actually an
There's
appeal
for
for
LBW. Sorry.
Yeah, an appeal for LBW there, but umpire Dyton Butler said not out. Let's have a look at the replay to see what went down there. Maybe some bat on that. It looked adjacent. Yeah, bit of an inside edge onto the pad. It's a lucky edge there because it was right in front had it not been for bat.
Let's look at it again. I thought that it struck the stumps. Here's Descarte in. Really thought that it struck the stumps. Not out, says umpire Butler. So he lives to fight again. Trinidad and Tobago 253 for 3. So as I mentioned before, the Windward Islands seems to have had a talk during that break and really came back out with a plan with Hodge and Descarte starting off proceedings, and it has worked for them so far. 253 for 3. They have not scored a lot of runs, but they have picked up wickets and keep things tight. This one is fighting nicely, and Mohammed is driving out to the man at long off. Does the feeling. So 2 more runs to him. He moves up to 40. Slowly but surely, he's getting up there. 255 for 3. That lead continues to increase.
Yeah, when you look at the two bowling teams on display,
This one is torn neatly to mid wicket. He's gone for 1. He's back for 2 easy runs. So sensible batting here by Mohammed, senior statesman for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
I was saying, when you look at the two teams, really the same types of bowlers that they have on show. Both teams have 2 faster bowlers, then a medium pacer. You have a leg spinner, an off spinner, and now a left arm spinner here, as Windward Islands have introduced Kabim Hodge, carry pair on the Trinidad and Tobago side. So very similar in terms of their attack and the bowlers that they've used so far.
Well, you mentioned that they have a similar attack. I do agree with you with the fast bowlers and the amount of bowlers that they use in the type of bowlers. But I think that Trinidad and Tobago bowlers are more skilled.
Yeah, definitely. You look at Yannick Karaya and you toss him up to this one. They're pushing for 2. Yeah, good fielding to keep it to 1. And you toss him up to Daryl Cyrus. Cyrus is a lot flatter, a lot quicker. And Yannick Karaya, he actually tries to get the ball to spin. He blows it a lot slower through the air. Look for that loop and drift as well. So that's just one example of the difference in skills between the 2 teams and the bowlers on display.
Yeah, and what has been different with the batting is that they have been patient. They haven't played any rash shots. They have occupied the crease, wait on the bad deliveries. Really, this is a loud appeal. Finger goes up. De Silva doesn't like that. He's showing the bat, but the umpire index finger goes up. Flighted delivery, struck him straight on his boot. On his boot, really, and that was an easy decision for the umpire.
Yeah,
Flush on the boot.
It was a full delivery and he was looking to play it across the line. Got himself in a bit of a tangle there, Joshua De Silva. So he doesn't really trouble the scorer and he has to go back. So the Windward Islands have struck again. De Silva goes without troubling the scorers. He goes for a duck of 6 deliveries. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 258 for 4. And it's also a drinks break, is it?
Look at that delivery. Full right on the middle stump. Joshua De Silva had umpire. Pretty easy decision to make there. Out goes index finger, 258 for 4.
Yeah, not a drinks break just yet. The players just taking a chance to refresh themselves just before that. But you also look in the background and look at the reflexes of Kieran Katoy, who dove to his left to stop that and was still aware that the stumps were in play. Although the Kavim Hodge was appealing for an LBW decision, look at that, and he threw it back. Wasn't accurate, didn't get it to the stump, but as good reflexes from him. Good athleticism shown there by Katoy in the background. But LBW has been adjudged LBW De Silva. And Hodge, who's been quite miserly so far, 6 overs, 15 runs, picking up that wicket as well.
Well, I mentioned that he may have the golden arm and also the golden bat coming into this game. He had it. So he has picked up his first wicket. He has bowled very tightly as well. 6 overs, 15 runs, 1 wicket. He has bowled in tandem with Descarte from the other end, who has picked up a wicket as well. So Windward, as I said, seem to have gotten themselves together, got the plan together, and they are working and working hard at that plan.
So this has been a good bowling partnership. As we mentioned, we've seen Trinidad and Tobago have some good batting partnerships. Amir Django and Cephas Cooper put on 170. Then Mohammed and Cooper had a half-century partnership. But De Silva being dismissed right after that. Full delivery. But a bit too straight. Tailing into the onside and whip to the leg side to pick up 2 runs.
So this brings Mr. Carrier to the wicket for Mohammed. Will Mohammed change the momentum of his game, knowing that he's batting with the low order? 4 wickets down. Will he change the momentum of his game, play a few more shots, look to take a little bit more risk? Not too sure. He's on 45 from 82 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 94 runs, 260 for 4.
Yeah, they've lost back-to-back wickets, you'll say, Trinidad and Tobago, but it's really no need to panic just yet. 4 wickets down, you have Jason Mohammed, who looks quite methodical in his approach so far at the crease. He's joined by Yannick Karaya. Still have 6 wickets to play with. They have a lead of 94 runs.
Plenty time in this game, Stacey, and a lot of time in this game. There's so much time that I think he could play another 2 games. In the time that we have allotted for this game, based on how things are turning out here, winners really have to really have a huge turnaround in the way that they approach their batting in this second innings to really have a chance in defending whatever or erasing whatever total they've been given by Trinidad and Tobago and making themselves competitive.
Yeah, definitely. And well, before they think about batting, they have to try and work hard to get 6 more wickets. They've already toiled to pick up 4, 260 runs on the board for 4 wickets. So at this rate, it looks as if they'll have to get 6 more wickets before they get to bat again. Before they get a chance to bat again. It's been tough going for them so far.
I think it's only tough because of the way that they approach their batting and the way that they executed. They thought of batting earlier when they won the toss, but they never really carried out what they're supposed to do, what was told to them, what they expected to do, never really applied themselves. And at this point, they are chasing the 8 ball, 94 runs ahead in this 4-day encounter, day-night encounter, where the atmospheric conditions changes as we continue to play cricket here as skipper Sonny Lambis have a little word with Descarte. The thing is that how long will these 2 continue to bowl for Windwards? That's another question. Who would replace them? That's another one that they would have to answer. That is for Sonny Lambis to decide on. Descarte is now into his 13th over. He has bowled just about 5 to 6 overs in his spell. He has 1 for 32. Hodge has bowled about 6 overs as well. So If he can get at least a 10 over spell from Descarte here, would be very nice. At the rate that he's going. Think that's possible, Stacey?
Well, it'll have to be seen if you get another over after this one. As he runs into bowl.
This one is driven to backward point. Sweeper is out there. Katoy tumbling to his left. Didn't make contact with that. Goes into the keeper's glove. Another single to Mohammed. Trinidad moves up by one more to 261 for 4. 261 for 4.
Yeah, in terms of bowlers to go to, if he is going to continue to rotate his paces from one end, I think we might see Tyson coming back in for a spell. He did, as I mentioned, have a decent spell this afternoon. Picked up that wicket of Amir Django. So it appears as if he's found some rhythm in his bowling. So he might be the next fast bowler that he turns to, Sunil Ambrose. I think Hodge can go for a little bit longer if he continues to be as economical as he has been so far.
I could remember back in the days of cricket when fast bowlers have the ball in their hands and it's working. They never want to give it up until the job is done. Persons like Roy Marshall would bowl for hour plus. Casper Davis, all in his spell, Cameron Coffey, Nixon McLean, those fellas would bowl for hour plus, just looking, bowling hard into the wicket. You have not seen much of that these days in the cricket. Stacey from the fast bowlers. I was told that they were made from different metal at that time.
Yeah, our co-commentator Alanson Cruikshank said one time that they don't make them the same as they do, as they used to rather.
Yeah, remember that in the first 2 hours or so you had fast bowlers bowling at your head for 2 hours plus. Now in cricket you bowl at least 10, 12 overs and then you have a medium pace or a spinner coming into the attack.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of conversations, in Test cricket about fast bowlers and managing their workload. And I know that's not a conversation that you like to hear, Kenroy Martin, but it is one that comes up when you see a fast bowler running in and working hard. But you always look at the fitness of players and you always measure them to, days that's gone by. And technology has improved so far, so you would think that bowler management, keeping them fit, would be a lot better compared to those days.
My question to you, Stacey, why haven't we produced the fast bowlers that we used to before with all the technology? Why, with all the analytics and all the other stuff being put together, why have we not produced the fast bowlers that we used to produce before? You said they're not made the same, but with all this information,
that's what my co-commentator said.
Why?
When you said we, do you mean
West Indies?
West Indies.
Okay. We were the 4-prong pace attack. We started that in world cricket. That is where we built our strength on. Our 4 fast bowlers, the horsemen. We were known for our fast bowlers. Now we have at least 2 to 3 spinners in our test teams and one-day teams. You're not seeing those sort of fast bowlers coming through. It has to do with the wicket as well. Preparation of wickets. We used to have some pretty quick wickets in the Caribbean. We used to love to come to the Caribbean as a over come to an end, 264 for 4. A lot of things have changed. And I think the cricketers have changed as well.
Well, there you go. Yeah, as well. That as well. Back in the days, you see quick bowlers running in, batters ducking, getting out of the way. But these days, a lot of the batters, they're standing up to the quickest of deliveries and pulling it for 4 and 6. So there's that difference as well, the modernization of the batters.
Well, I have seen over the period of time, any world-class team, they have to at least 2 genuine quick bowlers. Australia has that. India has that. They have world-class bowlers, fast bowlers. It is needed in any world-class team. That is what we need to produce, some fast bowlers who would bring some thinking to the batters when they are going out. We will have to say, boy, you have to go and face this fast bowler. How do I approach it? Those are the things that the batters used to say before. Courtney Ambrose, Courtney Walsh. Those fast bowlers, how do we handle them? England coming down for a tour. We have to deal with these fellas on these wickets. Who do we have to say that about these days, Stacia? Kimar Roach. This one is cut to Kieran Katoy, who does the fielding. Simple. Just hand it off to the man there. Trinidad and Tobago continues 264 for 4. It's a lot to be discussed, a lot to be talked about. Playing cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a day-night game. Trinidad and Tobago taking full advantage of St. Vincent and the Grenadines waters. Sailing waters, they are sailing smoothly across the Caribbean here after starting at home. They're now in St. Vincent and they're doing pretty well. Mohammed, he's batting, he is on 48 from 93 delivery. Descarte is bowling a pretty decent spell here. He has 1 for 33, backed up nicely by Kevin Hodge, who scored 100 in the first innings.
Yeah, he is bowling. He's bowling quite well so far. That lead is nearing 100. Trinidad and Tobago 264 for 4. Give you a rundown of the dismissed batters so far. Cephas Cooper, he scored a wonderful 117. He was bowled by Descarte. Jed Gooley, was the first man to be dismissed without scoring by Martin late last night. He was LBW. Amir Django, he was dismissed for 84 of 134 deliveries. He was caught by Jovin Benjamin, bowled Gillan Tyson. And Joshua De Silva was just LBW by Kavim Hodge without scoring as well. So in the middle you have Jason Mohammed, who's 48. And Yannick Karaya is 1 of 3 deliveries.
There you have it, the summary. The first innings of the Windward Islands batting display. Trinidad and Tobago 264 for 4. And batted 77.4 overs thus far. As Mohammed solidly forward to that one to Descarte, who's bowling decent spell from the E.T. Joshua end. I spoke already about the way that the Windward Islands came out after that break, that 20 minutes break. It seems to be a different team. They had a different approach, different strategy. Seems to have a plan, and they came and they implemented it. And really it has worked well for them so far. I think they have won this session of play, Stacia.
Well, it's similar to what happened in that game against Jamaica. They won that one session. So now they've managed to be on top here so far. It's a case of them being able to be more consistent and see if they can win more sessions. A second run turn down there. Yeah, well, so far they're doing a good job. Descarte in the middle of a handy spell. Actually, end of that over, a single coming from it, 265 for 4.
So, 1 for 51, 1 for 70, 1 for 34, none for 52, none for 34, none for 2, and 1 for 18, Kevin Hodge. Those are the bowling figures for Windward Islands. Thus far, Yannick Carrier, he has 1 for 3, 1 from 3 deliveries. Jason Mohammed, the senior statesman for Trinidad and Tobago in his 100th game. He's on 49 from 96 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago has a current run rate of 3.40, and they have 265 runs for 4, and they lead by 99 runs. Here in the second day of this 4-day encounter is a day-night encounter as Hodge continues to bowl to Mohammed, who's just looking for that 1 run to get 50. Important run as well. 265 for 4. I think Hodge has done a pretty good job backing up Descarte from this end. Pretty good job.
Yeah, he has. And Descarte, I believe, has bowled 7 overs in this spell so far. I think we might see a change from the other end just to give him a bit of a break. But it's been a pair that's been doing the job for Sunil Ambris.
I would have been working him until he gets on the wicket, says here. Captain, break. Appear to work. You have to work. I need you.
But you see, until he gets another wicket, suppose it takes another 20 overs for him to get a wicket.
It's all right. Have to work.
As grinding him down into the ground, Kenroy.
Time to rest. There's plenty time to rest. There's so many different physiotherapists, massage therapists, ice baths. Recovery, pretty easy these days.
He looks a pretty fit young man, Descarte. So he's not bowling express pace either. So looks like he was ready to get over to the bowling crease. That's what you want to see.
Well, that brings you over to an end, and the umpire signals I think there will be a break here. And Trinidad and Tobago 265 for 4. Mohammed is unbeaten on 49 from 102. And they have a lead of 99 runs, Stacey. And they will take a break here now, and we'll be coming back with more coverage at Arnesville playing field in this day-night encounter between Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Brings break. Descarte into his 8th over. He's bowling to the left-handed batter now, Yannick Karaya. Operated mainly to the right-handed batters. Now he has a left-hander in his sights. Good afternoon to you, Osnet.
It's good afternoon to you, Stacey. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Shaping up to be an interesting display here. Trinidad and Tobago looking to pile on the runs as we mentioned at the start of today's play.
Yeah, so just a correction actually. This is his 9th over on a trot. So a test of his fitness and he's holding up quite well. A misfield there by Eugene actually, who's on the field. Substitute fielder on. Get the name of the fielder that's the player that's off at the moment.
Just looking at Yannick career, Stacey, in terms of his career stats. He batting at number 6 here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Has a first class average of 28.05, 75 first class games, high score of 196. So definitely has some ability with the bat, which really justifies his position here at number 6.
Well, that's a full banger. And it's been helped to the onside. Didn't even try to hit it too hard. Just timed it and placed it in that gap. And it's also a 50 for that man, Jason Mohammed. The reliable Jason Mohammed picking up another half century.
Yes, he's been a model of consistency, Jason Mohammed. Once again, going about his operation in his usual manner. That delivery from Descarte was really a gift, really. It's a bit early to be given gifts. Perhaps an attempted slow delivery. Came out totally wrong on that occasion. And as you mentioned, Jason Mohammed, all he had to do is find a gap on the leg side, which he did. And he got himself a boundary, takes him up to 53. He's definitely going to be critical to the outcome of this first innings from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Back on that good length that he's found outside the off stump, yes. Attempted that slower delivery. I wonder why he went to that delivery. He was bowling so well, perhaps trying something, but it didn't work out well for him in the end. Mohammed taking full advantage of that full delivery.
Maybe a bit of fatigue as well coming into Descarte's rhythm. Into his 15th over.
Driven this one quite confidently, but straight to that fielder there in cover. His 9th delivery on a trot actually. Descarte. Your cook commentator.
9th over.
9th over, sorry. 9th over. It seems as if I'm doing a marathon spell up here instead of Descarte. But yes, his 9th over on a trot, and maybe he's getting a bit tired as well. But he's doing a job for his team, and it's good to see that he's standing up and answering the call for his skipper. There's 5 runs coming from that over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a commanding position, a lead of 104. They are 270 for 4.
Very good position there in Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 274. 70 for 4, as you mentioned. Jason Mohammed, he's going to be critical in this first innings. Just looking to form a partnership once again with Carrier. Partnerships have been the order of the day for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Currently lead by 104 runs. Spoke about Descarte. 15 overs, 1 for 39. So he has indeed toiled away. As we see a change in bowling here from the Beckway end. Captain removing Kavim Hodge. He's going to be replaced by the leg spin of Cyrus. 19 overs, none for 52 so far. Quite an interesting change.
Yeah, so the leg spinner about to Face up to a leg spinner, Cyrus. It's the left-handed batter, Yannick Karaya. Walks this one into the onside. They're running hard, pressing for 2, but it'll just be a single.
Neatly played there from Carrier. Just coming forward and stroking that one to long on. I think that's what we'll see more of from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Lead is over 100 at this point, 105. Already troubling signs from a Windward Island perspective.
Cyrus has to maintain the pressure that was built up from that end when Hodge was operating. He started well so far in his spell. It's looking to be a bit fuller compared to his first spell also.
I think what's going to be important as well is the pace at which he bowls. That's something we spoke about. If you're able to bowl a bit slow on this wicket, there's definitely some sort of assistance there for you. So the likes of Carrier and even Carry Pair to some extent vary their pace very well, and they were successful, as this is another delivery walked into the leg side from Mohammed. Gets another single.
Oh, that one term sharply. There's an appeal, but no bat on that one. So you mentioned the pace and bowling it slower on that occasion and getting it to turn sharply. Back into the left-handed batter to end that over. 2 runs coming from it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're 272 for 4.
Yes, Cyrus coming in after that 8-over spell from Hodge. 8 overs, 1 for 18. Really came in and put the brakes on the scoring and was able to get that wicket off the silver. 272 for 4 as we seen a little bit of a drizzle. Don't think it will actually last too long. Sun is still up. We see umpire Butler. Just take a panoramic view of the ground.
A change of ends as well for Hodge. So Descarte is going to be replaced by him. Looks to come down the track there, Jason Mohammed. Drives this one. It'll just be a single. Well, it's an overthrow actually. None of the fielders seem aware of that. And it goes into the boundary for 4. So overthrows here. And it ends up being 5. So some sloppy fielding from the Windward Islands.
Yes, sloppy bit of cricket there from the Windward Islands. Not what is required at this time. They want to be gifting runs to the opposition, considering they're already 106 runs ahead. As you mentioned, no one seemed to pick up that delivery that was returned from the deep.
Yeah, lots of finger pointing as to who should have stopped that delivery, but no one seemed to know where the ball was when it was thrown in to the direction of the keeper. And even Martin reacted quite late to it as well. It was already on its way close to the boundary when he finally saw it. and decided to give chase.
It's going to be Django. Apologies, Carrier, both left-hander. I'm sure Django would have loved to be at the wicket at this point in time, having been dismissed for 84 all year. Carrier it is. Coming forward. It's defending down the pitch. Mention Hodge. 8.4 over so far, 1 for 23. That overthrow also would have dented his figures to some extent. Once again, just looking to build a bit of pressure on these two. Partnership of 19 so far between these two. They'll be hoping that they can carry on for much longer for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. As another over is completed, 82 overs completed. The new ball actually was due 2 overs ago. Not sure if Captain Ambrose would actually contemplate taking it, given the job that his spinners have been doing in recent times. Spinners as well as Descarte.
Oh, now he's opted to have spin operating at both ends. Remember that last game against Jamaica? That new ball wasn't taken. He's also probably thinking about the rate at which they might score with that newer ball, or perhaps he's deciding to leave the newer ball until the lights are fully in effect. So it's left to be seen, the plan from a Windward Islands perspective. Lots of things to contemplate from a captaincy perspective.
I'll tell you what, he has had a lot to contemplate in these 2 games, these 2 round of fixtures. I'm hoping from his sake that he has had some very good night rest, because he will need it, given how his team has performed so far.
Yeah, and a lot of it has been the approach with the bat. Yes, the bowling could have been better, but certainly on this type of wicket that's been presented here at the Annisville playing field, should have been more runs scored from the Windward Islands batters.
Seen a bit of tone, slow tone though, offering the opportunity for Jason Mohammed to just camp on his back foot. Just need to give him a bit more air, getting onto the front foot. There's a man there at slip. This one is flatter again. A bit of tone, but because of the slow nature of the wicket, the batsman is still able to just get back onto his back foot and just smother whatever spin there is. Cyrus, still inexperienced at this level. I'm sure he would have been looking at Carrier and how he went about his operation. More experienced campaigner, Yannick Carrier, played at the highest level as well. So it's all about learning, looking at the best practices from the opposition. This one once again is walking out to Descarte. No run, so it's the end of a good over there. Tight one from the Windward Islands. It's 277 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, maiden over there from Cyrus. Changes of his length, but you mentioned his pace as well. He's operated quite quicker compared to Yannick Carrier when we're doing comparison. He hasn't picked up a wicket just yet. He's been managed to keep a handle on the scoring rate. His economy has been good, but that wicket column remains empty. I'm pretty sure that he'll want to add to that. So another change of bowling. Lee John now off spinner being introduced into the attack from this end. So the 1 over from Kavim Hodge, and perhaps the left-handed Yannick Carrier being on strike is what prompted that change. Question now is if he can execute well enough for his skipper.
Lee John, 11 overs, none for 33. That's a bad start from the young man. But a couple of deliveries to turn last night, bowling from the opposite end, however. As you mentioned, theoretically turning the ball away from Carrier. We're hoping to get a bit of consistency going. Django so far quite circumspect in his approach. Carrier, that is. So there's a man at slip, a man at short leg. Position that we've seen Stefan Pascal take up quite often. This one is short and he's punching off the back foot to the left of Darius Martin, who comes around. Does some neat work once again. Limits the batsman to a single.
Yeah, too wide there on that occasion from John. He has the protection though. But that's what we've seen from him so far. Yes, he's getting the ball to turn in between though. We see him deliver that shorter, wider delivery. It really speaks to his inexperience. But certainly should be looking to get tighter lines to these batters and fuller as well, to allow the assistance in turn that we see some of the spinners are getting so far.
Yes, on his debut, Lee John. I'm sure it's a proud moment for the young man. Be open to just make some sort of progress by way of wickets. Captain Ambrose calling on him here in the second session. Trying to continue to get wickets at regular intervals. The last wicket falling at 258. This one is hit to the right of the diving fielder there at cover. Should get into the boundary now for 4. So the use of the feet there from Jason Mohammed. We have seen him threatening to do that on a couple of occasions. But on this occasion, getting just enough bat on it. Beating a diving Kieran Katoy there in the covers for another boundary. He moves up to 63. It's now 282 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, the delivery prior, he came down the track, didn't get the length. He checked his shot, defended it. On that occasion, picked the length quite well. And the placement again, evading Tyson there. Well, Katoy, sorry, at cover.
This one is a big hit. Over the top, all the way for 6. So once again, using his feet, getting to the pitch of that one. It was in fact a full toss. And just hitting that one over long on for his first 6. Score moves on to 288 for the loss of 4.
We are deciding to take on the young man, the young debutant, Jason Mohammed, using his feet, unsettling the bowler's line, and end up gifting him a full toss that he latched onto quite well, depositing it for 6. And the first 6 off of Jason Mohammed's bat. In this innings, he moves up to 69 out of 121 deliveries.
A bit of attacking intent there from Jason Mohammed, and that's what you expect from him. He's an experienced campaigner. You realize young man making his debut, off spinner as well. A favorable matchup, as they would say. And definitely it was a concerted effort to really put a bit of pressure on Lee John in that over. Lead goes up to 122. So quietly that lead is really creeping up into that territory where the Windward Islands would really not want it to be. It's already a commanding lead, 122 runs. If that lead continues to grow and grow quickly, past that 150 mark, nearing the 200 mark, those are regions that, as a Windward Island supporter, you tend to lose a bit more confidence in the ability of the team to really get back into the contest. It's coming inside the line here, Carrier, and just walking that one down to long leg for a single. So I think it's safe to say that we're seeing a bit more positive intent from the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen in the last over or so. Still lovely weather here at the Annisvale playing field. No threat of rain at this time. Still an opportunity for persons to come on down and take in some of the action. Cyrus it is again. His leg spin has toiled away endlessly to his 22nd over, Cyrus. Partnership of 29. Earlier we saw that big partnership between Django and Cooper. We also saw 76 between Cooper and Mohammed. So with those type of partnerships, Stacey, it's always going to put the opposition under pressure. And we've seen that from this innings played by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Short, and he's pulling it through mid-wicket for another boundary. So we just mentioned that positive intent, and it's definitely an uptick in terms of his scoring rate. Jason Mohammed just seizing that opportunity to inflict further blows to the Windward Island bowlers. Another short delivery there, going back onto his back foot and pulling it quite ferociously through that mid-wicket region. Kieran Cotway once again diving in vain, and it's 293 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, you mentioned the partnerships that they've had, and that massive one of 170 will certainly grind the opposition team into the ground, and that's something that they tried to maintain throughout. Intentionally tried to bat and form partnerships. That over is completed, 5 runs coming from it. Trinidad and Tobago 293 for 4. Yeah, so the Windward Islands, on the other hand, they haven't been able to form any sort of partnership of note apart from that 65, and we are seeing a contrast here in the approach by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters. Why they're in such a commanding position at the moment. And we mentioned seeing aggression from the batters, but it hasn't been reckless. It's been quite calculating. I think Jason Mohammed has decided he's going to be imposing to the young off spinner just to throw the plans out of the window for the Windward Islands so far. I mean, they're close to that dinner break, and Sunil Ambris probably deciding, let me throw the ball to my young off spinner. They probably want to try to take him on, but Jason Mohammed is saying to him, I'm going to let you change your plans. As Yannick Karai is now on strike.
As you mentioned, it's just about seizing those moments, and as you mentioned also, it's a moment that Jason Mohammed sensed that the opportunity exists. So the shot and punching this one in front of square. Quite a bit of work for Mahatin to do up there on the deep cover boundary. Does so effectively. So 2 more runs added to the total. 295 it is for 4. Just struggling a bit there in terms of the right and left hand combination. Lee John. Also a change of ends for him. Bowled predominantly from the Beckway end yesterday and this morning. Just on a couple of occasions offering a bit of whiff. And Carrier not afraid to play shots through the offside. Most left-handers really graceful through the offside. Co-commentator Kenroy Martin at times impressed as this one is stroked up to Descarte once again at mid-off for another single. 296 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, so Jason Mohammed, that quick single taken, Jason Mohammed no on strike again. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches these next 3 deliveries from the young off spinner. We saw that he decided to be aggressive against him in his last over.
So again, using his feet, just walking it neatly, just behind square on the onside, and a chance for a second, and they make it quite comfortably in the end. So good batting here from Jason Mohammed. Coming down the track. Delivery just short of a length, but working it neatly, and got himself 2 runs. So he's definitely on the march here this afternoon at the Arnes Bay Sporting Complex. one is tucked away again. In that same region, a chance for second. And once again, very good running by these two. So all of his experience just coming to the forefront. Jason Mohammed working the leg spinner on the onside. There's a man back at deep mid-wicket, a man at deep square leg. There's a long on as well. A man out at deep point. So quite a few boundary riders at this time. But what he has done well is the weight of the shot itself. As we're going to see a change in the field. That man Cyrus coming into a square leg position.
Yeah, smart batting from him. If it's not there for the shot, then he's just going to walk it into the gap and run hard, pick up 300 runs coming up as well in this over. Showing some sort of respect to the bowler on the last delivery. 7 runs coming from that over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 300 for 4.
That's another milestone achieved by the Trinidad and Tobago team. 300 for 4. Jason Mohammed, 77. Senior statesman in the side. Just putting his hand up once again and being counted. Yannick Carrier just there playing a supporting role for him. His partnership of 42. So growing quite quickly. Mention a change of momentum to some extent. The last couple of overs. Speaking about momentum, we have a batsman here who normally changes his momentum in the form of Kenroy Martin. Kenroy, welcome back to the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Osnet. Probably a few people doing the rain dance for the Windward Islands by now. Lead 134.
I tell you what, we have had 2 solid days of sunshine. Very good conditions for cricket. No signs of rain at this time.
Trinidad and Tobago 300 for 4, 134 runs ahead. Daunting task here for the Windward Islanders. It's getting even more difficult. Mohammed is on 77 from 129 and he has his partner Carrier with him. Another half an hour before that break. What would be the plans of Mohammed? I think that he would step his game up, as I said before. Play a few more shots, take a few more chances. Try to get to that 100 as quick as possible. Trinidad in a commanding position here.
But just to say though, we mentioned the change of momentum, but as our co-commentator Stacey rightfully said, it's not been reckless to any extent. As this one is walked down to fine leg, Descarte coming around, can't prevent a second. So 2 more runs added to the total. That's something we have seen from these two as well, running hard within the wickets. So the positivity, as we mentioned, have come in the form of just better running between the wickets and also showing a bit more positive intent without being reckless in any way or form.
What is coming into play now is the amount of time remaining in the game. And Trinidad and Tobago realize this wicket is a pretty easy one for batter. And if the Windward Island batters bat much better than they batted in the first innings, it could be present them with some trouble in the second innings. So they're trying a few other things as there's a loud appeal, but umpires are not interested.
It's that one striking him just outside the off stump. Their Carrier.
So those time factors coming into play. Remember the last day 75 overs. That's the maximum. And then there's tomorrow and another 2 hours to play today. So Trinidad and Tobago would like to make use of the opportunity given here. They don't want to bat too slow, but get as much runs as possible so that they could give them the time to bowl out the Windwards on a second occasion.
I think the disappointing aspect from a Windward Islands perspective as well is that this game has followed a similar template to the previous encounter, where they batted poorly in their first innings and resulted in Jamaica being able to really pile on a lead and put pressure on them in their second innings. Yes, their second innings they had an improved batting effort, but they were never really threatening that score of that target of 420 in any way. And we could actually see this game going along a similar path. Trinidad and Tobago currently lead by 136. So if they bat throughout the rest of this day, I'm sure they'll be somewhere in the region of 200, 250, depending on how quickly they're able to score. And that would definitely put pressure on the Windward Islands in their second innings. But it's a good over there, a neat one from Cyrus. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their first innings, responding to 166 being made by the Windward Island Volcanoes. They are 302 for 4.
Well, they have all to think about here, the Windward Islands and their players. They have another day, 2 days, and a session to think about. They have 136 runs to think about. How do we go about this? Trinidad and Tobago are thinking, okay, we need to get as much runs as possible, get the Windward Islands batters back into their crease. And I think something that you mentioned before against Jamaica, I think that Trinidad and Tobago has a better bowling attack than that the one we saw from Jamaica, and this will come to that. So looking at that and looking at this game, it's rather dicey for the Windward Islands, really. Don't want to call it too quickly, but, you know, I'm just seeing things from where I'm at.
It's Lee John to continue. We'll be hoping to change whatever perception you have there, Kenroy.
Yeah,
Put his hand up for his captain. Jason Mohammed, I'm sure, has other ideas.
He wants 100 in a 100th game for Trinidad and Tobago. That's his goal. He would love to complete that.
Well, based on what we have seen so far, he's well on his way. Seem to have a measure of the bowling itself. Have adapted to conditions very well. With his experience, I'm sure he will have that 3 figures in mind, but more so, this force innings total by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, as he's working this one neatly down to long on for another single.
Well, the most challenging time for the Trinidad and batters so far was the tandem bowling between Hodge and Descarte. They had a pretty good bowling spell between both of them. That was a challenging time for the Trinidad and batters. They lost just about 2 wickets in that session. After that, Trinidad has taken control again of the game and really push home their advantage. 137 for 137 lead runs, 303 on the board, 2 and something days remaining, and really Windward Islands are looking down the barrel of a gun, really. I'm not too sure what caliber would be coming their way. But it is desperate time for the Windward Islands. They have to be thinking of a lot of things. As this one is cut to backward point, brilliantly fielded there by the man. That is something I'll say about the Windward Islands team. They have fielded pretty well during these games and the other games before. So we have no complaints there. But batting is the problem here. This one is caught between the slip and the keeper. Streaky edge. It comes close to the fence. Picks up right inside. 2 runs.
I'll tell you what, it's the second time we've seen such a shot being played and actually penetrating that gap between the slip and the first slip and the wicket keeper, that is. Saw one earlier. Once again, this delivery maybe a bit too full to cut there from Carrier. That's in the outside edge. But once again, that edge going down. We mentioned that most of the edges we have seen in this game, whether against the spinners or the seamers, are actually going down. So as a field in the slip, you have to stay down as long as possible. And on that occasion, Hodge, perhaps from his innings and his spell, was not able to get anywhere close to it.
Well, he reacted lately as well. The ball was gone already. But 2 more runs to Trinidad and Tobago. Mohammed moves up to 78. Carrier is on 12. As John was, I think there will be a little bit of change here. This is the leg spinner.
This is actually Cyrus. Continue.
Leg spinner is bowling from this end. Having a little chat with skipper Sunil Ambris, who probably have a lot of things on his mind, including batting for the second innings.
Well, that opportunity seemed a very long time away, a long distance away. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, I'm sure, will continue to bat into the night. Remember, this is a day-night encounter. Try and get as healthy a lead as possible.
Something I've seen from the Trinidadian batters, they have not tried to overhit the ball either. Just play the ball on the merit, time it properly, place it in the gaps. Have not taken any undue risk. Just play the ball on its merit. They have not taken much risk at all. Not trying to hit it in the air, trip it over the top. Merit, simple as that. Up and down. Play it on the floor.
For the evidence of that drive from Jason Mohammed all along the carpet. It's a good point you make as well, Kenroy. If you look at some of the dismissals from the Windward Islands, some of the players going across the line, you haven't really seen that to any great extent. On a couple of occasions, Cooper threatened to play such a shot, but luckily for him, never really made any sort of connection. But I think the Windward Island players, they were more consumed with dominating the spinners, getting the spinners over the top, that sort of thing, without trying to walk the ball into the gaps.
Yeah, play each ball on its merit. Play the full face of your bat up and down. Play in the V. Hit the ball up and down. Keep it in front of you. Take out the horizontal shots. Just take it each ball at a time. Hit the ball on the floor. Don't try to go over the top. This is 4-days cricket. We need to get these things out of our heads when we play in these formats. I think the Windward Islands team has not really gotten to that point where posters are holding out on the boundaries and so on, being old caught, looking to hit a 6. This is 4-days cricket. Get caught in the slip, LBW, something like that. Think you would be satisfied with that as that, rather than being caught on the boundary?
As you mentioned, the mode of dismissals have been quite disappointing. The 2 games that we have actually seen here show some of the players will really put their hand up and be the first to say that those shots were not needed at that particular time, given the nature of the game, the state of play. So it's all about learning from those experiences. This one is cut again nicely from Jason Mohammed, but out to that man at deep point. Darius Martin, and 2 runs. So very good running once again, aggressive running. It must be said, a delivery hit out to deep point, quite a long distance out there. Darius Martin enjoying the shade. He's been in the sun all day. It's an opportunity for him to enjoy a bit of the shade. I'm sure Cyrus would be quite disappointed that he allowed that second run.
He probably has a beautiful tan now. Darius and the others are from the Windward Islands. It's the middle of the day they came out into the sun. Probably just feeling the effects of it presently. But what is very important as well from the Trinidadian perspective is that they have run between the wickets very nicely. Have called. And even though they're ahead of the game, they continue to put the fielders under pressure.
And that's important. When you're playing good cricket, you just maintain your standards. It's all about having standards. And clearly, Trinidad and Tobago, they have a plan. They've been able to execute their plan to some extent. And as we mentioned, just that winning mentality really has been exerted, and it's evident in the Trinidad and Tobago setup as this over comes to an end. It's now 310 for the loss of 4. Mohammed, he goes along nicely for 82 from 137 deliveries. Carrier playing a supporting role, 13 from 28.
Yeah, and the middle order of the batting for Trinidad and Tobago has really stood the task and did a fantastic job for them, bringing them this far, 310 for 4. We have not seen any rush or sort of cricket. We have seen a compact innings from each of the batters. Only one of the batters who really didn't get off. But everyone who've got starts carried on, which is very important. We have not seen that from the Windward Islands batters, except for Hodge, who carried his bat right through the innings.
Jason Mohammed looking to bat deep into this innings. Mentioned he's on 82. Came into this game in a bit of form as well, having scored 176 in the previous encounter.
Strong onside field for him as well.
Just want to add as well, looking at some of the Trinidad and Tobago top order players, they've actually scored runs in the tournament so far, coming into this round of fixtures. Contrast that with the Windward Islands, we have quite a few players who are struggling for runs, struggling for confidence. So it's a difference really in terms of whether you're coming up against quality opposition. You need a sort of confidence, you need that form behind you to really perform consistently.
And that's a difference between a team that is playing at a particular level and a team that is trying to catch themselves. You can't be coming into a tournament looking for form. You have to be in form coming into that tournament. And this is what is happening to the Windward Islands players. I think what they need is more cricket to test their skills. In respect of how they are, what stage they are before coming into tournaments. And that is where you have practice games and so on. So persons could really put themselves on the line and see where they're at. And selectors and coaches and so could see who's the best pick and who's the horse for a particular course.
Well, they're based here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We've seen them over the last couple of months, training and that sort of thing. But as our fellow commentator Stacey mentioned, they're really suffering from some injuries as well. Some key players not here. Not to make an excuse of any sort, but players of the caliber of Bemba and these players, even Ryan John, who performed admirably last year for them. And we also had the likes of Shamar Springer. So quite a few, and even Alec Atenes hasn't really rejoined the squad as yet. So quite a few key players there are missing. And what has happened, the replacements haven't really stepped up to the plate as much as the management team would have liked.
And that's a critical point you made as well. When you have a team together and you have a core of players, when that core of players come together, it makes the team bond much better. And everybody knows their role and their responsibilities. As you said, once 2 or 3 persons are missing out of that core of players, the teams become a little bit weaker. Trinidad and Tobago have gotten back their test players, and you could see that the difference between Trinidad and Tobago and Windward is the experience, the way they adapted to conditions and situations and circumstances, and the way that they approach the game. It's much, much different to the Windward Islands players who are basically young players coming into first-class cricket.
It's the end of another over. 90 overs completed. 310 for 4 Trinidad and Tobago. Lead now 144 runs. So that lead creeping up to that other milestone I mentioned in terms of 150. I'm sure the Trinidad and Tobago team will just be ticking off these runs in multiples of 50. So that next stage is 150.
Probably counting some dollars as well. With a bit of sense. This one is bold, is it? No. Loud appeal, missing flighted delivery. Plenty confusion there. Keeper not collecting cleanly, goes through the batter. Plenty happening there. How's that?
It's a good delivery, a flighted delivery. Carrier there coming forward. I think it was an opportunity for a stumping as well. A difficult take. Gian Benjamin there not gathering cleanly. He was appealing. I'm not sure what exactly he was appealing for. Maybe an LBW decision, but I was always missing the pads. It's again Carrier looking for that sweep shot. There's a man there at short fine leg. Having seen that sweep shot earlier, Captain Ambrose positioned that man Kotoy. There's also a man there under the helmet as well, and the slip. So showing a bit of support here for his bowler, which is good to see from Ambrose. Like spinner bowling to Carrier. Seemed a bit unsettled the last over or so. Crowd building up nicely. Kenroy, I know you don't want to hear that word crowd. Just a few more spectators as we look to our left.
That's very well said. Very, very well.
It's now
said.
5
Spectators.
5:14 local time, so it would have been enough time for persons to finish work at 4:30, and make their way down here.
The crowd is on the other side.
Well, true. It's safe to say we have a large crowd on the tarmac. If you can have half of those people in the ground, it would be nice. Trinidad and Tobago, they are in no way influenced by whatever crowd there is here at the Annisville Sporting Complex. They're going along their way quite smoothly without any sort of problem so far. 311 for 4. The shadows make their way across the pitch. Always an indication that the sun will leave us at some point. Coming around the wicket this time. Full toss. Walked out to The man there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, John. Another single to Jason Mohammed.
You could see the fitness of the Windward Island players. They are moving around quickly. They are catching the ball. They are throwing it to the keeper. Everything is working for them in the field. You could see that. You could see they are fit players. That is not something that you would worry about. There's nobody struggling on the field when it comes to fitness. But just to get the mental part of the game right for the Windward Island players, I think that is the issue. Adapting, adjusting, accommodating, knowing what to do, how to do, and when to do it. That is the issues which are really plaguing the Windward Island players. Unlike Trinidad and Tobago, who have seasoned players, and have played 100 first-class games already. And one, I think, career was 75. So that's a lot of experience coming into this game. So that tells you the amount of cricket they have played in comparison to those players for the Windward Islands. And I keep harping on that because it's critically important. First-class cricket is something that you play and you need to get accustomed to this sort of level of cricket, because after this cricket, it goes to the highest level.
Just a short break in play as Physio comes on to have a word with Sunil Ambrose. Very hard working Physio as well.
Well, teams are enjoying the female Physio these days. It's pretty much hard working. Professionals set up mainly in and around. We have the Red Force, the Volcanoes, Tridents, all professional setup.
And I want to go back to what you mentioned in terms of the mental aspect of the cricket. During the recent under-19 tournament, I had a chance to have a chat with one of the backroom staff for the West Indies team, and listening to him, that's one of the challenges he outlined in terms of getting the players really to assess the game. He's saying that in terms of backroom staff, we have perhaps one of the best in the world, right, in terms of persons working analytics and all of those sort of things. But it's just a matter of, you can't really go on the field and perform for these players. You can prepare them for whatever situations, but it's just a matter that they're not able to adapt as quickly as you would like, and you're not seeing the consistency in terms of their critical thinking skills.
Yeah, that's critically important. Critical thinking skills. That is lacking within the cricket. What to do, how to do it, and when to do it. Understanding the role and the responsibility as a player within a team is critically important. You're the main batter. You're batting at number 3. What is it you do when you fall off an early wicket? You have a good partnership. How do I approach this innings? You have a fast wicket. How do I play? These are things that you have to analyze and assess quickly at this level.
Agreed. As Lee John continues into his 16th over. So hasn't been shy of work. Still searching for that first wicket, as this one is punched off the back foot. Again from Carrier. It's a shot that we have seen quite a bit of from him. Seem to be favouring that offside. It's also indicative of the lines and lengths that John has bowled to him as well.
Yeah, and what is important too, from what I've seen, the batters here, they have consistently scored right around the wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg. They have scored up and down. They have played with a full bat, horizontal bat, without risk. And that tells me that the bowlers have been a little bit inconsistent. Bowl a few bad deliveries, so they don't have to take any risk. They bowl to the batters. Before, I was told that let the batters come to you. Bowl and let the batters come to you. But Trinidad and Tobago has really adjusted and adapted really well. 314 for 4. As the young John continues to bowl, he has not really taken a wicket. He has replaced Kenneth Demba, big shoes to fill. Unfortunately, he has not lived up to that sort of expectation as he overcome to an end. 314 for 4. Mohammed is on to 84. Carrier is on 15 from 35. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 148 runs.
Yes, this current partnership, 56 runs so far. So it feels like we are on repeat in terms of mentioning the importance of the partnerships created by the Trinidad and Tobago batting unit. They've managed just to string these partnerships together. So just when the Windward Islands think that they are back into the game, whenever they have got no wicket, the partnership just keep on forming. Derail whatever hopes that they would have harnessed. Just a few minutes left before that dinner break.
Easy as that. Turn it to mid-wicket, pick up another single. And when you talk about partnership, was that I could remember in the Windward Islands innings, Hodge and Ambrish coming together, and I said that this would be a critical juncture in the game. Hodge was batting pretty well. Ambrish, he was playing well. They batted over a period of like half an hour together. And then Ambrish got a soft dismissal. And that was the end of it. That is, understanding the game, knowing your roles, your responsibility. Just bat. Spend as much time at the crease. Wait until the bad ball comes and dispatch them. Don't take the risk. Went for that lofted shot over mid-on. And a beautiful catch by James to dismiss him. That's all they wanted, was an opportunity.
This one is driven firmly to the left of Tyson. Comes around and limits the batsman to a single. Jason Mohammed once again is coming forward and stroking that one really. No sort of trouble, no sort of problems.
And the difference there, Asnet, is that just to make a comparison, if there was a Windward Islands batter, he would be looking to challenge the man at mid-long off to go for a six. Mohammed drove that all the way on the floor and accepted a single. So those are some little things that we have to understand when it comes to cricket at this level. Either you want to chance your hand or you want to survive. You want to bat as long as possible. We have not seen a lofted shot from none of these batters. Only lofted shot I've seen from Mohammed is a full toss that he hit over mid-on for six, which was a bad delivery. And that was supposed to be dealt with. He has hit everything on the ground so far. No chance.
Just to add to your point, the Windward Island batsmen, so far we have seen in all of their innings, they've been under pressure. So you're playing those shots while being under pressure. You look at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team now, they're quite comfortable. And yet we are not seeing that type of cricket. So it really leaves a lot for the Windward Islands to ponder, to think about in terms of how they're going to move forward as a batting unit throughout this tournament. Still some rounds of fixtures left, 5 more rounds I believe. So it's an opportunity for them to assess their batting. They also have an opportunity in this game. We like to think that they don't think that they're defeated until the last ball bowls, as this one is worked fine. Down to fine leg for a single. A man there at a leg gully. That's Kieran Kotoy. It's actually Hodge, sorry. Would have been interested for a moment there. Once again, that ball going down, heading down. Now all's well that ends well for Carrier. He moves on to 19. 320 for 4.
I know you're from the northern side of the island. I'm not too sure when was the last time you took a trip up to La Soufre? The terrain, and after the last eruption, how difficult it is to get up to the top. I think the Windward Islands are looking at a hike as similar as that one.
Well, it's not an impossible hike. I guess that's the positive you can take as a Windward Island fan. It's not an impossible hike. It's a difficult hike, especially if you're unfit. But it's the end of a session. It's the end of a very good session for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as well. They were able to reach 320 for 4. The lead is up to 154. So one more session left in the day's play. That's going to be an important session. How can the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force pile on the runs? Or to what extent can the Windward Islands take some wickets and pull the Trinidad and Tobago back? So it's 320 for 4. What we'll do now, we'll take a short break and we'll rejoin you in just about 40 minutes time.
Welcome back to this post-dinner session of this day-night encounter between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. If you are just joining us, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they won the toss yesterday, decided to bat. They were bowled out for 166. Kavem Hodge scored 126. 4 wickets apiece for Yannick Karaya and Curry Pair, and a wicket apiece for Jaden Seals and Joshua James. In reply, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 320 for 4 with a lead of 154. Dismissed batters are Sifas Cooper with 117, Amir Jangu 84, Jed Gooley and Joshua De Silva, they did not trouble the scorers. Jason Mohammed and Yannick Karaya are about to resume. Mohammed on 86 looks quite untroubled and self-assured. In the middle, Yannick Karaya is there as his partner. He's 19 of 39 deliveries, a partnership of 62 between them. So we're about to start proceedings here. Darius Martin with the ball in hand. And I have next to me Mr. Kenroy Martin. Good evening, Kenroy.
Thank you very much, Stacey Ann, and welcome back to the final session of the day. Under the lights at Arnesville playing field. This is a day-night encounter between Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, and the Volcanoes. Some interesting stats you have read out there, Stacey Ann. Windward Islands and also Trinidad and Tobago. Not so impressive for the Windward Islands, but Trinidad and Tobago stats look very good.
Yeah, certainly, and wickets, 4 wickets have gone down in this Trinidad and Tobago reply. Wickets for Tyson, Martin, Descarte and Hodge, 1 apiece. So 1 each, So Martin with the ball in hand, about to bowl to Jason Mohammed. Right away he gets off the mark after dinner. Looks like a new ball as well. So Windward Islands probably taking that newer ball, that newer pink ball. Looks pretty bright from my vantage point.
Not too sure if this is a new ball. Yeah, I thought that you made. He said that if you had to make a bowling change, you would have brought back Tyson. But here comes Martin, because Tyson had a better spell. But as I said, I saw the Windward Islands Volcanoes in a Hodge before coming on to the field, so they had a discussion. And there we are. As you said, 2 slips are employed. So it has to be a new ball, a gully, a short extra cover mid off, a square sweeper, basically a square cover is on the sweeper boundary mid on, and a mid wicket station.
Yeah, I thought that would have been the move from them, given that Tyson started things off, so he had a longer rest. But Martin, it's a fuller delivery, over pitching really, drives this one out to the cover area. That man Tyson gives chase, so they'll pick up 2.
Well, he needs to pull his length back. He's bowling a little bit too full with that new ball. He needs to hit that hard length. This is his second spell for the day. We really should be running and hitting his hard length. This is cool conditions, and this is what you ask for from your fast bowlers. A final effort for the day. Try and pick a cherry or 2.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they look a confident side. Very impressed with the way they've approached their batting innings so far. They've not let any loose deliveries go from what I've seen so far today and yesterday. No matter the time of day as well. Once it's loose, they're going to put it away. As Martin continues, left alone on that occasion.
It has been a solid performance from Trinidad and Tobago. From the time they hit the field, they started proceedings and they did exceptionally well with the ball. The bowlers bowled to their field, bowled to their plan. Fielders took the catches and really had a very good outing. And now they have their chance to bat. They have done exceptionally well. They are 323 for 4. You couldn't ask for a better performance than this. A solid performance from Trinidad and Tobago so far.
And that's the area that he should be looking to bowl. Just needs to get it a bit tighter with his line. But well left by Yannick Karaya.
Yeah, just outside the off stump, don't need to fish in at that one. 2 slips waiting for that edge. 323 for 4. He's on 21. Just need to get his eye in. Different conditions prevailing here. Now, it's not the sunlight, it's under lights. So he has to take a little time, get in, settle again, and start his innings.
Yeah, beautiful sunset as well to the back of us. Not in view of the camera. Driven well, but straight to that fielder. So hasn't been consistent so far in this over in terms of his lengths to Yannick Karaya. Yeah, that man Jason Mohammed on 89. So 4 runs coming from that first over after dinner. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 324 for 4.
So Kevin Hodge 126, Pascal 9, nobody else troubled the scorer. 4 for 17, Pierre 4 for 30, Carrier 1 for 34, Gillan Tyson 1 for 54, 1 for 74, Cyrus Martin, and we had 117 from the bat of the youngster. We had 84 in the game prior. Came in this game and scored 117 and 84. Jason Mohammed is on 89 not out. So we had some good knocks here, 117, 84, and now Jason Mohammed is on 89. Carrier is on 20. So the batters are doing well for Trinidad and Tobago. Really had a good platform being laid for them here in the middle.
Yes, and we'll see an adjustment in the scores. I think the 2 runs that were scored on the offside came off the bat of Karaya, and those runs went to Jason Mohammed. We don't want to mention that he's on 89 and then you're waiting for him to raise his bat because he's on the wrong score. In fact, he is on 87 and Karaya is on 22. So pretty shortly they'll have that correct adjustment for you on the screen. So Tyson starts to Karaya, bowling from the other end as well. Bowled an impressive spell earlier today from the administrative center end. So change of ends for him. Question now if he can maintain the sort of rhythm, sort of line and length that he had employed all year in that spell. Someone ill-directed helped to that fine leg area for a single. So the correct scores are displayed on the screen now. Jason Mohammed on 87, Yannick Karaya on 22, 325 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's well bowled by Tyson.
So the new cherry has been taken by the Windward Islands. Cyrus Martin bowling the first over after the dinner break here at Harnesville. Jason Mohammed, he's on 87. Prior to that, we had Cooper, who got 117, and we had Django, who got 84. We now have a partnership between these two of 67, and really some solid platforms being laid here by these batters. And this one is down the leg side, moving to his left. Is a little man out of Dominica. Didn't take it cleanly. Good effort from him. See, just tickling there.
Yeah, some inward movement there from Tyson, but badly lined, so no threat of the stump. Good hand there by Benjamin to stop it from running away to the boundary.
So what is the intentions for these fast bowlers with this new ball? What is it? To get wickets, bowl tight? I think it was the first one. This one is a good lifting delivery. We have not seen that for the game so far by Tyson. So excellent delivery by him there, Stacey.
Yeah, the first sign of some awkward bunks on the surface. In the two matches really that we've seen, that one lifted, took the shoulder of Jason Mohammed, was looking to play at it, but at the last moment was looking to take evasive action. Luckily for him, just hit his shoulder and didn't take the edge of the bat. Could have flown to any one of those fielders around there.
Yeah, good delivery by Tyson. Some effort into that one, hitting the surface as well. But soft hands by Jason Mohammed kept that down, just falling in front of him.
And then he follows it up with a short and wide delivery that Jason Mohammed said to himself, I missed out on that one there for sure, to end the over, 325 for 4.
Well, Tyson 1 for 51, 1 for 39, Descarte, and 1 for 74. Darius Martin, those are the successful bowlers for the Windwards today. And really, it has been on all Trinidad and Tobago day here in Lanesville. They have bowled out the Winner Islands for 166, and at their turn at the crease, they are 325 for 4. A dominant game here being played by Trinidad and Tobago. Can't take anything away from them. They have batted superbly. So they lead by now 159 runs here, Trinidad and Tobago. Excellent foundation, excellent position to be in on the second day of this 4-day encounter, day-night encounter. Martin around the wicket. Better length that is, Stacey.
Yeah, certainly on line as well, looking to attack those stumps. You ask the question of what these Windward Island bowlers, fast bowlers, will be looking to do. I think the only thing is to pick up wickets. That is what the captain is expecting of them. And the best way to do that is by building pressure to some extent and just keep the stumps in play as long as possible. Keep bowling those good deliveries. So wickets will be the order of the day for Captain Sunil Ambris and his bowlers.
Agree with you there. Another one on a good length. Really. But Windward Islands trailing the 8 ball, 159 runs. Actually adrift already. Trinidad and Tobago really mounting the pressure on this very, I would not say junior team, but this Volcanoes team. Pretty young youngsters just coming into the first class setup. Trinidad and Tobago, a very senior team, very experienced team as well, and they have shown that. And it's on display here at Arnesville. 325 for 4. This one is driven to covers. Nobody move. Carrier is in control. 4 runs into the boundary.
Yeah, a textbook drive there from Yannick Carrier in his area there, and he just puts it away quite expertly, finding the gap to perfection. And as you mentioned, no one was moved. Tyson just looked to retrieve that ball. He's fielding on the deep point boundary. That one was played in the cover area. So again, hasn't been able to maintain, be consistent with his length so far. Darius Martin is over pitching on a few occasions.
He's been guilty of that for this innings. This one is now drifting on the legs. He's been here, he's been there. He's not been consistently hitting that line on the fourth stump. Hard length outside the off stump. This is a wicket where you bowl those sort of lengths. Not seen much of that from Darius Martin. He's a slidey, sort of slingy bowler. Gets it to rush off the wicket and onto the bat. So there's 2 slips waiting a gully. And really, when he gets it right, he's a difficult customer to deal with. As I said earlier, Stacey, I think that this is the time that you should really run in with this new ball and have an exciting spell. Turn through square leg for another one. Easy pickings against Stacey.
Yes, and at this time of day, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force contingent there looking quite happy. Coach Rayad Emrit and the rest of the backroom staff will surely be happy with proceedings so far. And really the way Trinidad and Tobago is just 2 games in, but the approach to batting, one would say it's the quintessential 4-day batting template on display. Putting away anything loose, picking up singles at will, and just keeping out the good deliveries. Nothing to it. Simple cricket.
Simple as it is.
That one badly lined, walked on the onside. And there you go again. Good run in, picking up an easy 2.
Well, that brings you over to an end now. 332 for 4. Just about 166 runs ahead. Trinidad and Tobago. Same amount of runs that they bowled out the Volcanoes for on day 1. Mohammed has gone on to 89. Carrier looks good on 27 from 50. This is a man that is not a mug with the bat. He has 100 at this level.
Yeah, actually he has 5 first-class centuries at this level.
So just a little conference meeting in between the skipper and his fast bowlers. Tyson continues. 26 on his back. Slips a gully. Looking for wicket number 5. This one is short. And really what we have seen over the period of this game, that the batters from Trinidad and Tobago have not dealt with the short deliveries well at all, Stacey.
Yeah, try to get in line with that one and pull it, but it rushed him for pace. Amir Django was dismissed by this man Tyson as well, a short delivery. So after seeing that, you might see Tyson running and bowl some short stuff to Yannick Correa.
As you see a change in the field, the man at mid-wicket goes back on the square leg boundary. Going to be testing that wicket for some bounce again. Tyson. Shot lifting outside the off stump, just ballooned actually. Left alone by Carrier into the keeper's glove, Benjamin.
Yeah, not threatening the body of the batter on that occasion. A bit wide, so it's easy for him to just leave it alone. And he's expecting that now, that plan of short ball bowling, 2 fielders in weight on the onside. Man at deep fine leg and square, who's very square, it's not very straight. More in front of square, really.
Ooh, that's a full delivery above the waist, and the no ball signal comes out. I think he was trying to get a full delivery Yorker length, but that one went across Carrier's waist think the apology came out as well. Probably slipped out of his hands.
Yeah, probably looking to get that full in swinging delivery to the batter. But this is the 14th extra now, the 15th extra now for Windward Islands, the 11th no ball in this inning so far. Something for them to keep their eye on heading into this round. The rest of the round, the amount of no balls that they have bowled in this bowling effort so far.
I think Cyrus Martin is one who has really bowled the extra no balls. Bowled a couple of no balls well in his first and second spell. Yannick Carrier, 27 from 53. Jason Mohammed, 89 from 157. Trinidad Red Force leads by 167 runs. Big lead, 3-3-3 for 4. So as we move into this session of play under the lights here at Annisville, wonderful sight to see. Stacey, you still getting accustomed to these lights? Or have you acclimatized?
I'm getting there. I'll get there eventually. I'm not a night person. At this time of day, I'm already looking to get into my bed.
It's a short lifting one, just jumping on top of that and sort of guiding it down to fine leg. My friend, so the faithful supporters of West Indies cricket there, just having a chat.
Yeah, when you come down to cricket, any type of cricket really, here at the Annisville playing field, local, regional, international, you can almost go around the ground and know the exact supporters that's going to be there. These guys have really been faithful spectators to cricket. Without fail, they're going to show up game after game, no matter the situation. They're avid cricket fans.
Yeah. So the likes of Rohan King, we call him the man Piggy from Belair. He's there as per usual, supporting. Kian Jack, former Vincentian West Windward Islands player, captain. The Rasta, he's always here, the Rasta man. These are faithful supporters of cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are happy to have you. As Trinidad and Tobago continues to bat well here, 334 for 4. Short lifting delivery. Tyson seems to have a bit of pace on him there, but Mohammed will have nothing to do with that. That brings you over to an end. Good short lifting delivery. And Trinidad and Tobago 334 for 4. 97 overs been bowled. Really. Long time at the crease.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed at 89 of 159 deliveries. Looking to go back-to-back with centuries. He's got 176 in his previous game. As I mentioned, he looked quite unperturbed at the wicket. No bother trying to get to those 3 figures. We've already seen 2 centuries in this match so far. Kavem Hodge and Cephas Cooper. He's looking to add to the tally of hundreds in this Cricket West Indies 4-day championship so far.
So what that takes it to 11 centuries so far in the tournament, round 2. I think we had 9 coming into this game.
We had 8 coming into the game. Cephas scored 1, and 1 was scored by Corbin as well. So we're looking at 11 centuries if he is to get to that landmark.
Well, excellent going by the batters in this tournament so far. Love to see that. Love to see some new names as well coming in. We said Corbin, it's a new name as well. Young South of Barbados is going 1 as well. We had 1 here from Hodge out of Dominica. Cooper's going 1 here. So it's good to see that the batsmen are really coming up to par these days. And we don't have the complaint of runs being scored at the first class level. Very good start, round number 2. And you have at least 11 centuries. That's excellent. Good lifting delivery by Martin again. They have seemed to resort to that, realizing that the batters are not too comfortable with those short deliveries.
It's a plan of attack that's worked to a mere Django. It's just the case of the bowlers not getting too carried away with the amount of short pitch deliveries that they bowl. And also have to be able to pick up the correct line, the right line in terms of the short pitch delivery, more directed to the body.
So just to remind you of how proceedings went on day 1, Windward won the toss and elected to bat. They were skittled out for 166. 2 spinners, getting 4 wickets apiece, Carrier and Pierre from Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago at the crease, they are now 334 in day number 2. We're in the final session of play here in this day-night game. We had 100 coming from Cooper, 84 from Django, and now we have veteran Mohammed is on 89. Not out. Short delivery again. Single in taken. So the running between the wickets has been excellent as well between these batters.
Yeah, certainly. And I'll also like to see a man maybe at forward short leg in the line of the batters if you're going to continue to bowl at length to these 2 batters. Or else it'll just like that. It's easy for them to get up on their toes and walk it because there's no threat of a catch being taken because there's no one around the bat.
So into a 98th over in this innings, so they have occupied the crease for a pretty long time here. Good to see them batting all these overs. Martin outside the off stump. That one didn't bounce as much as the others. Benjamin, a short fella, small in stature, taking that just about ankle height. Trinidad Red Force leading by 168 runs. Deep into the evening here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles. They are really doing well in the sailing waters, the excellent sailing waters of this country. They have traveled from Trinidad and Tobago, and they are now sailing smoothly here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at 335 for 4. Brilliant effort from Cooper, 117. Django, 84. Had partnerships of 67. Probably now we have moved on to 70 in this partnership between these 2. Carrier looking very good on 29. Played a lovely drive off that new ball. No man move. Tyson bowling with some pace. Just need to get those balls in the right areas. 2 slips, a gully. Sweeper. On the cover point. Boundary. He's angled on the onside. He's turning it nicely through mid wicket. He's chased there by Descarte, who pulls up just in front of the crease, just in front of the ropes. And they have completed 3 runs. No protection there on the onside. 3 easy runs to Carrier.
Yeah, work nicely into the onside and batting continues to look easy. These two in the middle. Partnership that is continuing to grow. So another big partnership formed by Trinidad and Tobago. Had that massive partnership of 170 by Amir and Django and Cooper. And now this one is worth 80 runs.
So that's the difference between the innings of the Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. They have forged partnerships between the two batters. They have scored. They have batted for a number of overs. They have taken their time. They have really compact their innings. This team from Trinidad and Tobago looks really good. I spoke about the experience of the players coming into this game. This one is played up to mid-on. Excellent feeling by the man running across. That's Descarte again, whipping it back to the wicket keeper. Mohammed was looking for a single. Had to hurry back. Or might have found himself in some sort of trouble. So excellent pick up by Descarte and holding it back to the wicket keeper end. Really had to hurry back there, Mohammed. It's a good, excellent feeling there by Descarte. As I said, this Windward Islands team look rather fit, young, energetic, moves around in the field very well as Tyson runs away from us.
Yeah, and speaking about the difference in batting approach, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they haven't really gone searching for runs, albeit the situation doesn't really say that they should look to blast it out of the park. You know, it's been easy for them. They're in command of the game. They have a healthy lead. But it just looked like when Windward Islands batted, they looked like they wanted to blast the opposing bowlers out of the attack when they should really just have been looking to play the ball at its merit. Allow the bowlers to bowl in your area. And that is what Trinidad and Tobago have done so well. They've kept out the good deliveries and just played on the patience of the Windward Islands bowlers who decide, okay, maybe I need to go to a different plan, maybe I need to go shorter or fuller, and then they capitalize on the deliveries that they want in their area. So it's been a patient display from Trinidad and Tobago so far, but it's been helped along the way as well by a bit of indiscipline here or there. Today is a lot better, I must say, from a Windward Islands perspective in terms of their bowling, their pacers. That man Descarte was wonderful when he had the ball in his hand. Tyson had a good spell this morning as well.
Some good points you have made there, Stacey. They have gone through this innings without taking much risk at all. They are 338 for 4. Short lifting deliveries on his back. Quick delivery that was. And Mohammed is not a tall fella by any means, but he had was to take refuge on the floor. Quick delivery by Tyson, as you could see, and really putting some effort into his bowling here this evening.
It's 338 for 4, 99 overs bowl, and that's the sort of venom and fire you want to see from your fast bowlers when they're running into all those short pitch deliveries.
So, as things heat up here at Arnesville with some short pitch deliveries being bowled by Tyson and some quick deliveries by Martin, I will make my exit here to welcome back Mr. Cato, the man from the northern side of this island, who probably went on a hike to Lasso Fair somewhere. He's back now. He will tell us how that went. So, Stacey and Mr. Cato will take you further into the evening session.
continuing with that short ploy, as I welcome Osnet Cater. Good afternoon to you, Osnet. And he's able to just work it either side of the wicket or ride the bunks. They have no man under the helmet around that area to sort of put some sort of doubt in playing those shots.
Good night to you, Stacey, and good night to all our viewers. As you mentioned, that short pitch ploy being utilized by both of these seamers for the Windward Island Volcanoes. I agree to you to some extent in terms of having that man at short leg. Just to put a bit more doubt in the minds of the batsman. Trinidad and Tobago. They continue to pile on the runs here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex. This partnership going up to 80 runs. So once again, we're seeing another fruitful partnership for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Yes, certainly. And you put on your captain's hat and you say, hey, Sunil wants to save runs as well. While that is important, I think picking up wickets emerges as more significant in the context of this game. And if you are going to continue bowling that short ploy, that short pitch deliveries to these batters, then you need to have more wicket-taking options. So a man in front of the bat is creating some doubt. And then perhaps you might get them to try and look to pull that delivery, which that is what you really want them to do. Look to take on the short pitch bowling. But so far, they've been happy to get out of the way of it or ride the bunks because there's no one in front of the bat.
Agree. Windward Island Volcanoes, they opted for the new ball, so it tells me that they want to be positive. And as you mentioned, being positive means that you're looking for wicket-taking opportunities. So as a captain, you really have to put things in place. You have your two opening bowlers running in, giving it a go. So it's important that you ensure that in the event that these batsmen make some sort of mistake, you have somebody ready to pounce in terms of the fielder position somewhere that they can take an opportunity.
Yes, certainly. Some viewers there enjoying some popcorn. I think these are local spectators. We'll be hoping for a better showing from the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
But just as we predicted, we have quite a bit of persons coming in now.
Short takes it on, but doesn't get it to go anywhere. Just threw that shot a bit too quickly on that occasion. Well, a bit too late, I beg your pardon. Jason Mohammed rushed in for some pace there.
This new ball seemed to just be sliding in or skidding on a bit. Both players a bit rushed. And Jason Mohammed, he has been there for 170 deliveries. But just under the lights and that pink ball, they seem to have a little bit more zest. These two opening pacers for the Windward Islands in the form of Gillan Tyson and Darius Martin.
Looks to go again, misses it completely. So that short ball ploy by the Windward Islands, seeing some impatience really from Jason Mohammed. As the over is completed, Trinidad and Tobago 339 for 4.
It's a good contest here between bat and ball. The new ball really doing a bit for the Windward Island Pacers. It's good to see that sort of competition between bat and ball. Haven't saw a lot of that today in terms of seamers getting any sort of progress really in terms of causing problems for these Trinidad and Tobago batsmen.
Yeah, and that's why we keep calling, not to sound like a broken record, but we've seen a bit of awkward bunks, that one taking the arm of Jason Mohammed after bowling up Gillan Tyson. And Jason Mohammed, since the return from dinner, 7 overs have been bowled so far, and he has only managed to score 3 runs in that 7 over period. Yes, Yannick Carrier may have formed most of the strike, but it also tells you that he hasn't been as free-flowing in his scoring as he was prior to dinner. So, might become a bit impatient as he nears that 100-run mark. Short played out to that vacant cover area. Doesn't have the legs to get to the boundary, it just holds up now. Continuing with that short stuff, but that delivery just not well directed. And quite easy for Karaya to put away.
So I take it that you're saying his dinner may have contributed to his lack of fluency?
Oh no, I am not saying that. I'm just saying after that session, after dinner, certainly not. It just says a lot about the bowling so far. I think they've bowled better to him. They've not allowed him to score, not served up a lot of boundary hitting deliveries to him in this session.
Just a matter of being a bit more aggressive. And as we mentioned, with the new ball in hand, we've seen a bit of aggression from the Windward Islands. Being quite a bit laid back throughout the day, especially against these Trinidad and Tobago top order. So it's good to see that aggression.
Yeah, you see, he's been able to play that length in that area. I believe if you have somebody close by, maybe somebody at very short there, it might put some doubt in his mind to come forward on that length and play that shot. And, you know, we mentioned aggression from the bowlers. We want to see some aggression in the captaincy as well. You want to pick up wickets after all. One of the ways to do that is to create doubt by the field setting that you have. He's left alone on that occasion by Karaya. So that's good from Gillan Tyson. Yes, he may have discovered an apparent weakness in Yan Karaya with bowling short to him, but it's good that he can recognize that bowling on a good length could be fruitful for him on this wicket as well, and attacking those channels outside of the off stump or on the off stump. It's a good thinking from him so far in this spell. And again, well executed there from Tyson.
But I'll tell you what, it's something that we've spoken about at length in terms of under the lights with the pink ball, you're always going to get some sort of assistance as a seamer. We have seen it internationally in the few games that we have witnessed in terms of the red ball test, pink ball test that is. And as we mentioned, just a little bit more zest, a bit more zip in the Windward Island seamers after that dinner break, as the light continued to take full effect here at the Arnersville Sporting Complex.
Shot, plays it out to cover, but the fielder is there on the boundary.
It's a position that we have seen the Windward Islands utilized throughout. In fact, in the last round as well, it was a position that Captain Ambrose seemed to favor that man at deep point, whether against the spinners or the seamers. It's more of a run scoring, run saving position. And as we mentioned, they've really been behind the 8 ball in those innings. So, once again on that occasion, stationed there at deep point, saving 3 runs.
Yes, and here again they're behind. And Trinidad and Tobago a massive lead of 176, looking to grow that lead. So a dot to finish that over, 3 runs coming from it, Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force 342 for 4.
A bit of inward movement there from Tyson. Normally takes the ball away from the right-handers, but on that occasion just coming back in. Quite an awkward length as well for Jason Mohammed. He's not the tallest player. That delivery just cramping him for a bit of room. But as we rightfully mentioned, his fluency has deserted him since that dinner break. Just over 100 overs bowled. So a lot of work for the Windward Island bowlers. Martin into his 18th over. Trinidad and Tobago just trying to back themselves in a position where they'll feel comfortable. Windward Islands, on the other hand, just trying to limit the damage. And the only way they can do that is getting some wickets with this new ball.
down the leg side on that occasion. Yeah, the bowlers have to be more penetrative. Windward Islands Volcanoes, especially in this session under the lights, and I believe they intentionally held back on taking that newer ball when it was available, just so that they can have their fast bowlers running in this session under the lights.
I'm sure at some point also we'll see Descarte as he's warming up there at mid-off. Did well with the ball under the lights last evening. Got the ball to move appreciably. Bowled a very good spell against Cooper. So I'm sure at some point his skills would be required. But that lead continues to be a worry for the Windward Island fans. 176 now.
A lot has been thrown at these two batters since coming back from that dinner break, but they're handling it quite well, I must say. We've seen some awkward bongs, some sharp, short deliveries as well. But they're still there. And Windward Islands bowlers, as much as they're bowling well, have been able to pick up that wicket, and I think, well, not think, but you know for certain that's what they're searching for. But these two are handling the pressure quite well.
Agreed.
Quick single take in there. Yeah, that area again. Just really would like to see someone employed under the lid in that area. It's been able to collect 3 singles in that area, right there where you'll probably have someone short fielding.
The man is actually back in a square leg position, so perhaps that fielder can just come forward a bit. Be somewhere where those adjacent wickets are. As you mentioned, just to put a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind.
Bit of an exaggerated leave there from Jason Mohammed.
A lot of carry to wicketkeeper Benjamin. It's a wicket in the first 2 days, and in the second day actually. Not a lot of carry, but the pace is still a bit consistent. Haven't seen any delivery kept low. Seeing a bit of turn from the spinners. So there's actually enough in the favor of Trinidad and Tobago, having taken the lead, currently leading by 177 runs. There's enough there to encourage them in terms of their second innings bowling effort.
Another dot delivery faced by Jason Mohammed.
I don't think he'll be in any way put off by this spell. And that's the beauty about the longer version of the game. Sometimes you just have to give the bowlers the respect that they deserve. We saw earlier on in the afternoon, he had it all his way, working the ball into the gaps at will, putting away the bad deliveries. But in recent times, well, since the dinner break, that is, we've seen the bowlers coming back into their own conditions a bit more in their favor. It's a bit cooler. The lights are on. They have a brand new ball in their hands. So it's about getting through this period, and then they can capitalize a bit later on in the evening.
Short delivery again, causing a bit of bother to these batters. That one hitting him on his shoulder again, Jason Mohammed. So a single coming from that over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 343 for 4.
Another short delivery, and they'll be playing but anticipating the pace of the wicket. We mentioned there's a bit of spice to the wicket after that those lights are taking full effect. So far, Jason Mohammed has found timing to be difficult. That delivery hitting him flush on his right elbow. Quite surprised we're not seeing the physio in any way. I think now we'll see him getting a bit of attention as he signals to the dressing room. $343 for 4. Yes, the physio now making his making.
Yeah, it's been an attritional spell of bowling by the Windward Islands Volcanoes after that dinner break. Haven't given away a lot. Yeah, a few deliveries were driven, but since they've discovered that maybe that shorter length is causing some trouble to these two batters, they've gone to that length, and it's proven to be a handful from both Tyson and Martin. They've slowed up the scoring rate as well.
And I think ultimately though that they would like this good period to really materialize into favorable results by way of getting some wickets as well. There's no point in bowling well and causing discomfort for the opposition, but they're still 177 runs ahead. So what they will ideally want is getting a couple of wickets and being able to put some pressure on the lower order of the Trinidad and Tobago batting unit, so that it will give them some confidence going into their batting effort the second time around.
Yes, I agree with you, certainly. This is going to be the 9th over. Sorry, the 10th over after that dinner break.
See that man Descarte warming up a bit more regularly now. I'm sure his spell is not too long away.
A bit short and wide to start there. Tyson played to that man at deep point. What we are seeing here from Trinidad, and I mentioned it, they're showing that quintessential template in terms of how to go about batting in a 4-day session. This is a tough period for them, and you recognize in cricket, 4-day test match, you'll have a period where it's hard going. So they've recognized that this is that period, and they're prepared to soak up some of the pressure. Quite patient from the experienced Jason Mohammed since he's come back from that dinner break.
You mentioned it's the 10th over, so both of these bowlers now would have completed 5 over spells after this over. And something that we've seen from Sonny Lambris is the usage of his seamers, especially his premier seamers in the form of Tyson and Martin. He has used them in short, sharp spells. The fact that the seaming options are also limited would make that decision quite straightforward for him as well.
Quick single taken. That man again, Descarte in action. Comes around quite quickly, but not able to stop that single from being taken. So into the 90s now, Jason Mohammed.
I was just about to say he's finally into the 90s. He spent quite a bit of time on 89. But I'm sure that will not bother him in any way. He has enough experience to understand the state of the game at this time. 90 from 177 deliveries. So he has been there for a while. He has seen it all. He's faced all of the bowlers so far. But as you mentioned, the thought of 100 in his 100th first-class game, I'm sure at some point that would cross his mind. But for now, he's focused on this partnership that is growing.
Plays this one wide of gully. Big hustle back for 2. Nice soft touch there by Yannick Correa.
Partnership in the 90s as well. 97 between these two. So partnerships of 5, 170, 76, 7, and this one is 97 not out.
Yeah, this one is drilled to the onside. That man Descarte gives chase. He just pulls it back in. And they hustle back for 3 more runs. Some runs starting to flow in this over for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
It's good work in the field there from Descarte. We've seen such chases from him throughout this game, even in the last round as well. So he's a man that is quite busy in the field, a good all-round cricketer. More so for his batting in this unit, I'm sure he'll be thinking about his second innings knock.
Oh, he edges it, but it goes over the slip cordon. Got himself in a precarious position there. And a healthy edge that goes over the slip cordon, and he picks up a boundary onto 94.
I think there was an element of intention about this shot. As you mentioned, he got himself into a funny position, but quite naturally he ended up just guiding this one over the slip cordon and into the boundary for 4. A moral victory there to some extent for Tyson, but a boundary nonetheless for Jason Mohammed. He moves on to 94. It's up to 354 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, when you look at it on replay, yes, he got himself into an awkward position, realized that it was coming back in. It was probably going to take the edge. So he said, you know what, I'm going to just get it over the slip cordon at the last moment, just opening up the face and helping it over that slip cordon. So good hand-eye coordination there from Jason Mohammed. Not too bad for a 38-year-old.
Not too bad indeed, but as you mentioned, a bit of a moral victory there for Tyson.
Fast thinking as well on the part of Jason Mohammed.
Unfortunately for him and the Windward Islands, once again, moral victories doesn't really add anything to that 4th column. As we're going to see Descarte finally into the bowling attack. So just as we predicted, 5 overs to Darius Martin is now going to be replaced by the medium pace of Shadrach Descarte. Figures of 15 overs, 3 minutes, 1 for 39 so far. I think he has bowled quite well given the circumstances.
Yeah, he has. He's been economical, and he's picked up that wicket of Cooper as well. Started just outside the off stump to Karaya. Gets that movement into the right-handed batter, so quite naturally he'll get that movement across the left-handed batter.
Doesn't have the pace of a Darius Martin or a Gillan Tyson, but he does hit good lengths, as we alluded to earlier. With that movement, it's good to see 2 slips in operation. There's also a man there at Gully, Cyrus.
There's 2 deliveries across the left-handed batter. And Yannick Karaya is just happy to leave it alone, not threatening him in any way.
It's also predominantly offside field that we are seeing. So we mentioned those 2 slips at Gully, a man there at short cover, extra cover, mid-off, and of course, there's that man on the deep point boundary. Only men on the onside are Captain Sonny Lambert, stationed at mid-on, and there's Solizano at backward square on the leg side. So it clearly tells me that his line of attack is going to be just outside the off stump. It's a ploy that he used earlier as well when he was bowling against Cooper. Pack the offside field.
Yeah, but just a bit too wide to start to Karaya. Needs to make him play at more of those deliveries. He's all too happy to leave those deliveries as well, Karaya. He's 43 of 75 now. They're in a milestone of a half century. a better line from Descarte. It's making him play. At the end of the day, if Trinidad and Tobago bat and bat time, it'll only put them in a good position. You know, from Windward Islands' perspective, you need to find a way to pick up wickets, and the batters continue to leave a load outside the off stump. That's certainly in no way going to pick up a wicket. So better length there and line from him as well. Descarte looks to drive at that one, but straight to that man Lee John at cover.
It's safe to say that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team perhaps looking to bat once in this game. 354 for 4, a lead of 188. We mentioned those milestones. Another milestone is coming up in terms of 200 runs lead. So we spoke about the increments of 50 that they perhaps will be ticking off in the dressing room. So if it is that these players can continue towards the end of the day's play, I'm sure by then they would have crossed that 200 run mark and maybe somewhere closer to 250. There's still 2 days left in this encounter. I think that the fact that Windward Islands, they were bowled out so quickly, so cheaply, it afforded the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team the opportunity to bat at whatever pace they want to bat at. And so far, they've just been hovering around that 3.4, 3.5 throughout today. So it's the end of another over. A good tidy one there from Descarte, and it's still 354 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They've been able to dictate the pace of their batting innings quite naturally, because they don't need to score runs in a hurry. There are 2 more days remaining after today, and they're well in control. They've surpassed the score of Windward Islands in that first innings, 166 with their lead. Certainly, in the back of their minds, they'll be thinking, hey, you know, Windward Islands might be able to put up a better fight in the second inning, so they'll want to get a healthy enough lead so that they only bat once in this match. They did so against the combined campuses and colleges, scoring 520 and just batting once in that game. So Tyson to continue. This one is pitched up and driven, but not timed well. Straight to that man Descarte. Couldn't find the gappers also.
Jis Muhammad once again continues to struggle for his timing. Doesn't really have that long stride forward when he's driving the ball. As you can see, he's basically stuck on his back foot and trying to basically lean into that drive, perhaps contributing to the lack of timing we saw on that previous delivery. Tyson in the middle of a very good spell here for his captain. After that dinner break, when the Netherlands really needed someone to just stand up and be counted. He hasn't had any sort of wickets. But what he has done, he has really caused a bit of discomfort for both of these players.
Squares him up on that occasion. The edge not flying aerially, goes to ground rather.
I think Mohammed is a bit reluctant to get onto that front foot. The last over we saw that short delivery which he adjusted quite well and guided it over the slip cordon. But since then, he's been rather reluctant to get onto his front foot. So I'm thinking from a bowling perspective, Tyson needs to get a bit fuller as well, but leave that short delivery as somewhat of a surprise.
Yeah, and the reluctance is coming from, yes, we mentioned in his technique, he doesn't really get fully forward with his stride to drive the ball, so that's one. And then the sharpness in which the short pitch deliveries have been bowled in this session, he's reluctant to get forward, keeping in the back of his mind those deliveries, especially that one that had a bit of an edge that flew over the slip cordon. So I agree with you. Could be a bit fuller, Tyson. Goes short, can't find the gap.
5 dot deliveries in this over. Score remains 354 for 4.
Maybe it's just something for the fielders behind the wicket. They have the best view to be alert to. Maybe you could just signal to the bowler, let them know where the batter is batting, like in terms of whether he's in his crease or out of his crease. And if he's getting forward as well, just a bit of communication there can be helpful to the bowler. So on back-to-back maidens now for the Windward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago remain on 354 for 4.
I think that last delivery that we just saw, that was ideal. It actually brought him onto the front foot. And with a bit of movement that we are seeing from Tyson back into the right-handers, it got the inner portion of the bat. So it's something that he has to think about. Yes, he has the batsman in a bit of a worry, a bit of a bother, but he has to capitalize. Mention the experience of Jason Mohammed. I'm sure he'll understand what is required in this particular situation, but Tyson, on the other hand, he has to think a step ahead of the batsman. Descarte it is to take up proceedings from that old airport end. Saw Captain Ambrose leaving the field in the previous over.
So one driven, but Darius Martin gets in the way of what probably would have been a show boundary. So just a single. So with Ambrose leaving the field, the young man Stefan Pascal has the responsibility as captain in his absence.
Pascal, he has some captaincy experience. Captain the Windward Islands as well as the West Indies on the 19 team in the last World Cup.
And he ran all the way from slip to Descarte. Just have a word with him. That's good to see. Him speaking to his bowler, letting him know exactly the plan that he wants, the plan that he has in mind, and hopes to see him executing as such. Swan driven, a bit of an edge. I think he was in control of that, in fact, and he gets another boundary. So a bit too wide there from Descarte.
It's offering a bit of whiff outside the off stump. And there was Jason Mohammed, played perhaps one of his favorite shots. A shot that we have seen the top part of the Trinidad and Tobago team utilize so often today. On that occasion, again, finding the gap. There was a man there at deep point in the form of Solozano, but really had no chance to cut that one off as it just sped across the outfield.
Changing the field now. Tyson has been moved from that fine leg area to deep third. It's a bit of an adjustment in the field from the skipper. Mohammed is now on 98, getting closer to back-to-back centuries. Walks this one onto the onside. He's gonna look for 2. They take 1. He's gonna hustle back. The throw comes in, and he can raise his bat. This has been a flawless knock from Jason Mohammed. He's been methodical and calculating. He has really shown relentless perseverance in reading the game, and a deserving 100 from Jason Mohammed. Wonderful.
Well played to Jason Mohammed. You mentioned that we have seen his experience coming to the forefront, really. Coming into a rather comfortable position, it must be said, after that partnership between Django and Cooper. But he capitalized, and from ball one, you could have basically, if you're a betting man, you could have bet on him scoring 100 here today. Good batting conditions, and he really took advantage of that. Trinidad and Tobago continue to exert their dominance here at the Annesway playing field. Well played to Jason Mohammed.
Leaves that one alone. So 300s now in this game. If you're just joining us, Kavim Hodge, he scored 100 yesterday. Cephas Cooper scored his maiden 100. And now Jason Mohammed, the experienced Jason Mohammed, backing up his 176 with another 100 here at the Annisville playing field.
Well, the Windward Lions will be hoping that is not the last 100 we'll see. In fact, they will want it to be the last 100 they see from a Trinidadian perspective.
Well, I was about to say, I mean, I don't think they'll want to see Yannick Correa scoring 100. But in terms of Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be hoping that, hey, this is the last 100 we see from an opposing player, and maybe when they get a chance to bat, they capitalize on this decent batting surface. We've mentioned how well the wicket has held up and how good it is for batting. One team has capitalized on it so far. This one is played, and that's a vacant area. Showing his wares now. Some power on that occasion. Wide delivery, but just for 2. It's been prolific on anything short and wide outside the off stump. To end the over, Trinidad and Tobago, 363 for 4.
The lead continues to grow here at the Annisville Sporting Complex, up to 197 now. So we spoke about those milestones. Jason Mohammed got to his 100. They're now nearing 200 runs lead. And of course, Carrier, he's there on 44 as well. So a lot to play for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as they continue to dominate this second round fixture against the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yeah, and in the midst of all that, Jason Mohammed scoring another 100. This partnership has gone to 105. So another century partnership here by a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force pair. Tyson in the middle of a really long spell. He's really troubled the batters since that dinner break. Just not able to pick up a wicket. Short and wide. Good placement. They look for 2, but that fielder, Lee John on the boundary, gets around there quickly enough to keep it to 1.
It's a delivery that he has served up on numerous occasions now. We've seen that shot on the first delivery of the last 3 overs or so from Tyson. So he has really struggled against the left-handed Carrier. He's offered him that opportunity outside the off stump, and he has accepted it on those occasions.
So Fuller delivery looks to drive it, but hit the inner portion of the bat. Sail to that man Salazano at mid-on.
But once again, Stacey, if you look at that delivery, his weight was on his back foot there, and that fuller length that we've been calling for from Tyson, just not consistently enough to challenge Jason Mohammed. We can clearly see that he's looking for that shorter delivery. It's a good length, good line as well. Dying on its way to wicketkeeper Benjamin. So as we mentioned, some of the pace have really gone out of this wicket. But that doesn't take away from the fact that it still remains a very good batting wicket. Evidenced by the 3 centuries that we have seen.
Yeah, lead up to 199 now. Batting has looked easy. We haven't seen a lot of swing. A few deliveries spun here and there, but nothing really on towards to deter scoring at the rate at which Trinidad and Tobago have been going at it. 2 balls remaining. I think we're coming up on a drinks break. Coming up on that first hour after dinner.
We know that the team looking a bit flat at the moment. Quite understandably, given the nature of the position they're in now. Really staring down the barrel, as my fellow commentator mentioned earlier.
Yeah, they had that attritional period just after the dinner break, but runs have been coming quite easily now. This one is short, he gets in line, pulls it, but can't beat that man, plays that square leg. Short square, and that's the first hour. After dinner, the players will take a drinks break, and we'll take a break here as well in the commentary box.
Well, good night and welcome back. A bit belatedly. Apologies for that. But they've lost another wicket here, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, just after that drinks break. How often have we seen that? And the big wicket there of Jason Mohammed, having completed his century, he goes now for 103. And the total is now 365 for the loss of 5. So the lead is currently 199. So that will offer some sort of motivation for these Windward Island bowlers. That man Descarte, once again, we spoke about his exploits today with the ball. Bowler neat spell really for his team. Picks up his second wicket. Figures of 17.1 over so far. 4 minutes, 2 for 48. The new batsman is Joshua James, who himself had a very good bowling spell earlier. So he'll be looking to replicate that sort of confidence in terms of his batting. Known to be an aggressive player. I think it's something that the Trinidad and Tobago team will really hope that can really materialize for them this afternoon in this final hour of play. So it's been a day that has been dominated so far by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Resuming today on 137 for 1, trailing by 29 runs. They've been able to get up to 365 for 5, a lead now of 199. As his first delivery, just playing it out to Martin there at mid-wicket. There's no run. So these two once again will now have to form somewhat of a partnership. Something that the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have found quite easy to replicate throughout the day. Mentioned those partnerships before. That last one being 107. This one is outside the off stump. Looking to punch that one off the back foot there was Joshua James. Maybe not used to the pace of the wicket as yet. That one once again dying on its way to wicketkeeper Benjamin. Windward Islands will be hoping that they can go on somewhat of a roll here, having taken that big wicket of Jason Mohammed. As we welcome back the talented left-handed Kenroy Martin.
Thank you very much, Osnet. And successful Windwards with the new ball.
This one is punched, but straight to the man there, Eugene, the substitute fielder. I think he's on for the captain, Ambrose. Not too sure if he's nursing somewhat of an injury. We'll get that update to you at some point. But for now, he's off the field. So the vice captain in the form of Stefan Pascal taking care of proceedings in his absence. As Descarte continues to plug away here for the Windward Islands. How will that wicket really change the outlook on the game, Kenroy?
Well, all it did is give this young son opportunity to score some runs. Mohammed got himself to 100. That is what he wanted. And 100 game for Trinidad and Tobago. Excellent effort by him.
This one, he's slicing this one down to third man. Flew down to Tyson there, well fielded in the end. Delivery on the line of the off stump. There goes Joshua James. You mentioned the fact that he's a positive player and would definitely play his shots here tonight. But it's the end of a successful over for Descarte. He now has 2 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are 366 for 5. That single also bringing up the 200 runs lead.
Yeah, excellent platform being laid here by Trinidad and Tobago. 366 for 5 and really 200 runs lead. As you said, Mohammed got to 100. That is what he wanted on his 100th game for Trinidad and Tobago. Excellent innings by him. Well done to him. But this youngster, Joshua James, he has been given the opportunity to score some runs in this his second game for Trinidad and Tobago in this season. He would take this opportunity and make the best of it. Windwards are chasing the 8 ball. He just have to have fun. Day 2, 2 more days to go, he can make a big impact as well. As a positive player, we know him as, and really, they have to be careful as they go about bowling to James. He could take this game even further away from them.
Seen a change in the bowling here from the Beckway end. Tyson bowled that entire first hour after the dinner break. So kudos to him. This one is creeping a bit. Just managed to get some bat on it. Joshua James. First of its kind, really, in terms of that sort of delivery. Let's have a look at it again.
It's been said that normally when it gets later here, the tide gets low and the ball keeps low too.
Kept very low indeed. Seemed to have been heading down the leg side as well. A bit of a slider from Cyrus. This time he's working it out to Kotoy. Was been diving around all day. I mean, there are a couple pools to our left, but he seemed to be diving. Unsuccessful so far.
Haven't caught anything.
This one is a quicker delivery. Misdirected to some extent. Joshua James once again showing positive intent. We've seen quite a bit of him a few years ago in the VPL, Kenroy.
Yes, and as a under 19 player as well, I went to Tobago with the under 19 and under 15 team. He was a part of that squad for Tobago. He came up with the national team as well and played a part of that inaugural tournament between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Tobago. And he made a big impact on all the games that he played as a youngster. So I'm not surprised to see him here today in the Trinidad and Tobago setup.
He's a big man. Well built. Saw a bit of medium pace from him in the first innings. Quite tidy. Got the ball to move around a bit. Thought it was his consistency though that really caught the eye. Just did a job for his captain after the initial spell by the opening seamers. Coming in at number 7, that's also a critical position as well. In a situation like this, you can just come and pile on the misery really for the opposition.
He reminds you of someone like a Afridi from Pakistan who could take the game away from you. That's a Joshua James.
This one played neatly down to long on. Tyson comes in and cleans up. And Carriers continue to go along his merry way. On to 46 now, and it's the end of that over. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force responding to 166 made by the Windward Island Volcanoes. They're 368 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, Herculean task here for the Windward Island team. The Volcanoes really 202 runs ahead. Trinidad and Tobago, they have done their work, and really it is for Windward Islands to really come out good and play some positive cricket and give themselves an opportunity. Actually, they need to bat at least 2 days in this game. Trinidad and Tobago would give themselves some time to bowl out the Windward Islands. Knowing the state of the wicket is an easy, placid batting wicket. So you never know what could happen. They need to give themselves some time to bowl out the Windward Islanders as well.
Descarte to take up proceedings from that, the old airport end, has 2 slips. A man at gully, the captain himself, cover extra cover, mid-off. And there's that man at deep point. So again, it's short of a length. Punching it was Carrier, but straight to Darius Martin. Yes, and there's a man at mid-on and square leg. So Descarte into his 19th over. Not sure he would have started out looking forward to such a long spell of bowling. But also you have to be mindful that there's only 2 seamers we are seeing in this Windward Island setup. So he really had to get through some work.
Exactly. Being the backup bowler for Martin and Tyson, he knew his work is cut out for him here. On a wicket such as this, his spells would be really long. As we have seen in this game, he has been consistently good on the line and the length, creating the pressure, and really he has caused some trouble for Trinidad and Tobago. He has gotten 2 wickets for 49. He's into his 19th over.
It's a good delivery outside the off stump. Just getting that ball to tail away from the left-handers. Quite naturally. This one pitching just around the off stump, leaving carrier. We've seen quite a bit of that from him. Descarte, even in his spell last night, I thought he bowled very well to Cooper. Cooper was set at that time, but bowled a very good spell.
I made a comparison with him to his coach, Kenroy Peters, who used to come in and do the same set of work for Windward Islands while he was playing.
This one is waiting for the signal there from umpire Butler, but this one makes its way down to fine leg region. So leg by signal there by umpire Butler. Maybe just grazing the side there of carrier. Walking across as well. Looking to walk that one in the onside. We mentioned it's been a predominantly offside field set to him so far.
But just looking to upset Descarte somewhat, trying to work the ball from the off stump to the onside, and wasn't really successful in that effort. But he's doing a very good job for the Windward Islands, Descarte.
He's driving this one, but straight to the man Eugene, the substitute fielder Eugene there at mid-off. So there's no run. It's been a long day for the Windward Island Volcanoes bowlers. They've toiled long and hard. Been forced to bowl long spells. There's still no sign of redemption in sight.
Probably need to redo that song from Bob Marley. Have a few different artists doing it. Bring some hope to the Windward Islands team.
It's the end of another over from Descarte. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They continue to march on here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex. They are now 370 for the loss of 5.
Well, daunting task here for the Windward Islands. They have picked up 5 wickets. They have worked hard for the day. 317 for 5. They have bowled 110 overs so far. Really, Descarte bowling just about 19 overs, 5 minutes, 49 runs, 2 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago leads by 204 runs. We have the hard hitting and the big fella of James at the crease. I just mentioned it, and there he goes, having a swing at that one, hitting the inner portion of the bat and going out to the man at square leg. Picks up a single. Saw him at VPL, pretty young. He's matured somewhat here now. Trinidad and Tobago 371 for 5. Cyrus has bowled at just about 27. He's in the 28th over. 77 runs have been scored off his bowling. He hasn't picked up a wicket. He has bowled 1 or 2 good spells. This one has been whipped off the legs nicely through mid-wicket. Runs are coming here for Trinidad and Tobago. As the evening comes down to a nice climax. It's cool weather under the bright lights at Arnesville. Day-night match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Volcanoes, the Red Force and the Volcanoes. They are here. Another good delivery. Just played forward there by Joshua James, the man from Tobago.
I think it's a good option from the Windward Islands in terms of having a leg spinner bowl to James, so all around in his innings. Wicket is offering a bit of tone, just enough to keep Cyrus interested.
So James have gone to 3 from 12. Carrier is 47 from 91. Good knock from him as well. Has always been positive since he entered the crease. So he's just turned to square leg. They're 1 for 1. Would not get much more than that.
It's that delivery on the line of the leg stump. James there just going back and working it nicely behind square on the leg side.
Good hands from James. Using nice wrist as well, turning it into the onside. Doing that against a leg spinner. Have to have some skills. Again, turning to the onside. They're looking for two. A good feeling by the Windward Islands team here. They are a fit bunch of fellas, as we could see, running around the field all day, tossing, throwing themselves from left to right, diving. As you said, Katoy has been diving all day, haven't caught anything. Still continues to put in the effort. So the over comes to an end at 374 for 5. 111 overs bowled. Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force leads by 208 here as we continue to bring you coverage here of this West Indies 4 days tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is the day-night edition, played with a pink ball. Remember, there was three editions, 3 different things been introduced this year. Kookaburra ball, day-night, and also the first innings points have been returned to this tournament. 8 teams are playing. You have 7 rounds of games being played in this tournament, and we have already gotten just about 11 centuries so far in this tournament. After round 2, well, we are in the middle of round 2, and you have gotten so many runs so far. That's excellent to see as he whips that one off his pads. It goes across the ropes now for 4, and that brings up Carrier's 50. A well-played 50 by him, and really excellent work, good supporting role, and he has now gone past 50 from 93 balls. Well played to Carrier after getting 4 wickets in the first innings as well. Having a wonderful game.
A very good innings from Carrier. We mentioned that having bowled that very good spell earlier, that could have brought some confidence into his batting effort, and we're seeing that being manifested here. A delivery on the line of the leg stump, just going inside of the line and working it really past Cyrus there at mid-on.
This one is driven hard back to Descarte, who does the fielding. So a fantastic innings by him, really. Came in, bat with Jason Mohammed, played the supporting role. Jason Mohammed got to his 100, and now he has celebrated his 50 as well from 94 deliveries. Well played to him. Excellent.
Well, they mentioned that he has 5 centuries at this level. So he's no more with the bat, coming in at number 6 as well. Quite high in the order.
Well, as a team, when you have that sort of depth in your batting, there's not much to worry about. When you have your first 4 or 5 batsmen in a tournament scoring heavily like how Trinidad and Tobago batsmen are scoring, then you set yourself up to be having a very good tournament. Joshua James now comes on strike, 179 for 5. Trinidad keep piling on that pressure, 213 runs ahead. Volcanoes, nothing has really erupted for them in this game. They have been so dormant. It would be nice living on that island, isn't it? Descarte. Full delivery. Joshua James giving it the full treatment. Pitched up delivery, and he threw the kitchen sink at that. Smashing it over mid-on into the fence for 6 runs. That is how we know Joshua James plays.
I think it's an attempted slow delivery as well from Descarte. James picking that one, and he has long levers as we mentioned before, and getting enough power on that one to evade that fielder at mid-on and over the fence for his first 6. 385 for the loss of 5.
Big shot by Joshua James. 10 from 14. Descarte. Misdirected, mislined down the leg side. No signal from the umpire. 385 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago 219 runs ahead. My God, what a task here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They need to erupt. They need to cause some lava to flow here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the next 2 days or so. They have been tanned for the whole day by this Trinidadian team. Now that's the pressure of 219 plus is right before them. This one is going for a mighty swing, not making contact. So some sensible and smart bowling here by Descarte. The over comes to an end. He remains on 10. And Trinidad and Tobago 219 runs ahead, 385 for 5. Pressure here for the Windward Islands. Plenty pressure.
Well, we're into the last hour of play. And I'm sure Joshua James, if he stays there, he has the potential to cause further damage to the Windward Island cause. Seen so far that big 6 over long on, 10 from 16. I think we've seen a bit more positivity as well from Carrier.
Carrier's bat really well. He came in, he got himself in, look for the ones, look for the twos, play the bat deliveries. He's gone to 53 from 95. And as you said, he had 6 half centuries, 6 centuries already in this tournament. First class hundreds. So he's no rabbit with the bat. So Trinidad and Tobago packing up a really experienced and well-talented side here against the Windward Islands. And that has been showing in the cricket. It has shown up. It has showed up really in this cricket, and it has shown itself big and bold here at Arnesville. Windward Islands really behind the 8 ball, 219 runs ahead Trinidad. As they continue to just tick it off. Yeah, remember this is a pink ball encounter. Day night started at 1 p.m. From my timepiece, it's just about 10 minutes to 8 here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Very cool weather. So Cyrus, he has bowled 28 overs thus far, 28.2. 81 runs have been scored from his bowling. Joshua James, Biggs, cut outside. The off stump is going down to third man. Would it get there? It doesn't. 2 more runs to him. Sit in the outer portion of the bat.
Well, it's a sharp chance there to Hodge. He's been in the walls all day. That one flew past him. Just managed to get a hand on it. A difficult chance there from Hodge.
Well, he went goalkeeper style. Didn't get a hand to it really. It's pulled up right in front of the boundary. So 2 more runs to him. Again, there's a loud appeal. The finger goes up. Joshua James goes. Playing back to a low delivery. Ball there by Cyrus. Cyrus has toiled all day. And he has picked up that wicket of Joshua James. Joshua James goes for 12 from 17 deliveries. Windward Islands have taken their 6th wicket here. It's 388 for 6. And a well-deserved wicket here for Cyrus. He has toiled all day.
Yes, he has worked hard all day. Joshua James looking a bit disappointed with that decision. And looking back at it, maybe he has reasons to. That delivery seemed to just be angling down the leg side. But umpire Crawford, he's the most important man in that decision. I judged it to be LBW. So 6 wickets down now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And they are now leading by 222 runs. Well,
as I said, Cyrus toiled all day. 83 runs, 1 wicket. Bowled just about 28.4 overs thus far. Trinidad, the Red Force, has a current run rate of 3.44. Healthy run rate, that is, for this sort of cricket. So that brings a new man to the crease. Kerry Pear. So the 2 spinners who really reap havoc on the Windward Islands batting. They are now at the crease doing battle with the bat. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 222. Cyrus 1 for 83. So Carey Pierre joins him. He's on 54 from 97. So Wynn was getting some success here later on in the evening. Picking up two quick wickets, that of Joshua James after getting the wicket of Mohammed. So wickets falling here now at Arnesville. Good sign for the Windward Islands.
Well, we did mention that the only way they're going to stop this charge from Trinidad and Tobago is by taking wickets. A couple of wickets in the last couple of overs for them. I'm sure that would bring some positivity, that brings something to look forward to at the end of this day's play.
Cyrus changes approach around the wicket. That brings you over to an end. 388 for 6.
Yes, they enough successful over there from Cyrus, getting that wicket of Joshua James. Trinidad and Tobago, though, they are in a comfortable position, as we mentioned. Just a matter of when, in terms of the total that they are looking forward to. I think at the start of the day's play, Kenora, we spoke about the intent from the Trinidad and Tobago team would have been that of batting throughout the entire day. They're actually close to that in terms of this is the last hour of the day's play. So it's something that they have been able to achieve. They stayed at 388 for 6. They're 222 runs ahead. So I'm sure they'll be the happy of the two teams going into this last hour.
Well, I think they have met, and they have really met some of their goals today. Actually getting 200 from 2 batters. 2 half centuries, now the third. 3 half centuries from those in the middle. And they have batted 113 overs. So Coach Rowe, Emirates should be very pleased with the efforts from his team. And they have piled up a total of 388, giving the Windward Islands 222. A jiff. This one is hit high and hard. Over the top. One bounce into the fence. Seems as he's going to change gear here. Carrier. A delivery that was in the slot, really. And he made best use of it. Smashing it over mid-off into the fence for 4.
We spoke about the positivity that we have seen, the change in mindset from Carrier in the last couple of overs. And that is evident in that shot. Delivery on the line of the off stump. Just hitting it on the up really shows that this is still a very good batting wicket, hitting that one on the up.
This one is pulling through square leg. Does it get the leg to go there? Yes, it's gone. It's gone. Into the fence for 4. Back-to-back boundaries. Short delivery by Descarte. Discarded through square leg into the fence for 4.
It's a very good shot as well. It's a shot that he has attempted on numerous occasions throughout this innings. Earlier on against the pace of Martin and Tyson, he found it quite difficult to really time those deliveries. Descarte, on the other hand, doesn't have the pace of those two. So it really is a bit easier for him to execute that shot.
Well, he has rushed up to 62 from 99 deliveries. This one is punching to the man at cover. Bit of shorter length there for Descarte. 2 other deliveries were one that was pitched up and one that was too short. So just about 9 runs from 3 deliveries are here. Descarte, 20.3 overs, 5 maiden, 69 runs, 2 wickets. He has toiled all day. Carrie Pierre is the man on strike. Has faced 2 deliveries thus far. This one is punching again. Feeler, sweeper, backward point, sweep on that boundary. Another single.
So definitely seeing some intent from these two. Understandably so as well, from the Trinidad and Tobago perspective. They're in a comfortable position. Not a long time to go before the end of the end of the day's play.
Don't understand that. They're trying to get as much runs as possible. I spoke about time in the game, knowing this is a placid batting wicket. So they need time to bowl at the Windward's team again. This one has been pulled down to fine leg area. Brilliant feeling there by the man. He comes around to his left and does an excellent piece of work there, stopping that ball from going over the fence. So 2 more runs. So a rather expensive over here, been bowled by Descarte. been taken to the cleaners, and that brings up 400 runs for Trinidad and Tobago. They are 400 for 6, and they have a lead of 234. Carrier moves up to 65. He's on strike. Well, dot delivery to finish that over. So, interesting times here. Would Trinidad and Tobago bat through the innings, finish this evening, come back tomorrow? Not too sure. 400 for 6. Probably looking to get to a 450. Or they would give themselves some time to bowl at the Windward Islands team. I'm not too sure. Plenty things to talk about, to think about. Check out the score, see how many overs remaining for the rest of this evening. But they have toiled, the Windward Islands, they have toiled. They have picked up 6 wickets. And really, Trinidad and Tobago are to be commended for the way they have approached this game from the start of day one up to now. So we see the skipper, Sonny Lambridge, just returning to the field. He was out for a little while. Not too sure what was the issue there. So just about 12 overs remaining for the day, for the evening. Just about half an hour or so. As we see, Cyrus continues to bowl here. .400 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago. After skittling out the Windwards for 166, they have really batted wonderfully here at Darnesville. This one is flighted. And Gary Pierre, the man who picked up 4 wickets in his spell against the Windward Islands, he is batting with his partner, Carrier, who picked up 4 wickets as well. So the 2 spinners doing work here. It's a stifled appeal. Umpire not interested in that one. Not out. Delivery number 3. This one is flighted. Driven back to the bowler. As we welcome back Stacian. Welcome back Stacian to the studios. You went to have dinner, Stacia?
No, I was just sitting in one of the other boxes, just having a look at the proceedings. Captain Sunil Ambris has made his way back onto the field. Hello to you, Martin. Hello to all the viewers tuning in.
Well, interesting times here. Just another 12 overs to go to conclude today's proceedings. Trinidad and Tobago 400 for 6. Lead of 234. 200 has been scored here. So we have seen some excellent cricket. Mohamed actually scoring 100 and on his 100th game. Cooper 117. Django 84. Now we have Carrier on 65 not out. Kevin Hodge in the first innings for Windward scoring 126. So this wicket has been a run scoring wicket so far. So congratulations to the groundsmen, Bill Edwards and his crew. They have prepared an excellent wicket.
Yeah, one team really pushing the advantage on the surface. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 400 now for 6. Windward Islands was shot out for 166 earlier yesterday. A lead now of 234. We've seen a bit of aggression from these batters late in the piece, started by Joshua James, carried on by Carrier. Pierre is there. He's been watchful. So Lee John is about to have a spell of bowling. Starts off a bit too short and too wide as well, but gets that one down too long off.
He has not had a happy time, a happy debut here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as an off spinner. He has bowled Just about 16 overs so far, 58 runs, 1 maiden. Still trying to do what he does.
Again, too short. A good diving stop there by that man, Gillan Tyson, to prevent that from challenging the boundary.
This time he finds the gap. Sweeper. Comes around. 1 run. 402 for 6. Trinidad will be very much satisfied with their efforts today. Not much to complain about. I think they would be very happy. Emirates, the coach, should be very happy with his men. As the runs keep piling here.
Yeah, it's been too easy for the batters to score in this over so far. Yes, it's been singles, but just allowing them to rotate, strike, yes, 2 left-handed batters in the middle, perhaps why the captain decided to go to the off-spinner Lee John. But so far, hasn't been able to nail his lengths and line as well to these 2 batters.
So that brings the over to an end. 403 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have really enjoyed their time here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines so far. They have gotten to this total with the Cephas scoring 100, Mohammed scoring 100. Another half century, 2 other half centuries been scored. So it's been a run festive time here at Arnesville. We have not seen a lot of runs being scored here recently. But it has proven to be a placid batting wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. This one, there should be some trouble here. But Pascal not picking up as soon as he should have. This can bring another single.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation in the running between these 2. Good bonks there to Pascal, but just wasn't able to throw it in quick enough to effect the run out.
So these 2 spinners operating in tandem, Cyrus and John, looking to bowl the final set of overs for the day's play. Coming out this evening. Cyrus, marathon spell, into his 31st over. 5 menus, 84 runs, 1 wicket. Probably getting up to that century as well, Stacey. 16 runs away.
Yeah, not the person you want to be scoring a century, the bowler, if you're the bowling team, unless he's having a bat. But he's bowled well. I think he's hit his areas consistently enough. One criticism, though, is that we wish that he can be just a tad fuller to the batters, make them play more on the front foot.
He's fast, flatter trajectory. Would love to see him with just a little bit more variation. Give it a little more time in the air. Let the surface do its work. Have some spin. Give it some time to spin. Similarly to that, I've just spoken about that. And he did exactly what I just said. He gave it some air. It hit the pitch, hit the footmarks, and he has caught Carrie Pierre, leaving alone, and it crashed into the stump, and he's bowled. Trinidad and Tobago have lost wicket number 7.
Yeah, expertly done there by Cyrus. He knew what he did there to the batter. Basically set him up. He got him to, just kept bowling it a touch fuller, got him to come across to the line of that delivery. And when he thought he was able to leave it alone, got it to spin in sharply, taking the off bail. So a wonderful display of off-spin bowling from that man Cyrus, and that little bit more air given on that occasion, accounting for that turn, and slower as well from Cyrus.
Beautifully flighted delivery, as you see, it's pitched on the off stump, left alone, and clipping that off stump bail. Lovely bowling. It's a sight to see when spinners have actually break through the defensive batters like that. It's a really wonderful delivery. Just spoke about it, giving it some air and allowing the wicket to do its work. And really, it worked very well for Cyrus. And he has now captured 2 wickets now for 84 runs, 5 maidens, and he's done excellently for Windwards. A beautiful delivery. Trinidad and Tobago 404 for 7.
Yeah, it's interesting that perplexing look from Pierre when he was dismissed. I mean, the angle that Cyrus was operating from, it will tell you as a left-handed batter that he's trying to get the ball back into you. He is a left leg spinner, and that is the direction that the ball is going to go. That one just a bit slow and just getting that inward movement at the right time, clipping that off bail.
Well,
he looked quite surprised.
I think what happened there is that the pitch did the work for him. He gave it some air, it turned prodigiously and crashed into that off stump bail. And Cyrus was very excited with that one. And really an excellent delivery ball by him. I've not seen such balls being bowled for a long time from a leg spinner. Left alone and crashed into these off stump. John continues here. Flat and fast and pulled through mid-wicket into the fence for 4. So, Carrier saying, I'm going to take some chances here.
Yeah,
it's night and Jack.
Yeah, I was there to play the shot as well. We mentioned that length, just a bit too short. It kept coming into him and played it off the off stump, really. But not a very risky shot given the length employed by Lee John. Needs to be fuller. Should take a page out of what Cyrus did at the other end.
Yeah, take some pace off that ball. Give it some time in the air. Let it hit the surface and bounce and turn. It would be nice to see those sort of spinners again being introduced into the West Indies cricket. We have these fast trajectories, bowlers bowling flat and fast because of T20, just trying to maintain, trying to keep things tight. But you have to be aggressive as well.
Yeah, and you look at the field setting. His protection is down the ground. It tells you that the captain wants him to flight the ball some more. And if the batter is to take a chance of the flighted delivery, he'll be hit into the protected area, which long on and long off they're employed. So that short length that he has bowled so far, he needs to be a touch fuller to these batters. Much like that. That is what the captain is required of him. Just be a bit fuller to these batters. He gets a single on that occasion to the offside.
Agree with you, yes, Stacey. Drive him up to mid-on, mid-off. Sweeper is back out there. Shouldn't be scoring runs through square leg and backward point. Those are shots that shouldn't be played against your bowling. 409 for 7. Windward's just pulling things back here somewhat, picking up some wickets. But that mammoth lead of 243 would cause them some issues. So John continues to bowl here for Windward's.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip, that new man in, facing his first delivery there by John. You have a chance here. So far, those 2 deliveries, they have been played a bit on the crease. Haven't gotten fully forward. Anderson Phillip and John just needs to be fuller to him. Just see if he's able to get that stride in Anderson Phillip. On that occasion, he did well. So more of that is required from Lee John. Just get that lower order batter to play more on the front foot.
As we normally a coach would say, call him. Call him, make a phone call. This one is clipped off the legs for another easy single. 409 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, 6 runs coming from that over. 410 for 7. A lead, a mammoth lead really, of 244 runs from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And they'll be encouraged by what is happening from this end by Daryl Cyrus. Bit of turn on offer so far. Some purchase off the surface for him. But still, it's been a good batting surface through and through. This Yannick Correa is having a word there with Anderson Phillip. That's telling him to hang in there a bit longer. He's probably saying, just bat with me. I'm 73 and I'll take control of the game. It's a case of surviving against the outstanding display of leg spin bowling so far from Daryl Cyrus. 2 slips employed. Just a bit too short to start. Able to get on the back foot. Some movement down the leg side as well there for Cyrus. Some turn away. They quickly get a single. But that one moved moved a lot actually, off the surface. I don't think it caught the edge. Yes, so that's some vicious turn there for Daryl Cyrus.
So Cyrus probably looking for that magic ball again. Get himself another wicket. 2 for 84. This one is dabbed down to backward point for easy singles this year.
Yeah, he got similar movement to the ball that dismissed Curry pair, but that one just started a bit too wide on that occasion. So any movement into the left-handed Curry, he was able to spot it quickly and played it out to the offside.
He has extracted some turn from the wicket so far, and that delivery caused that he got that wicket from was a really lovely delivery, flighted, hitting the wicket and turned back, hitting the off stump, and that was it. Another wicket, 413 for 7. Carrier moves up now to 74 as we continue to battle here at Arnisville under the lights. This is a day-night game. West Indies 4-Days tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Started at 1 p.m. We are now just about after 8 or so in the evening. New initiative here by the West Indies Cricket Board. Pink ball has been used as well. Also a kookaburra. So that brings you over to an end. 413 for 7. Carrier is on 74 and Phillip is on 2 from 7. $119 overs been bowled here by the Windies Islands. So a lot of overs been bowled. So some excellent batting by Trinidad and Tobago. Can't complain about that. 2 century makers thus far. Carrier 74 needs another 16. Who knows? Could be 3.
Yes, so John to continue to Philip. Just allowing Philip to get comfortable on that back foot to him.
Yeah, need to give it some air, a little bit more air. Bring him forward. It's good to see those spectators still here at the ground, taking in the cricket. Haven't had much cricket here at this level over the years. It's good to see it. It's back here at Annisville. Good delivery. In the middle of the week as well, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, certainly so. We mentioned that there are a number of fans who will come down to watch any cricket being played here. Looking to sweep on that occasion, Anderson Phillip. Don't think Karai will be too happy with him attempting that stroke. Gets a bit of bottom edge onto that. Good stop by Benjamin behind the stump.
Would like to see that spin bowler come over his shoulder a little bit more. He just stands here and turns the wrist. You know, his bowling action. I think he should. John would not extract a lot of third from the wicket with his bowling actions like that. He bowls more of a straighter delivery. He needs to tweak it a little bit more. Come over from a straighter trajectory. You can see his hands are pretty low in delivery. Needs to just come over, clip the air somewhat. It's better. Extract some turn from that surface. Over comes in 414 for 7. Tyson 1 for 72. Martin 1 for 84. Descarte 2 for 72. Cyrus 2 for 86, sorry. Lee John none for 62. Ambrice had an over as well?
Yes, he had one over just before that. I believe it was the dinner break, was it?
Okay. Didn't see that one. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead by 249 runs.
Looking for a quick single there, Karaya. It says that he has a lot of faith in the batting ability of Anderson Phillip. Yeah, what we're seeing here from Karaya facing up to Daryl Cyrus, he recognized that he's getting that sharp inward movement that leg spinners get to that left-handed batter. What he's doing is coming fully forward, getting outside of the off stump to negate any sort of inward movement onto his stump. It's much like that. So he'll get in line, he can work it from that angle, and if it's full, he can just smother any sort of spin outside there, even if it's with his pad, as we saw he did previously in that over to Daryl Cyrus, as there's no chance of him getting LBW with it, the impact being so far outside the off stump. The smart batting from Yannick Karaya. Cyrus now has the right-hander in his sights, Anderson Phillip. Yeah, I don't think the bowlers so far, the spinners, they've been full enough to Phillip. We saw what happened when it was full. He attempted a sweep wasn't successful in playing that sweep shot. So just need to be fuller just to see how he plays when it's pitched up. And so far, they've been just a bit too back of a length to him, these two spinners. Some bunks there on that occasion to finish the over. Just a leg bite coming from it. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 416 for 7.
So a lead of 250 Trinidad and Tobago. That's a huge lead in terms of how this game has gone so far. 250 runs. Trinidad will be pleased with their efforts. 416 for 7. John continues to bowl. Carrier is pulling that one through mid wicket. He's gone for 1. Comes back for a second. I think I'm hearing something like just about how many overs remaining. We'll find that out from the score in a bit. 218. Carrier goes up now to 77. Another easy single. Lovely surface here at Arnisville. Produce some good cricket so far. Good batting by Mohammed. Scoring 100 in his 100th game for Trinidad and Tobago. As they continue to bat here, they're whipping that one through mid wicket, picking up another 2 runs. Here, Philip, he moves up now to 5. This one is taken by Benjamin outside the off stump. Full 21 for 7. Windward have toiled all day. Pascal, that one is dropping short, really. Doesn't seem to have any bat in it. So we had Cooper 117, Mohammed 103, Django 84. We have Carrier now on 78 unbeaten. Pascal and Hodge 126. So it's been a runs feast here at Arnisville for these past 2 days and evenings. Trinidad and Tobago 421 for 7. 122 overs have been bowled against this team. Just about 4 overs remaining for the day, 24 balls. Cyrus, he has 33 overs in those shoulders already. Should be a bit sore after leaving this field this evening.
Yeah, he continues to do that, Yannick Caraya. get fully forward, get outside the line of that off stump, basically playing that delivery around where a fifth stump would be. Use of the feet on that occasion, get a single. But importantly, using the feet, but playing it with the turn, not against it. Full driven, they come through for a quick single. Bit of a fumble there by that man Tyson. So far, Anderson Phillip has shown that he is handy with the bat as well. He's been good in defense so far. Comes down the track. Just whips it straight to Sunil Ambris at short mid-wicket. He was probably expecting that one to turn into him, or maybe the googly ball there by Daryl Cyrus, and it kept leaving him, similar to how Jervin Benjamin got dismissed yesterday. That one not taking any edge there, too wide at the end of it. So 3 runs coming from that over Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force 424 for 7.
Well, you see the batting card. Descarte, 117 Cooper, duck to Gooley, 84 to Django, 103 to Mohammed, 80 now to Carrier. That's a Trinidad batting card. Trinidad Red Force, they lead by 258 runs. Current run rate of 3.45. LT run rate, that is. Cyrus has picked up 2 for 89 from 34 overs. Big spell being bowled by him. Just from our scorers, we have just about 3 overs remaining, Stacey.
Yes, we do, and just give you an update on the days preceding so far in this 4-day championship match between Guyana Happy Eagles and Combined Campuses and Colleges. They were bowled out for 375. Guyana, in reply, 166 for 6. Change of bowling. We're going to see Jeremy Salazano get to turn his arm over. Starts wide, a flourishing drive. Some pace cut off by that fielder there at cover. Gets a hand to it and slows it down from crashing into the boundary.
Yeah, not the best effort there by Tyson. Giving up an extra run. Extra 2 runs, that is. Carrier moves up to 82.
So Witt offered again. Just a single out to the offside. Perhaps I recognize that it's getting close to the end of the day's play. But you don't want to leak runs here, Windward Islands. Yes, Jeremy Salazano could probably be a golden arm for them, but maybe they could have looked to go to Kavim Hodge. He bowled with a lot of control in his spell of bowling. Perhaps they could have asked him to tidy things up from that end to close out the day. But it opted for Jeremy Salazano. Yes, and a single play down to the ground. But yes, while the day is meandering to an imminent end, Windward Islands is still want to try to build any sort of momentum going into tomorrow. Trinidad and Tobago is firmly on top, and they don't want to leak runs here at the back end of the day. And just to continue with those updates, that game, Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions were dismissed for 320. Leeward Islands Hurricanes in reply, they are 301 for 7. And in the other day-night encounter, Barbados Pride versus West Indies Academy. Barbados Pride 581 for 9 declared. And West Indies Academy in reply, they are 111 for 3. And that stumps as well there in that day-night encounter. So a dot to end that experimental over, I believe, from Jeremy Salozano. Trinidad and Tobago, 429 for 7. That was the last over of the day's play. So, guess did not get to finish. The scorers updated us that we have 3 overs remaining in the day's play, but that was the last one, bowled by Jeremy Salazano. Trinidad and Tobago in a commanding position, a massive lead of 263 runs. Yannick Caraya on 84, Anderson Phillip and 7 of 22 deliveries. Just to give you a recap of today's proceedings, Cyrus Cooper scored 117 on 225 deliveries. He also had Ahmed Django. He was dismissed for 84 of 134 deliveries by that man Tyson. Cyrus Cooper was bowled eventually by Descarte. Jason Mohammed scored another 100. Scored 103. He was dismissed by Descarte, caught Kavim Hodge. Joshua De Silva did not trouble the scorers. He was LBW by Kavim Hodge. Joshua James, he was dismissed LBW by Daryl Cyrus, 12 of 18 deliveries. Carrie Pear, he was bowled by Cyrus, 2 of 18 deliveries. So Yannick Caraya and Anderson Phillip will resume tomorrow. Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, 429 for 7. A lot to think about in that Windward Islands camp. And do join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. sharp for the continuation of this 4-day Cricket West Indies Championship.